Chapter 1493. 1493 Chapter 1493 Sky High, floating platform for the next 10 days or so. Lu Ming stayed in the library and flipped through the books. He carefully read through the cultivation insights left behind by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, which gave Lu Ming a lot of inspiration. After that, Lu Ming returned to the cave abode. A piece of heavenly Dao stone floated above Lu Ming's head. He was immersed in a deep state of enlightenment. The heavenly Dao stone would slowly become smaller and smaller as the martial artist comprehended it, and finally disappear. After a few days, when a heavenly Dao stone had disappeared, Lu Ming changed to another heavenly Dao stone. Lu Ming was immersed in cultivation. Of course, Lu Ming did not blindly comprehend the chaos realm. Every day, he would spend time cultivating the godly sword technique. The divine sword technique could strengthen one's soul and increase the power of soul attacks. Lu Ming would not miss out on this secret skill. It would be of great help to him if he cultivated it to a high level. In addition, Lu Ming did not forget about the 13 accumulated power strikes and the chaos sky-turning seal. He would cultivate them every day. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. On this day, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. The chaos domain is indeed very difficult to cultivate. It's too slow to improve. Lu Ming sighed. After 3 months of non-stop cultivation using the heavenly Dao stone, his primal chaos domain had not even reached the peak of the 3rd grade, much less the 4th grade. One should know that this was aided by the heavenly Dao stone. The heavenly Dao stone was so precious that even sage realm experts would yearn for it. Other martial emperors and martial artists could not have a treasure like the heavenly Dao stone to assist in their cultivation at all, unless they were the top geniuses of a certain sect. However, they could also be like Lu Ming, using the heavenly Dao stone to cultivate all the time. In 3 months, he had used up nearly 30 heavenly Dao stones, but his chaos domain had yet to reach the peak of the 3rd level. It was clear how difficult it was to cultivate the chaos domain. As the level of the chaos domain increased, the difficulty of cultivation would also increase. Previously, he had been able to improve so quickly because he had refined 3 royal fruits and watched the battle between the Titan-devouring bull and the 3-eyed creature. Now that he was cultivating normally, his progress was slower. Other than the chaos realm, he had made rapid progress in other areas. Lu Ming had cultivated the 13 accumulated power strikes to the 5th level. When he struck out with the spear, there were 10 layers of explosive power. The power was shocking, and it had become Lu Ming's strongest attack besides the chaos sky-turning seal. It was even stronger than when he used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. It also changed Lu Ming's attack methods. The chaos sky-turning seal had also improved. It had been cultivated to the 3rd level. Other than being more powerful, Lu Ming was also more comfortable with using it. The godly sword technique was also progressing very quickly. Lu Ming's soul had been condensed by the world refinement bell of tribulation and was dozens of times stronger than ordinary people. It was very suitable for him to cultivate the soul attack technique. After this period of cultivation, not only did Lu Ming's soul force become stronger, but the attack power of the divine sword technique was also rapidly increasing. Its power was shocking. Lu Du was very satisfied with the improvements in these aspects. It was just that the improvement of the chaos domain was too slow. I can't cultivate like this. I have to speed up my cultivation. I heard that the sacred cultivation ground in Dragon God Valley, the sky-connecting floating platform, can help people comprehend the heavenly Dao and cultivate their domain. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and planned to make a trip to the sky-connecting floating platform. For a big sect like Dragon God Valley, there were many wonderful places that could help people cultivate. The sky-reaching floating platform was such a holy land for cultivation. It was extremely famous in Dragon God Valley. The disciples of Dragon God Valley only needed to pay the raw stones to enter. Lu Ming left the Cloud Dragon Valley and flew towards the depths of the snow mountain. Soon, Lu Ming landed in front of the canyon. The sky-connecting floating platform was in the middle of a few big snow mountains. Two of the snow mountains formed a canyon passage. If one wanted to enter the sky-connecting floating platform, they had to go through this passage. Stop! Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the passageway, he was blocked by a few young men. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming frowned slightly and asked. As far as he knew, the passage in front of the sky-connecting floating platform was unguarded. Only after entering the passage would there be people guarding and paying raw stones. The sky-reaching floating platform has been reserved by people from my Silver Dragon Valley and Blood Dragon Valley. You can come back after a while. One of the young men sneered. Reserved by Silver Dragon Valley and Blood Dragon Valley? The sky-reaching floating platform is the cultivation holy land of the Dragon God Valley. It is open to all disciples of the 7 valleys of the Dragon God Valley. I have never heard that it belongs to any of the Dragon Valleys. Move, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what are you doing? If I say it's all reserved, then it's all reserved. A young man blocked Lu Ming's way and said, You know me? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The few young men had cold expressions on their faces as they sneered. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, 2 young men appeared. They were wearing long white robes with an ice dragon embroidered on it. They were the disciples of Ice Dragon Valley. The 2 Ice Dragon Valley disciples didn't have anyone to stop them. They directly entered the passage and disappeared. Lu Ming frowned and said, Didn't you say that the sky-reaching floating platform has been reserved by the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley? How can the people of Ice Dragon Valley enter? A few young men blocked Lu Ming's way. They had mocking smiles in their eyes, but did not say a word. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. The other party was probably deliberately making things difficult for him. Judging from their clothes, these people were obviously disciples of Silver Dragon Valley. He had killed Yin Feng in front of the master of Silver Dragon Valley, which made him an enemy of Silver Dragon Valley. However, he had never seen these people before, but they could recognize him at a glance. Lu Ming could not help but think of many things. Could it be that the master of Silver Dragon Valley was controlling the situation and had sent someone to guard the place, so that Lu Ming could not enter the sky-connecting floating platform to cultivate? At the thought of this, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 Silver Dragon Valley young men burst out with a powerful aura. All of them were at the peak of the LV-4 martial royal realm. Stop right there. One of the young men shouted coldly, and 3 waves of pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. At this moment, a few more people came over. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but stop to watch. That's Lu Ming. Those people are disciples of Silver Dragon Valley. This is going to be a good show. A few months ago, Lu Ming killed Yin Feng in front of the master of Silver Dragon Valley, which infuriated him. I heard that after the master returned to Silver Dragon Valley, he gathered all the young disciples of Silver Dragon Valley and sent out a message to ask them to take good care of Lu Ming when they meet him outside. The few people who were watching were discussing in low voices. Although their voices were soft, Lu Ming could still hear them clearly. Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. The master of Silver Dragon Valley was the master of a valley. His grandson had committed heinous crimes. Not only was he not disciplined, but he had also tried to slander Lu Ming and was killed by him. Now, he actually incited a disciple of Silver Dragon Valley to deal with Lu Ming behind his back. He was despicable, shameless, and extremely shameless. He was afraid of the master of Cloud Dragon Valley and didn't dare to make a move, but he let the younger generation of Silver Dragon Valley do it. Chapter 1494. 1494, deliberately looking for trouble. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. A powerful aura emanated from his body and crushed the auras of the 3 Silver Dragon Valley youths. Get lost! Then, Lu Ming roared. With this roar, Lu Ming used the divine sword technique. An invisible wave surged towards the 3 of them and directly blasted into their spiritual gods. At this moment, the spiritual gods of the 3 of them trembled violently, as if they had been hit by a hurricane. At the same time, in their eyes, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a prehistoric giant beast, and a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Their bodies trembled violently, and with a loud cry, they actually fell to the ground, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. On the side, a few onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. Lu Ming's roar made the 3 Silver Dragon Valley youths fall to the ground. It was unbelievable. Of course, they didn't know that it was because of the miraculous godly sword technique. The main purpose of the godly sword technique was to increase one's soul power and then use it to launch an attack. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming had already cultivated the divine sword technique to an invisible state. With a loud shout, the divine sword technique was activated and it directly attacked the soul of the opponent. It was invisible and extremely mysterious. The 3 Silver Dragon Valley young men's spiritual gods were attacked by Lu Ming. Their spiritual gods trembled, and they even had an illusion. They thought that they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. Their bodies and minds were shaken, and they fell to the ground. After a long while, the 3 of them finally reacted. "Damn it, Lu Ming, what sorcery did you use just now? I'm going to cripple you." The young man in the middle shouted, his face flushed red. The other 2 young men were in a similar state. It was too embarrassing. They were so frightened by Lu Ming's roar that they sat on the ground. If this were to spread, they would definitely become a laughingstock and be laughed at. They blamed everything on Lu Ming. The 3 of them roared and charged at Lu Ming with a burst of vital essence. "Get lost!" Lu Ming roared again. This shout not only contained the divine sword technique's attack, but also powerful vital essence. The vital essence formed a storm and blasted out. After reaching the martial royal realm, the higher the level of the spirit body, not only would the spirit body become stronger, but also the vital essence would become more robust and condensed. For a martial royal realm martial artist, the improvement of his cultivation was the joint improvement of his true essence and spirit body. Therefore, true essence and spirit body complemented each other. Otherwise, a spirit body with a high level wouldn't have such a strong combat power. The higher the level of the spirit body, the higher the level of the Zhen Yuan. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and medium-grade earth spiritual body, he could naturally crush his opponent with his essential core. As soon as the 3 Silver Dragon Valley young men pounced, they were hit by the godly sword technique. Their spiritual souls trembled violently, and they felt a tearing pain. Then, they were hit by Lu Ming's vital essence. They wailed and spat out blood. Their bodies flew backward and fell heavily on the ground. The surrounding people gasped in shock. The 3 young men of the Silver Dragon Valley were sitting on the ground after the shout. Now, with a loud shout, the 3 of them were seriously injured and flew back while spitting blood. This was too shocking. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the 3 of them and strode into the passage. The 3 Silver Dragon Valley young men struggled to get up after Lu Ming had left. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then they walked into the passage. After walking through the passageway, there was a counter at the entrance, and it was guarded. This place was the real guardian. 200,000 mid-grade raw stones are required to get on the sky-connecting floating platform once. One of the people at the counter said. Lu Ming nodded and submitted 200,000 medium-grade raw stones. He then stepped in and looked ahead. A shocking scene was reflected in Lu Ming's eyes. This place was in the middle of a few snowy mountains, forming a huge kernel. The area was very wide. In front of him, there were stone platforms floating in the air. There were a total of 36 rows, and each row was slanted upward. Every 100 meters, there was a stone platform floating in the air. Just like that, there were 13 stone platforms that extended into the void. This was the sky-reaching floating platform. In short, it had a total of 36 rows, and each row had 13 stone platforms. Each of them was 100 meters apart and extended into the void. At this moment, there were already some figures sitting cross-legged on some of the stone platforms. Only one person could enter each row at a time. Lu Ming saw that some people were sitting cross-legged on the 3rd stone platform, some were sitting cross-legged on the 4th stone platform, and some were on the 5th stone platform. On the stone platform, there were dense inscriptions that covered the person sitting cross-legged. Some people stood below and watched. It was said that the sky-reaching floating platform was created by the founder of the Dragon God Valley. It was very magical. What person sat on it? His spirit would escape into the endless void. There was a battlefield opened by the Dragon God Valley's founder. In it, there were heavenly beasts formed by the laws of the heavenly path. When warriors fought with them, they could comprehend the heavenly path, domain, and even the laws. With every stone platform, the corresponding difficulty level would increase. Lu Ming walked forward casually. A few young men were watching. At that moment, they all looked at Lu Ming, their eyes gleaming. At this moment, the 3 Silver Dragon Valley youths who were injured by Lu Ming's shout walked in and whispered something to the other youths. The other youths' eyes gleamed even more. This Lu Ming is getting more and more arrogant with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's support. I'll go and meet him, a Silver Bubble youth said coldly. He then strode toward Lu Ming. You're Lu Ming? The Silver Bubble youth said coldly. That's right. What's the matter? Lu Ming replied casually. You should come to the sky-connecting floating platform to cultivate as well. However, judging from your cultivation, you're only at LV3 Martial Royal Realm. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through many stone platforms. What a waste of the raw gemstones, the silver-robed youth said, his tone carrying a hint of ridicule. You don't have to worry about how many stone platforms I can set foot on and whether it'll waste the raw gemstones. Besides, you're only at the LV5 Martial Emperor Realm. You might not be able to set foot on more stone platforms than me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Not as much as you. Ridiculous. Lu Ming, I think you're too arrogant. You're just a little talented, but you don't know how high the sky is. There are countless geniuses in this world. There are many more in Dragon God Valley who are more talented than you. The silver-robed youth sneered. Oh, so you're saying that your talent is very strong? I wonder if you dare to bet with me with your LV5 Martial Royal Realm cultivation? Lu Ming said. Bet? How do we bet? The silver-robed youth's eyes flashed. Let's bet on which of us can reach the higher stone platform. Lu Ming said. You want to bet on this with me? Fine, I'll agree to it. What's the bet? The silver-robed youth immediately agreed without any hesitation. There were a total of 13 stone platforms that extended into the sky. Each of them corresponded to a level 1 territory. The first stone platform was equivalent to a level 1 territory. The second stone platform was equivalent to a level 2 territory, and so on. Lu Ming was only at the 3rd level of the Martial Royal Realm and had a 3rd level territory. No matter how strong his territory was, it was already not bad that he could step onto the 4th stone platform. He, on the other hand, was a LV5 Martial Royal Realm expert, but his territory had reached level 6. He could step onto the 6th stone platform to cultivate. Lu Ming could only defeat him if he could step onto the 7th stone platform. However, it was impossible for someone with a 3rd level domain to step onto the 7th stone platform. Therefore, he was sure to win. How could he not agree? Chapter 1495. 1495. The Heavenly Way Mutant Beast. From his point of view, Lu Ming must have never been to the sky-connecting floating platform before and did not know the mystery of it. That was why he made the bet with him. How about 500,000 sect contribution points? Lu Ming said. 500,000 sect contribution points. The silver-robed young man's heart trembled. Then his eyes burst into flames and revealed a greedy look. All right, I agree. Junior brothers, senior brothers, please be our witnesses. The silver-robed youth called out. The silver-robed young man shouted, and the young men who were watching from below the stone platform looked over. Some of them walked over. The few people who were with the silver-robed youth also walked over. What witness? Someone asked. Everyone, this person is called Lu Ming. The silver-robed young man pointed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming? So it's him. He is Lu Ming. Some people blurted out. Lu Ming was very famous now. At the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley, he had killed Yin Feng in front of the master of Silver Dragon Valley and injured him. Later on, the master of Cloud Dragon Valley had even killed several deacons of the Hall of Missions. This had shocked the entire Dragon God Valley. All of this was because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name became well known to many people. At that moment, they all looked at Lu Ming curiously. Junior brother Lu Ming, You want to make a bet with me? You want to bet on who will get to the higher stone platform. The bet is 500,000 contribution points. Is that right, junior brother Lu Ming? The silver-robed youth asked. What? The others were shocked by his words. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming actually wanted to make a bet with the silver-robed young man, and the bet was 500,000 contribution points. With Lu Ming's cultivation base, he would definitely lose in a bet with the silver-robed young man. The stone-stepping platform did not judge one's combat strength, but one's territory. The higher the level of the domain, the more powerful it was, and the higher the platform could be. Did Lu Ming have so many contribution points that he had nowhere to use them? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. The silver-robed young man was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word, so he had gathered these people to bear witness. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Yes, that's true. Lu Ming nodded. All right, Lu Ming has agreed. We can be witnesses. A young man who was with the silver-robed young man was the first to shout. The others also nodded, indicating that they could bear witness. Junior brother Lu Ming, let's start. The silver-robed youth said, somewhat impatient, afraid that a long night would bring more trouble. All right, Lu Ming smiled. The two of them chose two stone platforms that were close to each other. These stone platforms kept going up, and there was no one else. Bang! Bang! The two of them jumped onto the first stone platform almost at the same time. Then, they sat down cross-legged at the same time. The stone platform glowed, and dense inscriptions appeared, covering the two of them. The first function of this inscription was to allow one's mind to escape into the unfathomable void. The second function was to prevent others from attacking. It had a defensive function. Although there was a rule in Dragon God Valley that no one was allowed to attack others on the floating platform, or they would be severely punished, there might be people who would take the risk. Therefore, this inscription played a very good defensive role. When the runes covered Lu Ming's entire body, he felt that his spirit, or rather his soul, had been drawn out of his body. The space around him flitted past like a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he had arrived at a land of chaos. The surroundings were vast and boundless. However, Lu Ming realized that the aura of the great Tao here was extremely rich. If he cultivated here, the effects would be at least 10 times better. Is this the battlefield of the heavenly law created by the ancestors of Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud roar. In front of them, a strange beast appeared. This strange beast was filled with the aura of the great Tao. Heavenly Way Mutant Beast. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Roar! 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 Following that, loud roars were heard one after another as Heavenly Path mutant beasts formed one after another. These Heavenly Tao beasts came in different forms. Some were in the form of a tiger, some were in the form of a wolf, and some were in the form of a snake. All of them had a golden mark on their foreheads. Heavenly Tao imprint. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a bright light. In the Heaven Path battlefield, as long as this kind of strange beast was killed, the mark of Heaven Path between its eyebrows would be absorbed by the warrior. He could directly comprehend the Heaven Path and comprehend the domain. It was extremely wonderful. With a series of loud roars, at least 5 or 6 beasts of the heavenly law pounced at Lu Ming. Condense. The chaos domain spread out and began to shrink. Finally, it turned into a long spear that Lu Ming held in his hand. In the heavenly law battlefield, all weapons and vital essence couldn't be used because one's mind was in it. The only thing that could be used was the territory. Whoosh! He thrust his spear forward, and a beam of spear light streaked across the vast space, killing a Heavenly Path mutant beast. Then, the spear swept across, and 5 or 6 beasts of heavenly law were defeated at the same time. The Heavenly Way mutant beasts were defeated and dissipated into Heavenly Way energy. However, the Heavenly Way mark between their brows emitted a golden glow and flew into Lu Ming's body before disappearing. Roar! 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 Their roars were like thunder. More Heavenly Path mutant beasts appeared and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear condensed by the chaos domain and charged forward. With a shake of the spear, more than 10 spear shadows streaked across the sky, killing more than 10 beasts of the Heavenly Way. This was the first floating platform. The Heavenly Way exotic beast that appeared had the power of a first-level territory. To Lu Ming, it was not difficult at all. Very soon, Lu Ming had killed a total of 108 beasts of the Heavenly Way, but no more beasts appeared. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his body tighten. The next moment, he realized that he had returned to his physical body on the sky-connecting floating platform. Yes, the Heavenly Tao imprint. Lu Ming sensed and realized that there were 108 golden Heavenly Tao marks in his mind. Amazing, this is really amazing. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. Then he closed his eyes and refined these Heavenly Path imprints. His body began to emit a faint golden radiance. On the floating platform next to Lu Ming, the silver-robed young man opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Ming. He sneered and began to refine the Heavenly Tao mark. 10 minutes later, the silver-robed young man stood up, and the runes covering his body automatically retreated and disappeared. The silver-robed young man cast a disdainful look at Lu Ming, who was still refining. He took a step forward and crossed 100 meters. He appeared on the second floating platform and sat cross-legged. At the same time, dense runes appeared on the second floating platform and enveloped his body. Lu Ming continued to stay on the first floating platform. Half an hour later, Lu Ming felt that the Heavenly Tao mark that he had just obtained had been completely refined. The Chaos Domain has indeed strengthened by a notch. It's comparable to 7 days of bitter cultivation. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He was shocked by the effect of the sky-high floating platform. All the time he had just spent did not even add up to an hour, but the effect was comparable to a normal 7 days of bitter cultivation. Such an effect was indeed shocking. Chapter 1496. 1496 Chapter 1496 Going up. Then, let's continue. Lu Ming stood up, and the runes on his body disappeared automatically. Haha, this Lu Ming is going to lose for sure. He took such a long time to get to the first floating platform, and he still dares to bet with the senior brother from the Silver Blizzard City. He's basically giving away his contribution points to the senior brother. 500,000 contribution points. I'm so envious. The senior brother of the Silver Blizzard City has just earned a huge sum of money. Below, some people looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered. He had made a bet with the silver-robed young man on who would be able to reach the higher floating platform, not on who would take the shorter time. It was his first time here, and he had spent a lot of time refining the Heavenly Tao marks. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped onto the second floating platform. He then sat down cross-legged, and the second floating platform glowed. The inscriptions enveloped Lu Ming again, and he was back in the vast land of chaos in the next moment. Roar! Roar! Just like the last time, beasts of the Heavenly Path began to form, but this time they all had 2 golden marks of the Heavenly Path between their brows. The 2 golden marks indicated that the Heavenly Path mutant beast here had the power of a second-grade domain. The Heavenly Path mutant beasts roared and pounced at Lu Ming. The Chaos Realm condensed a long spear once again. Lu Ming held the long spear and rushed forward. Whoosh! 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 The spear radiance swept across and killed the beasts one after another. Not long after, all 108 mutated beasts were killed by Lu Ming. He reappeared on the sky-connecting, floating platform. With a glance, he saw that the silver-robed youth was already on the third floating platform. Lu Ming ignored him and closed his eyes to refine the Heavenly Tao mark. The second floating platform had double the number of Heavenly Tao marks compared to the first floating platform. An hour later, after Lu Ming had refined all the Heavenly Tao marks, he felt that the Chaos Realm had improved again. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the third floating platform. On the third floating platform, after entering the vast land of chaos, the Heavenly Way's strange beasts that appeared had 3 golden marks between their brows. They were equivalent to third-level territory and were on par with Lu Ming's territory. However, Lu Ming's territory was the Chaos Territory. It was the king of thousands of territories. There were very few in the world that could be compared with the Chaos Territory. Although they were at the same level, he would definitely crush them. Not long after, the 108 beasts of the Heavenly Path were killed. Lu Ming began to refine the mark of the Heavenly Path. Below, some people continue to discuss. This Lu Ming is quite talented. He can fight above his level. I estimate that he can make it to the 4th floating platform, but it's definitely his limit. Not bad. The 3rd floating platform has 108 beasts of the Heavenly Way that are equivalent to 4th level domain beasts. Lu Ming would be considered pretty good if he could kill 10 of them. Brother Blizzard Silver City's domain has already broken through to the 6th level. Last time, he killed 50 Heavenly Path beasts on the 6th platform. There's no suspense in this bet. A few of the young men from the Silver Blizzard City said, "Look, the Silver Blizzard City's senior brother is about to step onto the 5th floating platform." Someone shouted. As expected, Blizzard Silver City stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the 5th floating platform. He turned to look at Lu Ming, who was still on the 3rd floating platform, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then he sat down cross-legged. This time, it took a full 2 hours before Lu Ming refined the Heavenly Tao mark. He felt that the Chaos domain was approaching the peak of the 3rd level domain. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He stepped onto the 4th floating platform and sat cross-legged. This kid is on the 4th floating platform. Just watch. In less than half a minute, he'll be blasted off the floating platform. One of the Blizzard Silver City's friends said in disdain. Very quickly, half a minute had passed. Lu Ming's figure was as steady as a rock. Even if you hold on a little longer, you'll just be struggling on your last breath. In 3 minutes at most, you'll be blasted down. The young man who had spoken earlier blushed and said awkwardly. Very quickly, 3 minutes had passed. Lu Ming's figure was still as steady as a rock. He definitely won't last 10 minutes. The young man said through gritted teeth. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming's body glowed with a golden light. It was obvious that he had killed all the beasts of the Heavenly Path and was beginning to refine the Heavenly Path mark. So fast, he killed all the exotic beasts on the 4th floating platform in 10 minutes. It's really fast. It took 15 minutes in the Silver City. Who was the one who kept saying that Lu Ming would be blasted down just now? The other young men were discussing among themselves. They were extremely surprised, and some of them even looked at the young man who had spoken earlier. The young man's face turned into the color of a pig's liver, and he almost vomited blood. I was just lucky enough to pass the 4th floating platform. I definitely can't pass the 5th, the young man said through gritted teeth. Everyone watched as time slowly passed. After a while, Silver City on the 5th platform suddenly stood up. That brat should have been blasted down. A sneer appeared on Blizzard Silver's face as he looked behind him. With one look, his expression changed. You actually passed the 4th floating platform. Consider yourself lucky. However, the 5th floating platform is your limit. Blizzard Silver snorted and stepped onto the 6th floating platform. He entered the battlefield of the Heavenly Law and fought with the beast of the Heavenly Law. Below the sky-connecting floating platform, the crowd watched quietly. After about 20 minutes, Blizzard Silver, who was sitting cross-legged on the 6th floating platform, suddenly trembled. With a flash of inscription light, Blizzard Silver's body flew out of the floating platform and landed at the bottom. Senior Blizzard Silver City, how many level 6 Heavenly Path mutant beasts did you kill this time? The young man who had been saying that Lu Ming was going to be blasted down quickly asked. 68. Blizzard Silver City said. 68, 18 more than last time. Congratulations, senior brother. It won't be long before you can pass the 6th floating platform. The young man quickly flattered. And Blizzard Silver City smiled faintly and revealed a look of satisfaction. He then looked at Lu Ming, who was on the 4th floating platform. However, at this moment, Lu Ming stood up and stepped onto the 5th floating platform. He sat cross-legged and immediately started to engrave inscriptions. 3rd rank territory. To be able to step onto the 5th floating platform is his limit. Blizzard Silver City said coldly. That's right. He won't be able to kill 10 level 5 beasts of the heavenly path before he's blasted down, the young man from before said. However, time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes had passed. Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the floating platform. The young man had completely shut up. Blizzard Silver City's face had also turned cold. Lu Ming was engaged in a great battle on the Heaven Dao battlefield. On the 5th platform of the Heavenly Path battlefield, the Heavenly Path strange beast that had been condensed was equivalent to a level 5 domain. The Heavenly Way mutant beast with a level 5 domain was extremely powerful. It pounced everywhere with shocking power. However, the Chaos domain could still suppress these exotic beasts. Back in the Tian Yu demonic sect, Lu Ming had used his level 2 Chaos Realm to fight against Xianxia's level 5 Demonic Feather Realm. He had defeated Xianxia's realm in one fell swoop, which showed the power of the Chaos Realm. Chapter 1497 1497 Chapter 1497 Cunning Silver City Whoosh. With a flash of the spear, a level 5 Heavenly Path mutant beast was killed. Then, with another sweep, a level 5 alien beast was sent flying and hit several other alien beasts. The spear's radiance swept across, and the mutated beasts were defeated by Lu Ming one after another. After an unknown period of time, when the last strange beast was killed, Lu Ming's consciousness returned to the 5th floating platform. He opened his eyes and casually glanced at the silver blizzard city that had already appeared under the floating platform. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Then, he began to refine the Heavenly Dao imprint. A few hours later, the Heavenly Dao mark was refined. Lu Ming stood up and stepped onto the 6th floating platform. Below the floating platform, Blizzard Silver City's face was extremely gloomy. Even if Lu Ming is lucky enough to step onto the 6th floating platform, what can he do? The senior from the Blizzard Silver City killed 68 beasts. Lu Ming definitely can't kill 68 of them. It was the young man again, who gritted his teeth and said. Blizzard Silver City's face was cold, and he did not say a word. He only stared at Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the 6th floating platform. He could not wait for Lu Ming to be blown off the floating platform. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's figure did not move. On the 6th floating platform in the Heaven Path battlefield, Lu Ming was fighting with all his might. The beasts of the Heavenly Path here were even more powerful. Each of them was equivalent to a level 6 domain expert, while Lu Ming was only level 3. There was a difference of 3 whole levels. Moreover, there were 108 mutated beasts surrounding Lu Ming. The pressure on him was really increasing. Bang! The long spear swept across and landed on a mutated beast. The beast was only sent flying, but it was not seriously injured. It roared, got up, and charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's Chaos Domain spear stabbed into a Heavenly Way strange beast. It was stuck halfway through. A level 6 alien beast is indeed very strong. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the beast like a bolt of lightning. His leg wrapped in the Chaos Domain stomped heavily on the beast's head. Lu Ming stomped the beast down and thrust the spear down, piercing through the beast's body. The spear trembled and the beast collapsed. The first level 6 alien beast was killed. Roar! 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 Their roars were like thunder, and more mutated beasts pounced at Lu Ming. The Chaos Realm spear swept through the army and sent a group of exotic beasts flying. Then, it stared at one of the exotic beasts and killed it with the same method as before. This way of killing is too slow. Even though I should be able to clear this 6th floating platform eventually, it will take a long time. Lu Ming frowned. He was thinking of ways to strengthen the power of the Chaos Realm. Weapons couldn't be brought in here, and there was no true yuan. Many battle techniques couldn't be used here, so one could only use the power of territory. Wait, 13 charged strikes. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. Although the 13 storing power strikes was a domain martial technique, the domain of spear, it was more about the technique of exerting force. The spear technique and the spear domain technique could release 2, 5, or even 10 bursts of power at the same time, greatly increasing the power. Then, could he use this technique in the chaos domain? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did as he thought. Buzz! Lu Ming's spear shook and hit a beast of the heavenly path, sending it flying. Wrong, wrong, Lu Ming muttered. The attack, just now, did not have much explosive power. The primal chaos domain is different from the spear domain after all. However, the primal chaos domain contains the spear domain. ITLL definitely work. But try again. Lu Ming kept pondering in his heart. The long spear in his hand did not stop, and he kept blasting out. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. The chaos domain's spear continued to bombard the beasts, sending them flying. Lu Ming was constantly experimenting. Time passed quickly. Soon, 2 hours had gone by, but Lu Ming was still fighting the Heavenly Way's strange beast. Below the floating platform, a group of people were waiting, incomparably astonished. What's going on? Lu Ming is on the 6th floating platform, and there's no golden light on his body. He should still be fighting the strange beasts on the heavenly Dao battlefield. Why is it still not over after more than 2 hours? That's right, what's going on? If he had failed, he would have been blasted down. It's very likely that he's struggling to hold on. He bet 500,000 contribution points with the Silver Blizzard Silver City and doesn't want to lose. So he's gritting his teeth and holding on, trying to kill more Ultra Beasts. It should be like this. Many people were guessing. Blizzard Silver City's fists were tightly clenched. They were nervous. This was related to his 500,000 contribution points. On the heavenly Dao battlefield, Lu Ming was still fighting with the exotic beasts. Buzz! The long spear shook and struck a beast. A violent force exploded. Bang! The strange beast suddenly exploded and disappeared. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. The shot just now was a success. In an instant, 4 levels of power exploded with a shocking power and defeated the beast of the Heavenly Way in one fell swoop. Whoosh! The spear pierced out, and the 4-fold force passed through the tip of the spear and stabbed into the body of the beast. The beast was immediately pierced through and killed. 4-fold strength, that's enough. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He swept his long spear horizontally and horizontally. As long as the exotic beast was swept, smashed, or stabbed, it would be killed in one blow. In just a few minutes, the 108 mutated beasts were all killed by Lu Ming. On the 6th floating platform, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted a golden radiance. Lu Ming had passed the 6th floating platform. Damn it! Blizzard Silver City clenched his fists tightly, his eyes extremely gloomy. How did this happen? The other members of the Silver Blizzard City also let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming was only a 3rd-level territory master, but he could pass the 6th floating platform. This was unbelievable. There had never been such a case in the history of Dragon God Valley. Senior brother Blizzard Silver City, what should we do? Do I really have to give Lu Ming 500,000 contribution points? A young man asked the Silver Blizzard City. 500,000 contribution points? He's dreaming, Blizzard Silver muttered through gritted teeth. 500,000 contribution points were equivalent to the price of half a holy weapon. Now, he only had slightly more than 500,000 contribution points in total. How could he give them to Lu Ming? But a young man hesitated. Junior brothers, did Lu Ming injure you earlier? Then he'll have to trouble you again. Blizzard Silver City looked at the 3 young men who were injured by Lu Ming's shout and said coldly. After saying that, 3 forces silently hit the bodies of the 3 young men. The 3 young men groaned and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. I've injured your internal organs, so you must maintain this injury, understand? Blizzard Silver City ordered. Yes, yes. The 3 young men quickly nodded. Although they were angry, they did not dare to disobey. Do you think it's that easy to get my contribution points? Blizzard Silver City looked at Lu Ming on the floating platform and sneered. Chapter 1498, 1498 Chapter 1498 Making bogus accusations on the sixth floating platform. Lu Ming continued to refine the mark of the heavenly path. When the mark of the heavenly path was completely refined, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Peak rank 3, Lu Ming muttered. His chaos domain had finally reached the peak of level 3. The 200,000 raw stones were worth it. However, it was not that easy to break through to level 4. A fourth-level territory was equivalent to a middle-stage martial emperor's territory. There was a barrier that was not easy to cross. Lu Ming got up and looked at the seventh floating platform. He then turned back and looked at the Silver City. Then, Lu Ming did not continue to move upwards. Instead, he took a step forward and landed under the floating platform. Floating platform. He could continue to climb the platform as long as he paid the raw stones. He had to get the 500,000 contribution points from the Silver City first. I've passed the sixth floating platform while you failed. I won the bet this time. Hand over 500,000 contribution points. Lu Ming looked at the Silver Blizzard City. 500,000 contribution points? What 500,000 contribution points? Blizzard Silver City feigned ignorance as a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming frowned. The Silver Blizzard City was playing dumb. They were obviously trying to renege on their debt. You want to play dumb and not pay up? Hee hee, there are many people here who can be witnesses. Lu Ming said. Witness? Why didn't I hear that? I didn't hear it either. A few of the Silver Blizzard City's companions coldly spoke. Did you guys hear that? Blizzard Silver's cold eyes looked at the others. Many people's faces changed, revealing a look of fear. Xianxia was a cousin of Yinfeng. His grandfather was the younger brother of the master of Silver Dragon Valley. He had a strong background in Silver Dragon Valley, and many people didn't dare to offend him. Although some people disdained the Silver Blizzard City's conduct, they all looked away and didn't speak. Lu Ming sneered, a sharp glint in his eyes. I could be a witness just now. Just now, the two of you did indeed have a bet. The bet is 500,000 contribution points. At this moment, a timid voice sounded. Buzz. His words made Blizzard Silver City and his companions look towards the source of the voice. Lu Ming also looked over. It was a young woman. She was petite, but her skin was fair. She had a delicate appearance and was extremely cute. At this moment, when the Silver Blizzard City's gaze swept over him, his face paled, his body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat. Little girl, what did you say? Blizzard Silver City coldly spoke. I don't want to lie. You two did have a bet. Although the young woman was very scared, she still spoke. Good, very good. Blizzard Silver's eyes became even sharper, and even murderous intent filled them. What's wrong? You want to kill people when they tell the truth. This is the style of the Silver Dragon Valley, just like Yinfeng. It seems that I have to report it to the Dragon Punishment Palace. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and stood in front of the young woman. Also, hand over the 500,000 contribution points. Lu Ming continued. Lu Ming, you're really naive. I was just making a casual remark about the bet previously, and you took it seriously. We didn't sign any written agreement. Blizzard Silver City quibbled. It turns out that people in Silver Dragon Valley are all like this. From top to bottom, they're all villains. They're such a disgrace to the Dragon God Valley. In my opinion, Silver Dragon Valley is purely a cancer of the Dragon God Valley. It must be removed sooner or later. Lu Ming shook his head and sneered. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you comment on the affairs of Silver Dragon Valley? A young man shouted from the edge of the Silver City. Lu Ming, you're the one who's lawless and lawless. You hurt your fellow disciples. Previously, you injured 3 of my junior brothers for no reason. I'm going to settle this with you. Blizzard Silver City shouted, pointing at the 3 young men beside him. The 3 young men were pale and weak. The cold light in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. His loud shout had injured the 3 of them, but it was only a light injury. With the strength of their spirit bodies, those minor injuries had already healed. But now, he looked like he was seriously injured. It was clearly intentional. Lu Ming, you severely injured a disciple of the Silver Dragon Valley for no reason. Now, hand over 500,000 contribution points as the medical fee. Blizzard Silver City shouted, his aura overbearing. Who's there? How dare you hurt the disciples of Silver Dragon Valley? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from a floating platform. A figure floated down. It was a cold-looking young man. Senior Brother Ding Mao. Seeing this young man, Blizzard Silver City and the others were overjoyed and quickly packed their bags. Senior Brother Ding Mao, it's Lu Ming. He injured 3 of my disciples for no reason. I'm going to ask him for compensation. Blizzard Silver City said. Lu Ming. Ding Mao's eyes glinted coldly at the mention of Lu Ming's name. Just because he's the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's direct disciple, can he really be lawless? Let him pay for the treatment, and then take him to the Dragon Punishment Hall. Yes. Blizzard Silver City responded, his courage growing. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, hurry up. Hand over 500,000 contribution points and follow us to the Dragon Punishment Hall. At the side, some people sighed. The Silver Dragon Valley had gone too far. Initially, the Silver Blizzard City had made a bet with Lu Ming, betting 500,000 contribution points. In the end, Lu Ming had won. Not only did the Silver Blizzard City not pay up, but they had also accused Lu Ming of being guilty. They wanted Lu Ming to hand over 500,000 contribution points and take him to the Dragon Punishment Hall. How despicable. However, they could only think about it in their hearts. So what if he was despicable? Who asked the Silver Blizzard City to be so strong? What would Lu Ming do? To hand it over or not? Many people looked at Lu Ming, guessing what his choice would be. Lu Ming's expression remained calm, but the glint in his eyes was sharper. If you don't hand over 500,000 contribution points today, don't you ever leave this place. Lu Ming said coldly. Many people were shocked. How arrogant. Lu Ming had completely ignored the Silver Blizzard City's earlier nonsense. He just wanted the Silver Blizzard City to hand over 500,000 contribution points. Ding Mao's body glowed with a cold light. This person is stubborn. You guys take him down first. Boom, boom, boom. Blizzard Silver City and the others exploded with powerful auras. Lu Ming, how dare you? Kneel down. Blizzard Silver City shouted. He unleashed all his cultivation and threw a palm at Lu Ming. Blizzard Silver City's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level Martial Royal Realm, and his territory had reached the 6th level. His combat strength was extremely shocking. The other 2 young men were at the LV5 Martial Royal Realm and had strong combat strength. You are the one kneeling. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 2 rays of black light pierced through Blizzard Silver City's body like divine swords, bombarding his soul. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's divine sword technique was already very amazing. Blizzard Silver City let out a shrill scream. He felt that his soul was almost cut in half. The pain of his soul being torn apart made him lose his will to fight. The palm print collapsed on its own halfway. Chapter 1499. 1499, 7th Senior Brother Boom. Lu Ming smacked his palm. The Chaos Domain formed a huge palm print that pressed down on Blizzard Silver City. Blizzard Silver City knelt down in front of Lu Ming. Earlier, he wanted Lu Ming to kneel down, but now he knelt down himself. Following that, Lu Ming threw 2 consecutive punches. The terrifying force of the punches sent the other 2 youths flying, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, 2 of the Silver Dragon Valley's 5th level Martial Royal Realm youths were sent flying, and the last one knelt in front of Lu Ming. He was completely vulnerable. At the side, the others revealed shocked expressions. Lu Ming had become stronger. He was even stronger than when he killed Yin Feng. It was shocking. Was this still a person from a desolate island? It was unbelievably strong. They finally knew why the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had accepted Lu Ming as his disciple. It was because the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had a discerning eye and recognized Lu Ming's talent. Buzz! Ding Mao's body was exuding a terrifying aura, and the pressure was pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. Ding Mao was an LV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert, an advanced Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming, how dare you? You injured 3 disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley, and now you're attacking us. You must be punished for your behavior. It'll cripple your cultivation and hand you over to the Dragon Punishment Hall. Ding Mao said coldly. He took a step forward, and a dragon's roar came from his body. Buzz! Then, Ding Mao clawed at Lu Ming. As he reached out, Ding Mao's palm and arm glowed with a bright silver light, and a layer of silver dragon scales appeared. 13 charged attacks. An Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The spear shook and turned into a spear ray that pierced through the air. Ding! Ding! Lu Ming could feel a surge of energy rushing towards his spear, bending it slightly as it struck Ding Mao's palm. 10 bursts of power erupted from the spear, forming an incredibly sharp chi that was about to pierce through Ding Mao's palm. Ding Mao's face changed, and he roared as a terrifying power exploded forth. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying by the force, and he crashed heavily into the wall of a snow mountain at the edge, causing the snow mountain to explode with a loud rumble. But at the same time, Ding Mao took a step back. 7th level Martial Royal Realm. As expected of a high-level Martial Royal Realm expert. Such powerful strength. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt the chi and blood in his body churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid, Ding Mao's body was filled with killing intent. His palm trembled slightly. The dragon scales on his palm were shattered, revealing a trace of blood. His palm was almost pierced by Lu Ming's long spear. Kill! Roar! A dragon's roar was heard, and the silver light on Ding Mao's body grew brighter. It was as if a silver dragon was pouncing toward Lu Ming. But right at this moment, a huge iron hammer flew over from the entrance, and with a loud boom, it flew towards Ding Mao. Ding Mao's face fell, and he threw Lu Ming aside as he raised his hands to meet the hammer. Thump! Thump! Ding Mao's palms landed on the iron hammer, and the sound waves made many weaker cultivators retreat with pale faces. Buzz! The hammer was knocked away, but Ding Mao himself was also sent flying back 100 meters, his hands shaking. Bang! Bang! From the entrance, a burly figure rushed over, caught the iron hammer, and stepped forward. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. The Silver Dragon Valley is so powerful. A LV-7 Martial Emperor Realm expert dares to attack my junior brother, who is only at LV-3 Martial Emperor Realm. How embarrassing. The burly figure spoke, his voice like a great bell. The person was a young man with a burly figure. He was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming, and his muscles were bulging like a wild dragon. He was holding a huge hammer in his hand. However, this hammer was extremely special. Its handle was longer than a person, and the head of the hammer was the size of a water tank. It looked extremely shocking. Tian Shui, it's you. Ding Mao looked at the young man coldly. Tian Shui, 7th senior brother. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the past 10 years, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had only accepted 3 true disciples. One was him, the other was Xianxia, and the last one was Tian Shui, Lu Ming's 7th senior brother. That's your grandpa Tian Shui. Tian Shui grinned, then looked at Lu Ming and said, You are my 9th junior brother, Lu Ming. It's indeed powerful. Thank you for your help, 7th senior brother. Lu Ming smiled. Haha, you're welcome. Let me beat up those sons of bitches from Silver Dragon Valley. Tian Shui's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Ding Mao with a ferocious expression. Come, come, is the 7th level Martial Emperor very impressive? Let Grandpa Tian Shui play with you. Tian Shui, if you interfere, they'll take you down as well. Mao said coldly. Let's see how you're going to deal with me. Tian Shui's face revealed a malevolent expression as the muscles on his entire body swelled up. He stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! Tian Shui's entire body was like a dragon as he charged towards Ding Mao with his giant hammer in hand. Boom! 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 The giant hammer seemed to smash through the void, bringing with it a terrifying storm. Its power was shocking. A silver light erupted from Ding Mao's body, and silver dragon scales appeared all over his body. A pair of silver gloves appeared on his hands. It was a pair of emperor-level gloves. Silver dragon battle fist. Ding Mao shouted as he punched out with both fists. Thump! Ding Mao's fist collided with the hammer, and the sky shook. Tian Shui and Ding Mao's bodies trembled as they both retreated. With a furious roar, they once again clashed. Peak of the 5th level of the Martial Emperor Realm, 6th level domain. Senior brother Tian Shui, such powerful combat strength. Lu Ming watched from the side, secretly shocked by the combat strength of the Heavenly Hammer. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Emperor Realm and had a 6th level domain, but he was able to fight with Ding Mao, who was at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor Realm. His combat strength was shocking. It seems that none of my senior brothers and sisters are simple. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Kill, 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 kill. At this moment, Tian Shui roared, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. It was as if he had transformed into a dragon of slaughter, and the giant hammer that was as big as a water tank poured down on Ding Mao like a storm. Gradually, Ding Mao was actually at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Tian Shui. Tian Shui has become even stronger. The people of Cloud Dragon Valley are indeed all lunatics. Indeed, it's too terrifying. There's also that Xuanning Xin, and recently, Lu Ming and Cloud Dragon Valley. They're all lunatics. Their combat strength is too shocking. I heard that none of the 9 disciples of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master are simple. The other members of the Dragon Valley were all discussing. In the blink of an eye, Tian Shui and Ding Mao had exchanged over 100 moves. Chapter 1500, chapter 1500. You have handed over even if you don't want to up until now. Tian Shui had already completely gained the upper hand. Boom! Ding Mao was sent flying by Tian Shui's hammer, and he slid on the ground for a few hundred meters, creating a long trench in the cold ground. Ding Mao's arms trembled violently, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Ding Mao was injured, and he was no match for the Heavenly Hammer. A 7th level martial emperor, a high-level martial emperor, was no match for a martial emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Many people were deeply shocked when they looked at Tian Shui. Lu Ming, who was at the 3rd level of the martial royal realm, could easily crush those at the 5th level. Now, Tian Shui, who was at the peak of the 5th level martial emperor realm, was suppressing a 7th level martial emperor. The disciples of the sky, Cloud Valley, were terrifying. This is your combat strength? This is the battle strength of LV7 Martial Emperor Realm. It's really rare and ordinary. People of Silver Dragon Valley are all arrogant, despotic, and supercilious, but they're all trash. Tian Shui lifted his giant hammer and waved it around. A loud whooshing sound rang out as his disdainful voice spread throughout the entire area. Ding Mao's face was unsightly, but he couldn't argue back. The truth was right in front of him. He was no match for Tian Shui. The other disciples of Silver Dragon Valley blushed, but no one dared to say anything. Lu Ming, I'll let you off this time. Let's go. Ding Mao glared at Lu Ming coldly before turning to leave the floating platform. The other disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley, including the Silver City, also wanted to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Ding Mao stopped and turned to Lu Ming. What else do you want? Don't think that I'm really afraid of you guys. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for him. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Blizzard Silver City. You owe me 500,000 contribution points. Pay up before you leave. Don't even think about it. The Silver Blizzard City roared. Just now, he was forced to kneel in front of Lu Ming in one move. This was a great humiliation, and he wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. Don't even think. You bet with me and lost 500,000 contribution points, and now you want to go back on your word? I've said it before, if you don't pay up today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming's voice was cold. I told you. I was just saying it casually. Blizzard Silver City said with a cold face. Ha ha ha, you're just saying? It turns out that the words of the people of Silver Dragon Valley are all nonsense. Fine, if you admit it, everyone in Silver Dragon Valley is bullshitting. Then I will pretend that this never happened. Lu Ming said. Blizzard Silver City was tongue-tied. How could he admit to this? This was not his personal matter, but the entire Silver Dragon Valleys. In Silver Dragon Valley, there were the Valley Master, elders, and some Heaven's Pride experts. How could he represent Silver Dragon Valley? If he really admitted it, he could forget about staying in Silver Dragon Valley in the future. Bet, are there any witnesses? Ding Mao said coldly. Everyone here is a witness. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the scene. Oh, was it? Who witnessed this? Ding Mao's eyes swept across the crowd with a threatening look. Since you're all witnesses, you'd better not lie and speak the truth. On the side, Tian Shui opened his mouth. His gaze was like that of a wild beast as it swept across the entire place. If I find out who's lying, this hammer of mine is too slippery and I often can't hold it steadily. In the future, if such a big hammer suddenly falls off your head when you're out, don't blame me. As he spoke, Tian Shui's hand slipped, and the water tank-like hammer fell to the ground. Boom! The ground rumbled, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground, with cracks like a spider web. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The ground here was extremely hard, but Tian Shui's hammer was actually able to smash the ground to such an extent. It was truly terrifying. The weight of this hammer was too shocking. If it were to hit a person, it would definitely end up with broken bones and tendons. Those with weak cultivation would be smashed to death. They have a bet. A timid voice was heard. It was still the same timid young woman from before. Ding Mao's eyes turned cold. That's right. They made a bet on who would step onto the higher floating platform and who would be the winner. In the end, Lu Ming won. There is such a thing. At this moment, the others also spoke up. For one, they were afraid of Tian Shui. For two, the people of Silver Dragon Valley were too overbearing, which made them unhappy. The people from the Silver Blizzard City started to speak, and their expressions became extremely ugly. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Quickly hand over your contribution points. Otherwise, you can stand still and take a hit from my hammer, Tian Shui said with a grin. The Silver Blizzard City's entire body trembled. What a joke! Taking a hit from the heavenly hammer wasn't that courting death. Since you've lost, you should give me some contribution points, Ding Mao said coldly. Just now, he had suffered some injuries from the battle with Tian Shui and needed to go back to recuperate. Furthermore, those were the Blizzard Silver City's contribution points, not his. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid losing face. Blizzard Silver City was on the verge of tears. Dante had already spoken. Today, he had a hand over the money, even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to leave this place. In the end, the Silver Blizzard City had no choice but to transfer 500,000 contribution points to Lu Ming's Identity Jade card. Lu Ming's Identity Jade card had an additional 500,000 contribution points. The Blizzard Silver City's heart was bleeding. He only had a total of 500,000 contribution points, and now he was left with only a fraction. Let's go. Ding Mao snorted and left with his men. Thank you for your help, seventh senior brother. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Tian Shui. Haha, we're fellow disciples. What's there to be polite about? Tian Shui laughed. The moment I came back, I heard about Junior Brother's deeds. In front of that old man, Yinzheng, you killed his precious grandson. It's really satisfying. You're a man. I originally wanted to find you for a drink, but you weren't here. So, I came to the sky-connecting, floating platform to cultivate. I didn't expect to meet you here, huh? Tian Shui laughed out loud, extremely forthright. Isn't drinking easy? I've just earned a lot of contribution points, so I can drink at any time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Tian Shui's personality was similar to Yin Quantus, and Lu Ming had a good impression of him. All right, he'll be waiting, Tian Shui said. At this moment, Lu Ming walked toward the timid woman and said, Thank you for speaking out for justice just now, but I have yet to ask for your name. I am Su Lei, the young woman said. Her voice was still a little timid, very Myanmar. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming found out that Su Lei was a disciple of the Purple Dragon Valley. Junior brother, they just said that you won the bet against the Silver Blizzard City. Which platform did you step on? Tian Shui curiously asked. I just passed the 6th platform, and I came down. Lu Ming said. He passed the 6th platform? Can we continue? Tian Shui curiously asked. I guess so. Lu Ming said. He had integrated the Chaos domain with the 13 accumulated strikes, which greatly increased his power. It was quite easy for him to cross the 6th platform. Lu Ming estimated that he should be able to handle it on the 7th platform. A 3rd-level domain esper who can step onto the 7th floating platform. What a freak. Tian Shui widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming with an exaggerated expression. Chapter 1501 1501 Chapter 1501 Understanding Lu Ming touched his nose with a bitter smile. The other party was only at the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm, yet he was able to suppress Ding Mao. Wasn't he also a freak? Junior brother Lu Ming, why don't we have a competition and see who can step on more floating platforms and kill more beasts of the heavenly way? Tian Shui's eyes were filled with an intense battle intent. I've long heard that this senior brother Tian Shui is fond of battle and killing. It seems that it's true. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then nodded and said, all right, then come. Tian Shui was excited. Lu Ming nodded and went to the counter to pay another 200,000 medium-grade raw stones. Each time he stepped on the floating platform, he would need 200,000 mid-grade raw stones. It was indeed very expensive. However, the effect was also amazing. To Lu Ming, it was definitely worth it. Of course, it was not worth it for those who were at the lower level of domain realm to come here. They had only stepped onto 1 or 2 floating platforms before they were blasted off. The reward might not even be worth 200,000 raw gemstones. The people who came here to cultivate were usually at least at the 4th level in terms of their domains, or there were people who had reached a bottleneck in their domains. After Lu Ming handed in the raw gemstones, he and Tian Shui chose a row of floating platforms and stepped onto the first one. Just like before, the two of them sat cross-legged, surrounded by inscriptions. Lu Ming took his time to kill the beast of the heavenly way and comprehend the chaos realm. Tian Shui was the same. The speed of the two of them was almost the same. They passed through the first floating platform at almost the same time, stepping onto the 2nd floating platform, then the 3rd. One floating platform after another went up. After passing through the 6th floating platform, Lu Ming's Chaos domain had reached the limit of level 3. He was only a step away from level 4. Next, he could start a break through to the 4th level domain realm. The 7th floating platform, 7th level domain. How strong would it be? Lu Ming muttered as he stood on the 6th floating platform. Haha, junior brother, I'll go first. On the side, Tian Shui laughed out loud and took a step forward, stepping onto the 7th floating platform. Lu Ming smiled and stepped onto the 7th floating platform. He then sat cross-legged and covered himself with inscriptions. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on the heavenly Dao battlefield. Roar! A heavenly path mutant beast formed. It had 7 golden marks on its forehead, and a powerful aura gushed out. Buzz! In the next moment, the heavenly way's strange beast rushed in front of Lu Ming. Boom! The long spear appeared and swept out, hitting the body of the beast. A 4-fold force exploded. Boom! The strange beast was sent flying and fell a few hundred meters away. However, it shook its head and stood up again as if nothing had happened. So strong, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A level 7 beast of the heavenly path was much stronger than a level 6 beast of the heavenly path. Even a 4-fold burst of power could not kill it. Roar! Roar! At this moment, more heavenly path mutant beasts gathered and pounced toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The long spear trembled as Lu Ming charged into the group of mutated beasts. Bang! 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 The long spear swayed and formed shadows of the spear, continuously lashing at the beasts of heavenly law. The beasts of heavenly law were sent flying like sandbags, but they were fine. They shook their heads and stood up again, pouncing at Lu Ming. Whoosh! The spear turned into a rainbow light, and 4 forces burst forth, piercing through a heavenly path mutant beast. However, this heavenly way strange beast did not die immediately. It held on to Lu Ming tightly. The other beasts of the heavenly way attacked, and Lu Ming had no choice but to retreat. However, he was still scratched by one of the beasts, and he felt a tearing pain. The long spear that was stabbed into the beast of the heavenly way transformed back into the chaos domain and dissipated. Then it condensed in Lu Ming's hands. At the same time, 7 golden marks flew into Lu Ming's body. The strange beast that had been pierced through was finally dead. This won't do. If I kill one, they'll get injured. It'll be very sad for the 7th floating platform. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. With this kind of injury-for-injury method, he would be killed before he could kill all the exotic beasts. Once he was killed here, his spirit would return to his body, which was equivalent to failure. The power of the 13 storing power strikes is not enough. It is only equivalent to the power of the 2nd level. If it is equivalent to the 3rd or 4th level, it can burst out 6 or 8 times of attack power at once. There will not be a problem to cross this floating platform. Lu Ming had many thoughts. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill the beast. Instead, he used the beast cultivation of the 13 charged strikes and slowly integrated the energy circulation technique of the 13 charged strikes into the Chaos Realm. One by one, the mutant beasts were sent flying before they stood up again. The long spear was like a dragon, and the sky was filled with spear shadows. More than 100 strange beasts pounced on him, but they could not break through Lu Ming's defense in a short time. After an unknown amount of time, bang! One of the beasts was swept away by Lu Ming's spear, and half of its body exploded. It stood up and swayed a few times before falling down again. 7 golden marks flew into Lu Ming's body. The 3rd level, 6-fold power. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had a breakthrough in the 13 accumulated power strikes, and its power had increased greatly. He had originally cultivated the 13 storing power strikes to the 5th level, which allowed him to launch 10-fold attacks. Now, he was simply integrating it into the chaos domain, so the difficulty was much lower and the speed was much faster. The spears swept out, and instantly 6 layers of attack power were superimposed together, and the power suddenly increased by 6 times. Bang! A strange beast was sent flying and exploded. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's long spear was like a real dragon, constantly blasting out. As the beasts were killed, the dense golden marks flew towards Lu Ming and into his body. Not long after, when Lu Ming stabbed the last beast with his spirit returned to his physical body. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Tian Shui. He realized that Tian Shui's body was emitting a golden glow. He was refining the golden mark. Tian Shui had passed the test earlier than Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. This was normal. After all, Tian Shui's territory had already reached level 6. Moreover, Tian Shui's territory was not to be underestimated. It was very powerful. It was normal for him to clear it before Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming also began to refine the heavenly Tao mark that he had obtained previously. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined all the heavenly Tao marks. I still haven't broken through. It seems that it's not easy to break through to the 4th level. Lu Ming shook his head. Looking towards Tian Shui, he saw Tian Shui looking right at him. Junior brother is really amazing. With a 3rd level domain, you were actually able to clear the 7th floating platform. I'm impressed, Tian Shui said with a grin. Senior brother is the amazing one. I still lost to senior brother Guan. Lu Ming also smiled. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you still want to attempt the 8th floating platform? If you want to challenge the 8th floating platform, then this senior brother here will directly admit defeat to you. Tian Shui laughed in a forthright manner. No. Lu Ming shook his head. The beast of the heavenly path on the 8th floating platform would definitely be much stronger than the one on the 7th. Although Lu Ming's storing power 13 strikes still had room for improvement, he estimated that even if he cultivated it to the 10th layer, he might not be able to pass the 8th floating platform. Chapter 1502 1502 Chapter 1502 Azure Province's Treasure Sealing Assembly. After all, his Chaos Domain was only at level 3. Even if the attack power was too strong, the defense power was definitely not good. He would probably be killed if he was attacked once or twice. Lu Ming was not confident that he would not be attacked by the 108 exotic beasts. Unless his Chaos Domain broke through to the 4th level, he would not have the confidence to challenge the 8 floating platforms. Senior brother, I need some time to digest this. Please continue. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Haha, go." Xianxia laughed. Lu Ming leaped off the floating platform and flew toward the snow mountain at the side. He had already challenged the heaven-connecting floating platform twice and absorbed and refined a large amount of heavenly Dao marks. These heavenly Dao marks were all refined in one go, and he needed time to digest and polish them. Then he would step onto the heaven-connecting floating platform, and the effect would be much better. If he kept challenging the floating platform and absorbing the marks of Heaven Way, the effect would not be good, and there might be problems. Therefore, many cave abodes were opened up on the snow mountains at the edge for the cultivators of Dragon God Valley to digest and polish. Therefore, Lu Ming entered an empty cave abode, closed the door, and sat cross-legged. His chaos domain spread out as he quietly comprehended. After a few days, Lu Ming walked out of the cave abode and stepped onto the sky-connecting floating platform again. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month of hard work, he had finally made a breakthrough in his chaos domain. He had stepped in a level 4 in one go, and his power had increased greatly. This made Lu Ming sigh. The difficulty of breaking through his chaos realm was indeed shocking. In a month, he had spent tens of millions of mid-grade raw stones, which was 100,000 contribution points in total, before he finally broke through the chaos realm. After the breakthrough, Lu Ming did not leave, but continued to cultivate on the sky-connecting floating platform. The Chaos Realm had broken through to the 4th level, and its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming had also perfectly integrated the 13 charged strikes into the Chaos Realm. Each move and form could burst out 10 times the attack power. He successfully passed through the 8th floating platform, and his cultivation speed had increased a little. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming's Chaos Domain was gradually approaching the peak of level 4. At this moment, Lu Ming had no choice but to leave. That was because the sky-connecting floating platform was about to close. The sky-connecting floating platforms required a huge amount of energy to operate. Moreover, they had to be shut down for maintenance every once in a while. Otherwise, the energy would run out and the sky-connecting floating platforms would have problems. The closing time was usually 2 to 3 months. In fact, every time the sky-connecting floating platform was open for 3 months, it would be closed for a few months. Junior brother, let's go back to the Sky Cloud Valley. Xianxia walked to Lu Ming's side. For the past few months, Xianxia had been cultivating on the sky-connecting floating platform. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. The power of his domain was also getting more and more profound. Some time ago, he had even broken through to the 7th level in one go. Just like Lu Ming, he had also passed the 8th floating platform. All right, I'll treat you to a drink when we get back. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them flew towards Cloud Dragon Valley together. They had just returned to Sky Cloud Valley when they met Xianxia. I was just about to look for you, so you two are together. Did you find a place to drink? Damn it, you didn't even call me. Xianxia gritted her teeth and stared at the two of them. No, little junior sister, we were just about to go for a drink. We came back to call you. Xianxia quickly quibbled. Big Hammer, don't call me little junior sister. I'm not the youngest anymore. Lu Ming is the youngest. He's the little junior brother. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and quickly changed the topic. Senior sister, you just said that you have something to tell us. What is it? I almost forgot. I'm looking for you to go to the Tsang Mountains. The Tsang Province's treasure-fixing assembly will begin in less than 2 months. Right now, many of the younger generation are rushing to the Tsang Mountains. Xianxia said, "It's starting so soon I almost forgot." Tian Shui scratched his head and gave a silly smile. Azure Region's treasure sealing convention? Lu Ming's face was full of doubts. Little junior brother, you still don't know, right? Let senior sister tell you. Seeing the confusion on Lu Ming's face, Xianxia's interest was piqued. She put on the air of a senior sister and explained to Lu Ming. The Azure Region's treasure sealing assembly, as its name suggests, is to decide which sect will keep the 2 ancient treasures. Every 3 years, the 13 top sects of the Azure region will gather at the Azure Mountain and send their younger generation to participate in a series of competitions. The sect that wins in the end will continue to keep the 2 ancient treasures. 3 years later, the treasure sealing assembly will be held again, and the decision will be made. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. So that was what happened. Once every 3 years, whoever was more powerful would be able to keep the 2 ancient treasures for 3 years. I wonder what kind of treasure it is that can make 13 top sects so interested in it. Lu Ming asked. I heard that one of them is a fragment of the prison-guarding steel. Xianxia said. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming had never expected that one of the treasures would be the fragment of the prison-defending monument. Didn't the Xianxia sect have a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel? Could it be that the sect that won the last time was the Heavenly God sect? Junior brother, you know about the fragment of the prison-guarding steel? Although the prison-guarding steel is a legendary treasure that can suppress all evil spirits, it's broken and can't exert much power. Legend has it that if all the pieces can be put together, there will be a big secret. There's another treasure that's the key. It's also the focus of all the sections. It's said that this treasure contains the secret to Tao Vindication and Emperor Realm. Xianxia said, the secret of Tao Vindication and Emperor. Lu Ming was even more shocked. That's right. It's a pity that these 2 treasures have been passed around in the hands of the major sects for so many years. However, none of the sects have been able to obtain or crack this secret. However, none of the sects will give up. They all want to keep it in their hands and continue to study it. As for the Heavenly God sect, they have already obtained the first place for several consecutive years and have control of 2 treasures. Xianxia. Sure enough, it's the Heaven Deity sect. Lu Ming nodded with a fiery light in his eyes. What he was interested in was the fragment of the prison-guarding steel and the other treasure that was related to the secret of becoming a monarch. Although he was curious, he was not very interested. All the major sects had researched for so many years without any results. He didn't think that he would be able to discover any secrets. Senior sister, so we're going to the Tsang Mountains to participate in the competition? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Xianxia shook her head and said, the candidates for the competition have been well learned by the major sections. They are all extremely powerful people among the younger generation. Some of them are even standing at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Even the weakest of them has entered the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. Those below the 7th level of the martial emperor realm are not qualified to participate. Even if they participate, it is useless. Lu Ming nodded. It was true. With their current cultivation and combat strength, they were still far from being a match for those at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Chapter 1503. 1503 Chapter 1503 Departure. Tsang Mountain, although those below the 7th level of the martial royal realm are not allowed to participate, many people will rush over to watch. After all, this is a grand event that happens once every 3 years in the Azure Continent. At that time, some of the top geniuses of the Azure Continent will appear. To be able to see these people fight will be very helpful to one's own cultivation. And the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Continent's younger generation will all be gathered here. Xianxia said in her heart. At the end of her sentence, Her eyes revealed a look of yearning. The top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure Continent. Lu Ming muttered. The top 10 geniuses of the Azure Continent were the top 10 geniuses among the younger generation of the Azure Continent. It was said that each of them had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, and their combat strength was astonishing. It was said that the number one person among the younger generation in Dragon God Valley was one of the top 10 geniuses. Then let's go. I want to see it too. 3 years ago, I missed it because of my cultivation. This time I can't miss it, Tian Shui said. All right, let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia both nodded. The three of them flew out of the Cloud Dragon Valley. When they were out of the Dragon God Valley, Tian Shui waved his hand and a flying shuttle appeared. It grew in the wind and became dozens of meters long. The journey to the Tsang Mountains was quite far, and it was best to take the space-breaking flying shuttle. The three of them entered the shuttle. The interior of the flying shuttle was very spacious, and there were inscriptions on it. There was also a piece of crystal glass in front that could reflect the scene outside. Let's go, Tian Shui lightly shouted, activating the space-breaking shuttle. Whoosh! The flying shuttle broke through the air at an astonishing speed. Looking out through the crystal glass, one could see endless mountains and rivers passing behind. It's really comfortable to have a space-breaking flying shuttle. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As long as he activated the space-breaking flying shuttle with a rough stone, he could ignore it. However, it was very convenient to cultivate while traveling. Lu Ming had long wanted to buy one, but the price of the space-breaking flying shuttle was extremely high. He could not even afford the lowest-grade space-breaking flying shuttle now. Little junior brother, this trip to the Tsang Mountains will take more than half a month, even if you take the space-breaking flying shuttle. You can cultivate here, Tian Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them each chose a seat and sat cross-legged. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Boom! Suddenly, the space-breaking flying shuttle started to shake violently, and it stopped. Someone was attacking the shuttle. Lu Ming and the other two were shocked. They quickly ended their cultivation and looked out through the crystal glass. There were more than a dozen figures standing in front of them, looking at them with cold eyes. There were more than a dozen figures, including an old man and a middle-aged man. They were all wearing black robes and had fierce expressions. Damn it, you dare to attack my space-breaking flying shuttle. You're looking for death. Tian Shui roared as he opened the door of the flying shuttle and rushed out. Lu Ming and Xianxia quickly followed him out. Who is attacking my space-breaking flying shuttle? You're looking for death. Tian Shui furiously roared as his savage gaze swept across the dozen over people. So, it's just a few little kids and girls. Haha, our luck is pretty good. Now, hand over the space-breaking flying shuttle and get lost. One of the burly men shouted, so as to snatch the space-breaking flying shuttle. You want to steal my space-breaking flying shuttle? Tian Shui's eyes were cold as he stared at the large man. Nonsense. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here and leave your storage rings behind. Otherwise, they'll take your lives here. The burly man shouted coldly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. This burly man was a LV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert. No wonder he didn't take them seriously. The dozen or so people behind the burly man were not weak either. They were all at least at the LV-4 Martial Royal Realm. Boss, why are you talking to them? Just kill her. That girl is not bad. Let's enjoy her. Behind the burly man, a thin middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He ruthlessly looked at Xianxia. You're looking for death. Junior brother and junior sister, leave this guy to me and leave the rest to you, Tian Shui said. With that, a huge hammer appeared in his hand as he walked towards the large man with a ferocious look. You're only at the 5th level of the Martial Royal Realm. If you want to die, it'll grant you your wish. A large blade appeared in the man's hand, and he took a step forward, appearing above Tian Shui's head, and swung his blade at Tian Shui. You're the one who's going to die. Tian Shui roared in anger, his giant hammer smashing towards his opponent. Clang! The giant hammer and the saber collided with a huge boom. The burly man's body shook violently. With a muffled groan, his body was sent flying and slid in the air for hundreds of meters. How is that possible? The burly man roared in disbelief. The other party was only at the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, but he was able to send him flying with just one hammer strike. He even felt his arm tremble and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 months ago, Xianxia was already able to suppress Mao Ding on the floating platform, and even though they were both at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm, Mao Ding was clearly stronger than this burly man. Furthermore, Xianxia's domain had broken through to the 7th level, so he was much stronger than this burly man. This is all you've got. I haven't even used half of my strength. Die. Xianxia carried his huge hammer and charged towards the large man. Let's go together. The burly man roared. Kill. Immediately, the other dozen or so people also exploded with energy and charged at Xianxia. Die. Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of an LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert. She threw out a punch. The delicate fist destroyed all defenses as if it was a piece of rotten wood. The expert was directly blown apart. At the same time, Lu Ming also rushed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, 7 to 8 spear lights were shot out. Each spear light had the explosive power of 10 different attacks. It was unstoppable, unstoppable. 7 to 8 powerhouses, no matter if they were at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level Martial Royal Realm, were all pierced by Lu Ming's spear ray and died in the air. Devour! Then Lu Ming's left palm clenched into a fist in the air. A terrifying, devouring force erupted and enveloped the corpses. Their blood, true vitality, and other things were all devoured by Lu Ming, turning them into mummies that fell to the ground. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was still at the 3rd level Martial Emperor realm, his domain had broken through to the 4th level. In addition to the astonishing attack power of the 13 storing power strikes, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary 6th level Martial Emperor. Lu Ming circulated the devouring power and continued to refine the energy in his body. His cultivation level was rapidly increasing. During this period of time, he had been focused on cultivating the Chaos domain and was about to reach the peak of level 4. Thus, there was no resistance in increasing his cultivation. While Lu Ming was refining, Xianxia had also finished her battle. The rest of the people were killed by Xianxia. What powerful battle strength! Xianxia's cultivation was also at the peak of the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, but her combat strength was so amazing that she could kill an ordinary LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert as easily as cutting vegetables. I can't waste it. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and devoured all the blood essence of the people Xianxia had killed. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming, surprised by the overbearing power of his devouring power. Chapter 1504. 15:0 for the dragon's roar in the lake boom. At this moment, Xianxia and the burly man's battle had also reached the end. Xianxia's attack was like a madman, and the burly man was completely unable to resist. He was bombarded by Xianxia until his mouth was full of blood. Finally, Xianxia's hammer smashed him to the ground, causing a huge pit to appear. Spare me, spare me. The burly man's eyes swept over the crowd and realized that all the people he had brought with him had been killed. He screamed in fear. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. These people were all monsters. Just now, you wanted to take my space-breaking flying shuttle and kill us. Now, you want me to let you go? What a joke. Xianxia revealed a sinister smile. The burly man's heart turned cold. He shouted, I want to take your space-breaking flying shuttle for a reason. It's because we found a place where a precious treasure has appeared. However, only the space-breaking flying shuttle can enter. The birth of a great treasure. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Lu Ming were stunned. That's right. As long as you promise to let me go, they'll tell you the location of the treasure. The burly man shouted, Oh, really, don't lie to me. Tian Shui's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint. I can swear that I won't lie to you, but you have to promise not to kill me. The burly man said, All right, I promise not to kill you. I swear. Immediately, Tian Shui swore that if the burly man told him, he would not kill him. About half a day's journey from here, there's a lake called Dragon Lake. It said that powerful, true dragons live there. Some time ago, a dragon's roar came from the Dragon Lake, and it was deafening. The burly man said, There's a powerful, true dragon living there. The three of them were surprised and curious. One had to know that one of the three of them was a pure-blooded, true dragon. What's the relationship between the dragon roar of Dragon Lake and the space-breaking flying shuttle? Tian Shui asked. Because there's a strong, murderous aura around the Dragon Lake. It's hard to get in without a strong defensive treasure. The sky-breaking shuttle has amazing defensive power and is fast. It can definitely get in safely. The burly man said, Now, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? The burly man said, Bang. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, a fist struck his dantian, penetrating it and shattering his spiritual spirit. It was Xianxia. You guys, don't keep your word. The burly man roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. I promised not to kill you, but my junior sister didn't. Tian Shui laughed maliciously. The burly man's life force dissipated unwillingly. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not mind. In the world of martial arts, the weak were prey to the strong, especially in Yuanlu. A soft-hearted person would not go far. The devouring power burst forth and directly devoured the burly man's blood essence. Devouring power, what a powerful secret skill. Tian Shui cast a glance at Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming was using a secret skill. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain. There's a dragon's roar coming from Dragon Lake. Junior brother and junior sister, do you want to go take a look? Tian Shui asked. I was thinking the same thing. Lu Ming said, Of course I'm going to take a look. Xianxia said, All right, then let's go. Tian Shui laughed. The three of them boarded the space-breaking flying shuttle, which then flew north at high speed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, refining the energy in his body. More than a dozen experts at the 4th level Martial Emperor realm and above, including one at the 7th level Martial Emperor realm, had rich energy that continuously transformed into Lu Ming's vital essence. Lu Ming's vital essence continued to become more and more powerful. Not long after, when the energy was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, and he reached the later stage of the 3rd level Martial Emperor realm. At the same time, they had arrived at their destination, Dragon Lake. In front of him, the world was filled with a thick black mist. This mist was the evil qi. If a martial artist entered, he would be corroded by the murderous aura. At best, he would go crazy. At worst, his soul would be obliterated and he would die on the spot. It was extremely powerful. Look, there are other people. Through the crystal glass, they saw some figures standing outside the murderous aura and watching from a distance. Some people's gazes turned to them, flashing with greed. Buzz, buzz. A few figures streaked across the sky and flew towards them. One of them was even more overbearing. He waved his hand, forming a huge palm that grabbed at the shuttle. It was clear that they were the same as the people they had met before, wanting to seize their space-breaking flying shuttle. I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Tian Shui coldly snorted, urging his flying shuttle forward. With a qi sound, the flying shuttle rushed forward, destroying the palm and directly rushing into the evil qi. The few of them stopped unwillingly. The space-breaking shuttle flew into the area of evil qi and rushed straight forward. Look, there are other space-breaking flying shuttles. Xianxia said as she looked outside. Lu Ming and the rest saw it too. Not far away from them, there was also a space-breaking flying shuttle flying forward. Roar! At this time, a dragon's roar came from the front, even passing through the space-breaking flying shuttle. The roar of a dragon. What a domineering dragon's roar. However, this sound doesn't seem to be made by a living, true dragon. Xianxia said as she separated them seriously. It's not the sound of a living true dragon. Xianxia and Lu Ming raised their eyebrows. They knew that some true dragons would leave their imprints after death and let out dragon roars. They, for example, could also let out dragon roars when they awakened the true dragon bloodline and condensed the true dragon combat body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but Xianxia was a true dragon, so it wasn't strange for her to be able to tell. Could this be a cave abode left behind by a true dragon after it died? The three of them guessed as they controlled the flying shuttle to continue forward. After a while, they finally flew out of the place filled with murderous aura. In front of them, a huge lake appeared. At first glance, it was like a vast ocean with no end in sight. Moreover, there was no murderous aura here. So many people. Through the crystal glass, they looked outside and saw many figures on the lake. Some people were flying above the lake, as if they were looking for something. It seemed that many people had heard of this news. Some of them were very young and were likely geniuses of the top sections. The three of them left the space-breaking flying shuttle. The space-breaking flying shuttle shrank and was put away by Xianxia. He looked around and saw no less than 100 people. Some people glanced at them and then ignored them. There doesn't seem to be anything here, Xianxia said. The three of them flew over the lake, looking at the calm surface of the lake as if there was nothing there. Boom! Someone launched an attack into the lake, stirring up thousands of waves. Walala! Suddenly, a huge pincer stretched out from the waves and clamped at the man. The man screamed as his body was cut in two. His blood splattered on the lake, dyeing it red. The waves churned, and everyone could see that it was a giant lobster. Its entire body was fiery red, and its aura was powerful. Chapter 1505 1505 Chapter 1505 10 Monsters Walala. Suddenly, from another lake, a silver light flashed and flew through the air. It pierced through a human warrior, and his blood spilled on the spot. Everyone saw that it was a silver swordfish that looked like a silver divine sword. The swordfish killed one person and fell into the lake, disappearing. At the same time, a few more blood-curdling screeches were heard. A few aquatic demonic beasts rushed out of the lake and killed a few people. Not good. Many people's expressions changed. Just now, the surface of the lake had been calm, and they thought that there were no living creatures under the lake. They didn't expect that so many aquatic demonic beasts would suddenly attack them. Walala! The surface of the lake churned. This time, countless aquatic demonic beasts rushed out of the lake and attacked the group. Some of them were not strong, but some of them were extremely terrifying. Kill these demonic beasts. Someone roared and launched an attack on the demonic beasts in the water. A chaotic battle instantly erupted. The demonic beasts in the water were constantly being killed. None of the human cultivators who could enter this place were weak. Just now, a few of them had been killed due to a moment of carelessness. Now that they were fighting back with all their might, large numbers of water demonic beasts were killed. Human warriors, get out of here! A giant octopus flew into the sky and roared like thunder. The 8 huge tentacles waved out and wrapped around a LV-7 Martial Emperor. With a shake, the LV-7 Martial Emperor was killed. Then, it swung its tentacle and killed the 2 6th-level Martial Royal Realm martial artists. Strong. This octopus was actually at the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm. Evil creature, I'll kill you. An old voice rang out. An old man stepped into the air and attacked the octopus. The two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia were also under attack. A group of lobsters charged toward the three of them. These lobsters were covered in iron armor and were impervious to swords and spears. Their defense was amazing. The one in the lead was a 7th-level martial monarch. Lu Ming's spear pierced through a 5th-level martial emperor lobster. It's so hard. Lu Ming felt that the defense of this 5th-level martial royal realm lobster was stronger than many 6th-level martial royal realm martial artists. It was even harder to kill. There are so many powerful aquatic demonic beasts in a lake. It's not simple. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Demonic beasts were generally divided into two types as their cultivation level increased. The first was to take human form and form a force. One could even join a human sect to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and cultivate the laws of heaven and earth. This type of cultivation path was very similar to that of humans. They were called demonic cultivators. The other type didn't take a human form and kept their beast form. They lived in the deep mountains and lakes and continued to cultivate according to their beast nature. They developed their beast body and kept their beast nature. These types were generally called vicious beasts and savage beasts. This kind of fierce and savage beast would be even more ferocious and have some shocking combat strength. Obviously, the demonic beasts in the lake belonged to the category of ferocious beasts. Both sides were fighting fiercely. However, there were more experts on the human side. There were even quite a few experts at LV8 and LV9 Martial Royal Realm. They were all experts from small forces near the Dragon Lake. Slowly, the humans gained the upper hand. Demonic beasts were killed one after another, and the lake was dyed red with blood. CSI. Suddenly, the water in the lake churned, and a huge black shadow emerged from the lake. It swallowed a LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert. It was a pitch-black giant snake that was 1,000 meters long. Its aura was violent and extremely terrifying. It swallowed a LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert in one gulp. It was too shocking. Not good. A peak Martial Emperor and a half-saint blue deep water snake. Someone shouted in fear. Lu Ming and the other two were greatly shocked. The peak of the Martial Emperor realm was also known as the half-saint realm. It was one step into the saint realm and was extremely powerful. There was actually such a terrifying giant snake here. However, there was an even more shocking scene. Another Tsangming water snake appeared on the other side of the lake. Its aura was no weaker than the previous one. With a swing of its tail, it sent a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Two blue abyss water snakes. There were actually two such terrifying blue abyss water snakes in the Dragon Lake. Outsiders, get out of here. Otherwise, it'll kill you without mercy. At Tsangming water, snake let out a long hiss and rose into the air like a real dragon. It rolled its huge body and charged toward a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert was shocked. The 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm was basically the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. However, compared to the existence of the Half-Saint realm, he was still far from it. Bang! The LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert was sent flying by the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. If you're still not leaving, then kill without mercy. The other Tsangming water snake said coldly. What big words. Let's see who you can kill. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, a beam of milky white holy light descended from the sky and struck one of the blue deep water snakes. CSI. The Tsangming water snake opened its mouth and spat out a black stream of water towards the milky white holy light. However, as soon as the stream of water came into contact with the holy light, it was pierced through. The holy light landed on the blue deep water snake's body, and it let out a blood-curdling screech. A large portion of its scales were knocked off, and it started bleeding. So strong, everyone's hearts trembled. A sage had injured the half-saint blue deep water snake with one move. Buzz! A powerful pressure spread down from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a young man in a white robe. Even his shoes were white. He walked in the air step by step, emitting a milky white holy light like a god. Deity sect, deity! When Xianxia saw this person, she exclaimed in a low voice, and her pupils shrank. What? This person is the divine child. Tian Chue also cried out in shock, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. In the heavenly god sect, there were holy virgins and holy sons. However, there was only one person who was called the divine son. He was one of the 10 monstrous talents of the Azure continent, the number 1 heavens chosen of the heavenly god sect. The Son of God stepped through the air and locked onto the Tsangming water snake with his powerful aura. He looked in the other direction and said, Wang Jian, since you're here, why aren't you attacking? Ha, I wanted to watch the fun, but since that's the case, leave the other blue deep water snake to me. In the sky, a sword light flashed, and a young man carrying a long sword appeared. Wang Jian, the peerless heaven's favorite of the Jiuxiao sword sect, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. Someone exclaimed. 2 of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure state had actually come. Get lost. Who are you? Get lost. A Tsangming water snake roared and charged towards Wang Jian. Divine child, let's compete to see who can kill the blue deep water snake faster. How about it? Wang Jian laughed as he pointed his finger out like a sword. A ray of sword radiance shot out towards the blue profound water snake. A deep gash was left on the blue deep water snake's body. That's exactly what I wanted. It's been 3 years since we last met. Wang Jian, let's see if you've made any progress. The Son of God spoke softly. He took a step forward and a beam of divine light shot towards one of the blue deep water snakes. Chapter 1506. 1506 Chapter 1506 Dragon Palace. The Divine Child and Wang Jian each took one of the 2 blue dark water snakes. The 2 sides began a great battle. The sword radiance was shocking and holy light filled the air. The 2 blue deep water snakes were no match for him and were completely crushed. So powerful. Is this the combat strength of the top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure continent? Lu Ming muttered, looking a little solemn. The deity and Wang Jian probably hadn't entered the saint realm yet, but their battle power was extremely shocking. The 2 half-saint blue deep water snakes weren't their match at all. Kill! After a few moves, Wang Jian shouted and unsheathed the long sword on his back. A terrifying sword light cut through the void. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere as the Tsangming water snake's head was cut off by the sword light. Its huge body fell onto the lake, and it was dead. On the other side, the Godchild's holy light condensed into a divine blade and split the blue deep water snake in half. The 2 of them had killed 2 blue deep water snakes at the same time. Many people gasped at the sight. He was too strong. The half-saint blue deep water snake was no match for it. It was killed in a few moves. Can you kill a saint if you're not a saint? Someone muttered. That's impossible. The saint realm is too powerful. It's only a legend that one can kill a saint without entering the saint realm. Although the top 10 geniuses are powerful, they can't be a match for a saint realm expert. Someone analyzed in a low voice. Son of God, it seems like we're evenly matched. Wang Jian looked at the Son of God, his eyes filled with fighting intent. These 2 blue deep water snakes are too weak. There's no point in competing. The Son of God said casually, Divine Son, I will definitely defeat you in this time's fixed treasure meet. Wang Jian's eyes glowed like 2 divine swords. 3 years ago, you were my match. Now, you're even less of a match for me. The Son of God placed his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. He was filled with confidence. We'll know who wins and who loses when the time comes. For now, let's deal with these demonic beasts. Wang Jian snorted coldly. His combat sword cut through the void, and rays of sword light scattered down, killing the demonic beasts one after another. The Son of God smiled indifferently and stepped into the air. With a burst of holy light, the demonic beasts were also killed. With Wang Jian and the Divine Son taking action, it was a complete suppression. A large number of demonic beasts were harvested, and there was no room for others to intervene. In every fixed treasure meet, the top 10 monsters are the main force. 3 years ago, I went to see them once, and their combat strength was amazing. Now that 3 years have passed, the top 10 monsters' combat strength must be even more terrifying. Xianxia said in a low voice. Lu Ming nodded. It was no wonder that they did not get any points in the treasure ceiling assembly. Those below the 7th level Martial Emperor realm were not even qualified to participate. Lu Ming and the others were too weak to face such a monstrous talent. They did not even have the right to fight him and would be killed in a second. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. These people were in the Yuan continent, and the cultivation environment was too good. In addition, they had amazing talent. Naturally, their cultivation was high. However, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to catch up to these people in a few years' time. He would be able to compete with them and even surpass them. Will I be able to participate in the next 3 years? Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. One of the 2 treasures of the treasure auction was the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. If he could help Dragon God Valley win first place and get the right to study 2 treasures for 3 years, could he get the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Blood splattered everywhere as a large number of demonic beasts were killed. Not long after, almost all the demonic beasts in Dragon Lake were slaughtered. Some of the weaker ones were so scared that they hid in the lake. The surface of the lake became quiet. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from under the lake. However, after the dragon's roar, the surface of the lake remained calm, and nothing else happened. There must be something unusual at the bottom of the lake. Otherwise, how could there be 2 half-saint blue deep-water snakes in a small lake? Wang Jian's eyes were like 2 divine swords. He looked at the lake as if he was going to pierce through it. Well, no, once we break it open and take a look. The Son of God was extremely domineering. He was bathed in holy light like the Son of a God. He took a step forward, shaking the world. Then, he extended a hand and clenched it. A powerful suction force burst out. The lake water below was sucked up into a funnel. Then, the divine child pressed down with his palm. Boom! The lake water rushed down once more. The surface of the lake trembled, and the water in the center of the lake was pushed away. The water surged in all directions, and a dry area appeared. Slash! The Son of God said softly. A beam of holy light flew out like a heavenly blade and slashed at the bottom of the lake. Boom! 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 The bottom of the lake was split open, and a huge crack appeared. However, the bottom of the lake was empty. What? The Son of God frowned. Whoosh! Below him, the lake water rolled backward, causing huge waves. Roar! At this moment, another dragon's roar was heard. Over there! Wang Jian's eyes turned. He took a step forward and appeared dozens of miles away. A shocking sword light bloomed from his hand and slashed at the lake. Whoosh! 100-mile-long sword mark appeared on the surface of the lake. The lake water was split open, and a deep crack appeared at the bottom of the lake. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard from the crack. Then, a dragon's shadow rushed out of the crack. This was not a real dragon, but a phantom. After it rushed into the sky, it automatically dissipated. Boom! 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 Then, a violent roar came from the bottom of the lake, and wisps of golden light spread out. There's really something under the lake. Many people's eyes lit up. The water in the lake was boiling and constantly rolling. The bottom of the lake was shaking as if there was a huge creature that was trying to break free from the bottom of the lake. The ground cracked open and endless lake water poured in. The rumbling sounds continued. Then, a huge object appeared. This was a huge palace that glowed with a golden light. On the walls and pillars, there were lifelike carvings of true dragons. Dragon Palace. This is a dragon palace, someone exclaimed. It said that a powerful true dragon lived in Dragon Lake in ancient times. It's true. This dragon palace is so magnificent. The true dragon living in it must be a true dragon of the Saint Realm. Many people's eyes lit up. There were legends in the distant past. It had been many years since then. Even if there were true dragons in the Saint Realm, they would have fallen. So, after the true dragon fell, was it in this dragon palace? How many treasures were there in the dragon palace? No wonder there were so many powerful aquatic demonic beasts in this lake. It turned out that there was a dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. The ground caved in, and the lake water was swept away. Soon, the entire dragon palace appeared in front of everyone. In front of the dragon palace, there was a wide passage that led to the gate of the dragon palace. It could be seen that the door was tightly shut. On both sides of the passage, there were statues of true dragons. They seemed to be made of bronze and were very lifelike, looking very mighty. Chapter 1507. 1507 Chapter 1507 Rushing into the Dragon Palace Buzz. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the gate of the Dragon Palace. However, when he reached the passage in front of the gate, the true dragon statues on both sides of the passage let out dragon roars and gave off a brilliant light. The images of true dragons rushed out and pounced at the figure. The figure was a middle-aged, burly man with a cultivation of LV, 4 martial royal realm. He was shocked and tried his best to resist. However, in the next moment, his defense was torn apart by the shadow of the true dragon, and his body was torn into pieces. A martial artist at the LV, 4 martial royal realm was killed instantly. Some people gasped. It seemed that it would not be easy to enter the dragon palace. The shadow of the true dragon is so powerful. It seems to be at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. That's right. It seems that those below the 7th level of the martial emperor realm can't enter at all. Some people were discussing. This old man will give a try. An old man stepped out and rushed toward the gate of the dragon palace. Similarly, when he flew to the passageway, many true dragon shadows pounced at him. The old man exploded and sent out palm prints continuously, clashing with the true dragon shadow. The true dragon silhouettes were sent flying, but the old man bravely advanced forward. Not long after, he passed through the passageway and arrived in front of the gate. Seeing this, more and more people flew toward the gate of the dragon palace. However, most of them were at least at the 7th level martial monarch realm. They charged forward with all their might and arrived in front of the door. The Son of God and Wang Jian also moved. The true dragon shadows didn't really stop them. Break the door. The divine son was very domineering. He took a big step forward and punched the gate of the dragon palace. Boom! The gate of the dragon palace shook violently as if it was about to be shattered. Everyone, what are you waiting for? The godchild said. All right, let's attack together. The others also started to move. There were about 20 of them in total. All kinds of rainbow light landed on the door. The door rumbled and finally couldn't bear the heavy load and directly exploded. Charge! Whoosh! As soon as the gate of the dragon palace opened, more than 20 people rushed in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, senior sister, do you want to try? Lu Ming looked at Tian Shui and Xianxia. Since I'm here, I naturally have to give it a try. Tian Shui said, and Xianxia nodded her head. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them immediately flew toward the gate of the dragon palace. Many people looked at them in surprise. These 3 people are really bold. 2 of them are at the 5th level of the martial royal realm, and 1 of them is at the 3rd level. They actually want to break into the dragon palace. They're really looking for death. Young man, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Someone said in disdain. Lu Ming and the other 2 pretended that they did not hear anything. When they were about to reach the gate, the shadows of true dragons pounced on them. Get lost! Tian Shui roared in anger as he smashed his gigantic hammer forward. Bang! A true dragon shadow was sent flying. Xianxia threw out a punch and also sent a true dragon shadow flying. Lu Ming held the long spear and swept it across. He hit one of the dragons. 10 layers of power burst out from the long spear and sent the true dragon's shadow flying. What? The true dragon shadow was sent flying. Even that 3rd level martial royal realm expert was able to send the true dragon's shadow flying. How is that possible? The people below the 7th level martial royal realm all exclaimed in disbelief. Roar! 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 Dragon roars were heard as more true dragon silhouettes pounced toward Lu Ming and the other 2. The 3 of them stood in a triangular formation, each in charge of one side, and continued to bombard. Bang! 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 The true dragon silhouettes were sent flying one after another. The three of them formed a formation that was like a sharp knife as they charged towards the gate. Soon, they broke through the obstruction of the true dragon silhouettes and successfully arrived in front of the gate. That true dragon's shadow must have weakened. Yes, after so many people's attacks, the power of the true dragon's shadow has weakened. Otherwise, how could a mere LV3 Martial Emperor realm expert break through? Our chance has come. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. Immediately, a few people rushed to the gate of the Dragon Palace. A dragon's roar resounded, and the shadows of true dragons pounced at these people. Get lost! An elder at the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm tried to punch the shadow of the true dragon away. However, when his fist collided with the shadow of the true dragon, his expression changed drastically. With a cracking sound, his bones were broken. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he was sent flying. Behind him, a shadow of the true dragon flew by and tore him in half. Ah! At the same time, a few more people screamed and died on the spot. They were killed by the true dragon. The rest of the people were shocked. Some of the people who were about to rush out stopped in their tracks. They were covered in cold sweat and secretly rejoiced that their reaction was a little slow. The true dragon's power did not decrease at all. It was exactly the same as before. The three young men were actually able to rush over. Many people looked at Lu Ming and the rest in shock. They understood that these three people were monstrous geniuses. Their combat strength could not be measured with common sense. At that moment, Lu Ming and the other two rushed into the gate of the Dragon Palace. Behind the door was a wide hall. Behind the hall on the left and right sides, there were two doors. Which way should we go? Tian Shui asked. Anything is fine, just the right side, Lu Ming said. Tian Shui and Xianxia nodded. The three of them rushed towards the door on the right and found that it was a passageway. After passing through the passageway, they found several long corridors with rooms on each side. The three of them walked into the rooms and found that they were empty. We're late. Everything has been taken away, Tian Shui said, because he could see that there were traces on the ground. There should have been things placed there before, but now they had been swept away. It should have been taken away by the people who had come in before them. Even the tables, chairs, flower pots, and the like were taken away. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Legend has it that true dragons love to collect all kinds of treasures and precious materials. Even some ordinary furniture is made of precious materials. Tian Shui muttered as he glanced at Xianxia. Why? I'm not convinced. Xianxia glared at Tian Shui. Tian Shui gave an innocent smile, and the three of them continued on their way. When they passed by a room, they saw an old man who was currently plundering wantonly. The tables, chairs, candle stands, flower pots, and the like were all kept away. Whoa, that flower pot is made from jade essence stone. Jade essence stone can be used to forge Emperor's spiritual weapons. Also, that table is made of dragon fang jade. That's a material for making holy weapons. Tian Shui's eyes widened as he exclaimed. The old man's movements were very fast. With a wave of his hand, he moved everything in the room. As expected, true dragons like to collect treasures. Those ordinary tools were all precious refining materials. It would be strange if they were not taken away. The old man glanced at them in surprise, but he ignored them. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the other side. Let's hurry up too. Otherwise, we won't even have any soup to drink, Tian Shui called out. The three of them displayed their figures, randomly choosing a direction and flying off. Chapter 1508. 1508, the dragon coffin and the dragon corpse. Lu Ming and the other two went around a corridor and came to a room. They finally realized that the room had not been ransacked. The tables, chairs, and other rare refining materials were kept by the three of them. Then, they continued to move forward. However, this time, after passing a few rooms, they found that they had all been ransacked. The room they had just been in was a fish that had escaped the net. The three of them passed through a few rooms and came to a side hall. The three of them stopped there. In front of him, a white-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. He was currently examining a painting on the wall of the hall. On this painting, there were a few true dragons flying in the air. It was extremely lifelike, as if a few true dragons were about to leap out of the painting. Divine Child, Lu Ming and the other two's eyes narrowed. This young man was the monstrous genius of the heavenly god sect, the Divine Sun. Upon hearing the commotion, the Divine Sun turned around and looked at Lu Ming and the other two with a cold gaze. A disciple of the Dragon God Valley. No wonder you can make it here. Get lost. Scram, the Divine Child said coldly. The last word was like a god's angry roar. Holy light burst forth, and a terrifying wind swept toward Lu Ming and the other two. The three men's expressions changed drastically. They released their true yuan and domains to resist, but the wind was too violent. It kept bombarding their bodies, and the three of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled, and they were forced to retreat. They felt their chi and blood churning, and they almost spat out blood. The Divine Sun cast a cold glance at the three of them again. With a wave of his hand, he kept the scroll, as if he could not be bothered to attack Lu Ming and the other two. With a flash of his body, he left through a passageway. He's just scolding me for having a higher cultivation base. He's acting all high and mighty. Tian Shui unhappily cursed. Lu Ming did not make a sound. The world of martial Dao was like this. With strength, one could do whatever they wanted. Without strength, there was no point in talking. The three of them chose another direction to go. Not long after, they passed by a large hall. On the wall of the hall, there were many fist-sized luminous pearls embedded. Xuanxin's eyes lit up. She pulled out the night-luminescent pearls one by one and kept them excitedly. Lu Ming and Tian Shui looked at each other. The luminous pearl was a treasure to ordinary people, but to martial cultivators like them, it was no different from a useless stone. It said that true dragons like to collect treasures, especially shiny ones. It's true, Tian Shui muttered. What do you know? Xuanxin glanced at Tian Shui, her eyes filled with disdain. Boom, boom. At this time, the three of them were startled because they heard a violent explosion in front of them. Is there great battle? Or Tian Shui's brows twitched. Let's go take a look. Be careful, Lu Ming said. The three of them concealed their auras and headed in the direction of the sound. Not long after, the three of them walked out a large door and came to a huge hall. The hall was extremely spacious and could probably hold hundreds of thousands of people. In the middle of the hall was a huge metal coffin. The coffin was carved with a true dragon, and there were layers of inscriptions on it. The dragon coffin. The three of them were shocked. This was clearly a dragon coffin. At this moment, a few experts were attacking the dragon coffin. However, the inscriptions on the dragon light appeared and formed a light screen that blocked the dragon coffin. Boom, boom, boom. The experts were all above the 7th level of the martial royal realm. One of them was even at the 9th level of the martial royal realm. A brilliant light burst out from his hands and bombarded the light curtain of the dragon coffin. The light curtain trembled, but it could not be broken at the moment. The arrival of Lu Ming's group of three caused a few of them to turn around and look at them. When they saw that the strongest of the three was only at the 5th level of the martial emperor realm, a look of disdain flashed across their faces. However, they ignored them immediately. A dragon coffin. At this moment, a voice was heard. An 8th level martial royal realm expert had arrived and joined the others in attacking the dragon coffin. The loud explosions continuously attracted experts over. Slowly, more and more experts appeared. Buzz. A young man stepped out from a direction, his body filled with sword chi. He was the genius of Jiuxiao sword sect, Wang Jian. Bang! In another direction, holy light filled the air as the Son of God stepped out. The two demon-level geniuses of the Azure State had arrived at the same time. A dragon coffin. The Son of God's eyes were bright. Get lost, you bunch of trash. The Son of God shouted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the dragon coffin. Holy light exploded from his body. Two masters were sent flying by the Son of God's holy light. Detestable, The two experts roared in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Boom! The Son of God's palm struck the light screen of the coffin. The light screen above the dragon coffin trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment, but it managed to hold on. "Haha, Son of God, it seems like you can't do it. Let me help you." Wang Jian sneered. Sword light burst forth, and a terrifying sword light slashed at the light curtain. The light curtain also trembled violently, but it was not broken. "Let's attack together." The Son of God looked at the others coldly. Bang! Then, the Son of God took a step forward. The brilliant holy light turned into a divine blade and slashed at the light screen above the dragon coffin. At the same time, Wang Jian also slashed out. The others gritted their teeth and made their moves. With so many people attacking together, the power was incomparably terrifying. They all struck the light screen together, causing it to shake madly. Kacha! A cracking sound came from the light curtain, and a crack appeared. The light screen cracked open. Everyone was excited and continued to attack. Finally, the light curtain exploded with a bang, and the inscriptions on the huge dragon coffin dimmed and disappeared. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the dragon coffin. What was inside the dragon coffin? Could it be that a true dragon was really buried here? Open. The Son of God was bathed in holy light. A giant palm formed in the air and hit the dragon coffin heavily. Boom, boom, boom. The lid of the dragon coffin was opened. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. At this moment, everyone rose into the air and looked into the dragon coffin. A dragon. A true dragon. A true dragon was lying in the dragon coffin. The true dragon's entire body was pitch black, and its black scales revealed a crystalline luster. There were 2 dragon horns on its head and 5 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a black dragon, and a mysterious aura emanated from its body. The Saint Realm. This true dragon had definitely reached the Saint Realm when it was alive. A true dragon of the Saint Realm was full of treasures. Back then, Lu Ming had spent 2 million contribution points to exchange for 15 kilograms of Sage Realm dragon bones with complete spirituality. It was evident how precious they were. This true dragon's corpse, even if it had lost some of its spirituality, was still priceless. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, someone moved and pounced towards the true dragon's corpse at extreme speed. "You're looking for death. How dare you touch my true dragon? Kill! Die!" The Son of God shouted coldly. Holy light burst forth, turning into a divine blade that slashed down. 2 shrieks rang out as the 2 people who had pounced on the true dragon were cut in half by the divine blade and died on the spot. Chapter 1509. 1509, The True Dragon's Resurrection. Divine Child, aren't you being a little too overbearing? We opened this dragon coffin together, and everyone who sees it has a share. Do you want to monopolize it? ALV9 Martial Royal Realm Elder shouted angrily. Get lost. If you don't get lost, die. The Son of God said coldly, his voice abnormally overbearing. Divine Child, it won't be that easy for you to take over this true dragon for yourself. Wang Jian sneered. The Son of God took a look, his eyes cold, but he didn't say anything. Strength spoke for itself, and he could not ignore Wang Jian's strength. The others' expressions were ugly. It was difficult for them to fight against the 2 monstrous figures, Wang Jian and the Divine Son. Everyone, a Saint Realm dragon corpse, is extremely rare. Since we've seen it, how can we not take a share? How about we join forces? The LV9 Martial Emperor Realm Old Man said. All right, I agree. I also agree. The others voiced their opinions. More than a dozen experts flashed and gathered together to fight against the Divine Son and Wang Jian. A bunch of motley crew, overestimating their own abilities. The Son of God said coldly and stepped toward the true dragon's corpse. He wanted to put away the divine dragon's corpse directly. As long as he put away the true dragon's corpse, no one would be able to compete with him. Buzz. The sound of sword rang out, and Wang Jian also moved. How could he let the divine sun monopolize it? Do it. The other experts also moved. There were 13 of them in total. 3 of them were at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, while the rest were at the 7th or 8th level. Even a half-saint expert couldn't ignore them. The 3 parties pounced to the true dragon at the same time. As for Lu Ming and the other 2, one of them stood at the side of the hall and watched coldly. With their strength, they couldn't do anything at all, and the divine child and the others had directly ignored them. Get lost! Get lost! The Son of God shouted a few times, and the holy light condensed into a divine blade. He instantly slashed out a dozen blades, aiming at Wang Jian and the dozen people. Buzz! The sword light exploded and clashed with the divine knife. The space was filled with the sound of fierce confrontation, and the sword chi and knife light were unrestrained. The dozen or so experts were also doing their best to block the divine sun's blade light. The divine sun seized the opportunity to grab the true dragon's corpse, trying to put it into his storage ring. Don't even think about it. At the same time, Wang Jian also grabbed a big hand and collided with the son of God's big hand. It's ours. The dozen or so people charged forward with all their might and clawed at the dragon corpse. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar burst out from the dragon hall, forming a terrifying sound wave that rolled out in all directions. The Son of God and Wang Jian's expressions changed slightly. They each slashed out a blade light and sword chi, breaking the sound waves. Other than the 2 LV9 Martial Royal Realm experts who were able to withstand the sound wave, the rest of the people were forced to retreat. Some of them even spat out blood. Lu Ming and the other 2 also tried their best to block it. However, they were far away and the power of the sound waves was greatly reduced. They blocked it more easily. What's going on? Everyone present was shocked. A dragon's roar came from the dragon coffin. Could it be that the true dragon was not dead? Roar. Then, another dragon's roar came from the dragon coffin. Bang! Bang! Then, a banging sound came from the dragon coffin. The black dragon actually stood up and roared. It looked around, and its huge dragon eyes revealed a ferocious light. How was that possible? The Saint Realm True Dragon didn't die. No, the Saint Realm True Dragon is dead. This is just the inextinguishable mark of a Saint Realm True Dragon. Many people spoke out one after another. The last voice made everyone's heart tremble. They sensed carefully and found that there was no life aura on the True Dragon. It had indeed died many years ago. The True Dragon could move only because of a trace of an inextinguishable brand. What's the point of resisting when you're already dead? It's destined to be mine today. The Son of God said coldly. The holy light on his body became even more dazzling. He clenched his fist in the air, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Many people were shocked. This was the secret art of the divine sect, the spear of divine punishment. Kill! The Son of God shouted, and the spear of divine punishment pierced through the void toward the true dragon's corpse. As long as the immortal mark of the Saint Realm True Dragon was destroyed, the Saint Realm True Dragon would be completely dead. Roar! The black True Dragon roared in anger and struck out with its claw. Boom! The dragon claw and the Son of God's spear of divine punishment collided with a violent boom. The black dragon trembled, and the Son of God was forced to take 2 steps back. After all, a Saint Realm True Dragon had been dead for many years, and a trace of its mark couldn't have the battle power it had when it was alive. On the other side, sword light burst out, and Wang Jian also appeared. The black True Dragon wagged its tail and blocked Wang Jian's sword light. Then, the dragon's horns glowed, and 2 black rays of light burst out, slashing toward the divine sun and Wang Jian. The Son of God's spear of divine punishment struck again, destroying the black light. On the other side, Wang Jian had also destroyed the black light of the True Dragon. You've been dead for so many years, yet you still want to resist. Today, we'll make you disappear completely. The Son of God opened his mouth, and the space between his brows lit up. A small pagoda flew out. It was a small white jade pagoda. As soon as it flew out, it expanded rapidly, emitting milky white holy light. "Holy weapon!" someone exclaimed. Boom! The divine son wielded his holy weapon, and with his cultivation base, he was able to control it with shocking power. The white jade pagoda crushed down toward the black dragon. Roar! The black true dragon roared angrily, and its dragon claw struck the small white jade tower heavily, making an extremely violent roar. Boom! The white jade pagoda trembled, but the true dragon's corpse also trembled and retreated. Then, the white jade pagoda came crashing down again. Even though the true dragon roared repeatedly, it was still suppressed. Roar! The black true dragon roared and actually abandoned the divine son. It twisted its body and rushed into the sky above the hall. It actually wanted to escape. "You won't be able to escape today." The Son of God waved his hand, and an inscription scroll appeared. When the scroll was opened, the inscriptions on it glowed. Buzz! A huge array appeared and suppressed the void. What a wonderful inscription scroll. It can actually stop the void. At the side of the hall, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The divine child's inscription scroll was extremely wondrous. It could cut off the void and seal it. This way, the black dragon would have difficulty escaping. Divine Son, you're really generous. You're even willing to take out an ancient inscription talisman scroll like the god prohibited void. Wang Jian said. "Oomph." The Son of God snorted coldly and took a step forward. He appeared above the black dragon. The white jade pagoda was about to press down again and completely destroy the mark of the black dragon. Bubble. At this moment, no one noticed that Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to the bubble on his shoulder. Then, the bubble opened its mouth and waved its little claws forward. "Kacha! Kacha!" Above the hall, the space that was sealed by the god prohibited void space inscription scroll started to shake like water. Then it shattered like glass. Chapter 1510. 1510 Dragon Palace Treasury. The inscription scroll of the god prohibited void lost its effect. The sealing of the void failed. The inscription scroll automatically burned and turned into ashes. Inscription scrolls were usually disposable. Roar! The imprisonment of the void failed. The black dragon let out a long roar, and its dragon might was vast and mighty. Its entire body burst out with black light. Boom! The black true dragon struck out with its claws and heavily hit the white jade pagoda, sending it flying. Then, the black true dragon let out a long roar and soared into the sky. It directly smashed a big hole in the ceiling of the hall and flew out. Walala! Debris flew everywhere. A huge hole appeared above the dragon palace, and a black true dragon was about to fly out. "Who is it?" The Son of God roared as he scanned the surroundings, exuding an extremely cold, killing intent. Just now, someone had secretly tampered with it and broke his god-prohibited void, allowing the black true dragon to escape. The godchild's killing intent had reached its peak after losing such a great opportunity and an ancient god-forbidden scroll. No one made a sound. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the king's sword soared into the sky and chased after the black dragon. The Son of God let out an angry roar and also rose into the sky, chasing after the black true dragon. "Let's go take a look." "That's right. We should at least get a share of the loot." The other experts all rushed into the sky and rushed towards the hole above their heads. Light scattered from above. The black true dragon had just pierced through the roof of the dragon palace and rushed out of it. "That's a true dragon?" "No, a true dragon's corpse." "Let's go take a look." Lu Ming and the rest could still hear the sounds coming from outside. It was obvious that the people who couldn't enter the dragon palace were all shocked when they saw the black dragon fly out. Roar! Boom! Following that, a dragon's roar rang out. It was clear that the black true dragon had been caught up and was about to engage in another great battle with the divine son and the others. Chirping. On Lu Ming's shoulder, bubbles were calling. Lu Ming smiled. Just now, Lu Ming had made Bubbles destroy the Divine Sun's God-forbidden void. Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse and could control time and space. It was easy for her to destroy space in secret without anyone noticing. "What should we do? Are you going out to watch the show?" said Tian Shui, feeling somewhat depressed. They had obtained nothing from the Dragon Palace except for some refining materials. As for the true dragon's corpse, he could only look on helplessly. How could not be depressed when he couldn't fight for it? All true dragons like to build a treasure vault. It's very secretive, and I'm guessing that it hasn't been discovered yet. At this moment, Xuanxin spoke. "Treasury?" Tian Shui's eyes lit up. Xuanxin was a genuine true dragon, so she naturally understood the habits of true dragons the best. "That's right." Xuanxin nodded and said, "And that treasury is extremely well hidden. It's most likely not far from the true dragon's corpse." "It's not far. It's very likely that it's in this hall," Lu Ming said. "Not bad." Xianxia nodded. "Then let's hurry up and look for it. When those guys come back, we won't have anything to do with it," Tian Shui said. He then rushed out and looked around, searching for any hidden doors. Lu Ming and Xuanxin also looked around. However, after carefully looking around the hall, they did not discover anything. "Don't tell me it's under the dragon coffin." At this moment, Lu Ming shifted his gaze to the dragon coffin. "It's possible." Xuanxin's eyes lit up. If it was under the dragon coffin, wouldn't it be the closest to the black dragon? Hurry up." Tian Shui hurriedly rushed over, his two palms pressing on the dragon coffin. His muscles bulged, and he pushed it with great force. Boom, boom, boom. The huge dragon coffin was pushed up by Tian Shui. Lu Ming and Xuanxin also went to help. The three of them worked together and moved the dragon coffin. "There's a door." As the dragon coffin was moved away, the eyes of the three people lit up. There was obviously a door at the bottom of the dragon coffin. From the appearance of the door, the true dragon treasury was most likely below. "Break this door." A giant hammer appeared in Tian Shui's hands. "Wait a moment," Lu Ming cried out. Then, the space between his brows glowed. Dense inscriptions appeared in the void, forming a large array. This large array could isolate sound. This was the inscription of the secondary body. Through Lu Ming, he was inscribing the array. "Junior brother is so thoughtful." Tian Shui's lips curled into a smile as he lifted up his giant hammer and heavily smashed it against the door. Boom! The giant hammer smashed down with a violent boom. If it wasn't for the sound-isolating formation, it would have definitely alerted the people outside. However, the door on the ground was completely fine after the hammer hit it. It only left a faint mark. "It's so hard. I don't believe it." Again, Tian Shui continued to lift up his giant hammer and smashed it down once more. But it was useless. It did not move at all. The heavenly hammer struck 7 or 8 times in a row, but the result was the same. "No, it can't be opened," Tian Shui helplessly said. "This door can only be opened with a special method. Brute force is useless." Lu Ming observed carefully. "I've heard that some true dragons use their own blood as a key to seal the door to the treasure vault and test my blood," Xuanxin said after thinking for a moment. Then, with a wave of her hand, Xuanxin made a cut on her jade-like arm. Crystal-like blood dripped onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly trembled and rumbled. Then, the door on the ground split open, revealing an underground secret room. As soon as the door opened, a bright light spread out from below. "It's open, let's go down." Their eyes lit up and they flew down. Below them was a secret room. The moment they went down, the three of them were stunned. Treasures. They were all treasures. At a glance, it was all treasures, piled up like a mountain. There were all sorts of sparkling materials, some for spirit weapons and some for saint weapons, but they all had one thing in common, which was that they were all sparkling and sparkling. There were also all sorts of spirit weapons. Lu Ming took a glance and discovered that there were spiritual weapons of various levels. There were even low-level spiritual weapons. They were all sparkling and resplendent. Some spiritual treasures were even embedded with gems. He even saw piles of night pearls. Of course, there were also piles of raw gemstones. However, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the dozen or so balls of light floating in the air. A holy weapon. The dozen or so balls of light were all holy weapons. More than 10 holy weapons. Lu Ming's heart started to race. Put it away. Let's quickly put it away. Lu Ming said. If they were discovered by the Son of God and the others, they wouldn't have a share. Yes, quickly put it away. We'll tidy it up after we get out. Tian Shui said. The three of them took out their interspatial rings, and each of them took a few saint weapons. Then they placed the forging materials, spirit weapons, ori rocks, and other items into their interspatial rings. Chapter 1511. 1511 The furious Son of God. In less than a minute, the entire treasury had been emptied by them, leaving nothing behind. Let's go. After moving everything, the three of them rushed out of the treasury and flew out of the hole that the true dragon had created. Boom! Boom! In the outside world, the battle was still going on above Dragon Lake. The divine son, Wang Jian, and the others were still attacking the black dragon corpse. Roar! The black true dragon emitted a black light all over its body, as if black flames were burning. Its combat strength was actually stronger than before. The true dragon's corpse is burning the seal to increase its combat strength. But soon, the seal disappeared and the true dragon's corpse couldn't resist anymore. Xianxia said. The three of them flew to the side of Dragon Lake and watched from afar. The Son of God controlled the white jade hall like a godchild. He bathed in holy light and attacked the black dragon continuously. As for Wang Jian, there was also a combat sword floating above his head. Its power was shocking, and it was obviously a saint weapon as well. Rays of terrifying sword light slashed towards the black dragon. As for the other experts, they could only watch from afar and could not interfere at all. Roar! The black true dragon suddenly roared. 2 dragon horns flew out of its head and rapidly grew in size. In the end, they turned into 2 blades that reached the sky and slashed down at the Son of God and Wang Jian. Clang! Clang! The deity's white jade pagoda and Wang Jian's combat sword were both sent flying by the dragon's horn. The deity and Wang Jian's bodies trembled as they retreated. Roar! The black true dragon roared in anger, twisted its body, and rushed into the distance. You want to leave? Dream on. The Son of God shouted in anger. He controlled the white jade pagoda and heavily struck one of the dragon's horns. The dragon's horn was sent flying, and its light dimmed. It quickly became smaller. The Son of God rushed over and grabbed the dragon horn. On the other side, Wang Jian also held a dragon horn in his hand. The two of them put away the dragon horn and turned into a rainbow light, chasing after the black dragon. There are dragon scales. It's mine. As soon as the Son of God and Wang Jian left, the rest of the people went into a frenzy. In the battle, just now, many dragon scales had fallen off the black dragon's body. If these dragon scales were refined into a defensive armor, they would definitely be a rare treasure. The experts under him all pounced towards the 5 or 6 dragon scales. A chaotic battle broke out at the scene. From time to time, experts would let out miserable screams as they were killed. Senior brother, senior sister, let's go. Lu Ming said to Tian Shui and Xianxia. They had gained a lot from this trip. They had emptied a Saint Realm true dragon's treasure vault. This was the biggest winner. It was worth it. There was no point in staying here. All right, Tian Shui took out his flying shuttle, and the 3 of them entered it. The flying shuttle broke through the air and entered the murderous aura. Not long after Lu Ming and the rest left, the Divine Son and Wang Jian returned with cold faces. The Son of God, in particular, exuded a cold, killing intent. It was obvious that their harvest wasn't good, and they might have lost the true black dragon. Dying. The Son of God's entire body seemed to have transformed into a long spear that pierced through the void and charged towards the powerful beings who were fighting for the dragon scale. Pucci, a LV9 martial royal realm expert, had been pierced through by the deity and died on the spot. Today, none of you shall think of leaving, kill. The Son of God said coldly. The spear of divine punishment pierced through the void and killed another expert. Previously, in the Dragon Palace, he had used the God-prohibited void inscription talisman scroll to imprison the Black True Dragon. That way, the Black True Dragon would not be able to escape at all. It would be destroyed by him, and the True Dragon's corpse would be in his possession. However, at the crucial moment, he was disturbed. Someone destroyed the inscription scroll of the God-prohibited void, allowing the Black True Dragon to escape. The God-forbidden Void Inscription Talisman Scroll was an ancient inscription talisman scroll that he had obtained by chance. It was extremely precious, but if he could get the Saint Realm True Dragon's corpse, it would also be a big profit. But now, he didn't get the Saint Realm True Dragon's corpse and wasted the God-prohibited Ancient Void Talisman. This made his killing intent extremely strong. Needless to say, the person who had destroyed him was one of the people who had entered the Dragon Palace before. Therefore, the Son of God was now on a killing spree. One expert after another was killed by the Divine Child. The Son of God has gone crazy. Quickly run. The remaining experts fled in all directions. Don't even think about leaving. The Son of God said coldly. The white jade pagoda flew out and turned into the size of a mountain, pressing down. The rest of the people screamed as their bodies exploded and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. The dozens of experts who had entered the Dragon Palace were all killed by the Divine Sun in an instant, except for Wang Jian. We're the three ants from Dragon God Valley. The Divine Sun swept his gaze across the room, but did not see Lu Ming and the other two. However, he didn't care too much about it. He didn't think that three people with the highest cultivation level of LV5 Martial Royal Realm could break his God-prohibited Ancient Void Talisman. Hee, Divine Child, you've suffered a double loss today. Not far away, Wang Jian sneered. You better shut up. Otherwise, it'll kill you too. The Son of God said coldly. You can try. Wang Jian revealed his battle intent. The remnant's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, but he didn't make a move. Wang Jian's cultivation was at the same level as his, and he was also a peerless genius. It wouldn't be easy to kill Wang Jian. The Son of God snorted and took a step forward. He followed the hole in the Dragon Palace and rushed into it. He was in a search for any treasures left in the Dragon Palace. The moment he rushed in, his expression changed. He saw the moving dragon coffin and the door under it. The vacuum treasury. Damn it, it's the true dragon treasury. The Son of God growled. With a flash of sword light, Wang Jian appeared. He swept his gaze across the room and said in a cold voice, It seems that our hard work was taken advantage of by others. Then, the two of them rushed into the treasure vault. Looking at the empty vault, cold killing intent emanated from their bodies. This time, the two of them had worked so hard, but in the end, they had obtained nothing other than a dragon horn and a few dragon scales. Even the most important true dragon treasury had been taken by someone else. This was especially so for the Divine Son, who had even lost an ancient talisman. Who is it? The Son of God roared, his killing intent as cold as a knife. Then, he flew out of the treasury and looked at the door carefully. True dragon's blood. No wonder it can open the door to the treasure vault. The Son of God sensed Xue Ningxin's blood on the door, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The real dragon's blood. It's the dragon from Dragon God Valley. It's the three ants. How dare you steal the vacuum treasure house right under my nose? You're looking for death. After a while, the Son of God said in a cold voice, You're indeed very bold. Wang Jian said coldly. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and left. Then, the Son of God stepped into the air and left, his body filled with killing intent. After the Divine Son and Wang Jian left, the remaining martial artists below the LV7 Martial Royal Realm flew outside the Dragon Palace in fear. They followed the hole and flew in to search the Dragon Palace, but they did not find much. Chapter 1512. 1512 Chapter 1512 13 Saint Weapons. Lu Ming and the other two boarded the space-breaking flying shuttle and flew out of the area of the murderous aura very quickly. After flying out of the evil Qi area, Xianxia turned around and flew towards the direction of the Tsang Mountains. While the shuttle was flying, Lu Ming and the other two took out the treasures from the Dragon Palace's treasury and began to divide them. First of all, there was a large pile of blacksmithing materials. There were all kinds of blacksmithing materials, both low-level and high-level. Xianxia was in charge of picking out the shiny forging materials, while Lu Ming and Xianxia were free to do as they pleased. After Xianxia was done picking, the two of them divided the materials and kept them. As for spirit weapons, Xianxia was the same. She specifically picked the shiny and good-looking spirit weapons. As for those night-luminescent pearls, jadeite, and other gemstones that were of no use to Lu Ming and Xianxia, Xianxia's eyes lit up as she put them away, leaving Lu Ming and Xianxia rather speechless. Finally, it was the holy weapon. There were 13 saint weapons in total, floating in the shuttle, giving off mysterious waves. The 13 saint weapons were all bright saint weapons. After all, great saint weapons were extremely rare in the Azure continent. There are 13 saint weapons in total. We'll take 4 each, and the last one will go to 8th senior sister. This time, if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have been able to open the door. What do you think, 7th senior brother? Lu Ming said. Of course you can. Xianxia grinned. We'll take one more piece. How can I accept that? Xianxia said in her heart, but her eyes had long been fixed on a long sword. This long sword was inlaid with 7 different colored gemstones, which were very beautiful. Senior sister, you can choose first. Lu Ming smiled. I want this sword. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Xianxia grabbed the sword in her hand and could not bear to let go. You guys can choose. I only need this sword. The rest is up to you. Xianxia said. Then this hammer is mine. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on a large purple gold hammer. He grabbed it in his hand and was quite satisfied. This hammer's handle is too short. Looks like you'll have to find an inscription master to reforge it. Xianxia took the large hammer and waved it around a few times, extremely happy. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a long spear. The spear was pitch black with a black dragon coiled around it. It looked mysterious and domineering. I've finally obtained a holy spear. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. The power of the 13 strikes would definitely be stronger if he used the holy weapon spear. Unfortunately, none of the 13 saint weapons were gloves. The 3 of them were quite happy to have obtained their own saint weapons, so they could choose any of the remaining saint weapons they wanted. Lu Ming picked 3 more items, and so did the heavenly hammer. Xianxia kept the remaining 4 items. This trip could be said to be a fruitful one. Just the saint weapon alone was worth 1,000,000 contribution points. How many treasures could be exchanged for? For example, he could probably exchange for a pile of Nirvana pills. They'll call this spear the Black Dragon Spear. It'll be enough for me to use for a while. I wonder when the Infinite Dragon Spear will be able to become a holy weapon. Lu Ming mumbled in a low voice. At that moment, Ming Lian sat cross-legged in the mountain and river diagram. The Infinite Dragon Spear was suspended in his palm. Pieces of precious refining materials were wrapped in golden spiritual fire and slowly integrated into the Infinite Dragon Spear. Currently, Lu Ming had a lot of precious refining materials on hand. As long as he continuously integrated precious metal materials into the Infinite Dragon Spear, it would be upgraded. Besides the inscription refinement secondary body cultivation, he would refine the Infinite Dragon Spear. This Black Dragon Spear can be refined during this period of time. Lu Ming held the Infinite Dragon Spear and was about to channel his essential core. Buzz. Right at this moment, the Black Dragon Spear began to vibrate slightly. Buzz. Buzz. Following that, the Black Dragon Spear began to shake more and more violently. The spear began to glow, and the black dragon that was wrapped around it seemed to come alive. What's going on? Xianxia and Xianxia both looked over curiously. I don't know. This spear suddenly started vibrating on its own. Lu Ming said. Buzz. The black dragon's spear vibrated and floated in the air. The tip of the spear pointed in a certain direction. The tip of the spear is pointing in the right direction. Could it be that there's something in that direction that's attracting the black dragon spear? Lu Ming made a guess. As the shuttle flew forward, the tip of the black dragon spear also turned slightly, but it always pointed in one direction. There was definitely something in that direction that was attracting the black dragon spear. Junior brother, let's go and take a look, Xianxia said. All right, but you can't take the space-breaking flying shuttle, Lu Ming said. The black dragon spear belonged to the black dragon of the Dragon Palace. The black dragon spear's abnormality might be related to the black dragon. However, they had seen the Divine Sun and Wang Jian chasing after the black dragon. If the Divine Sun and Wang Jian were in front of them, they had to be on guard. The three of them disembarked from the shuttle. Xianxia kept the shuttle, and the three of them concealed their auras. Following the black dragon spear's direction, they flew forward. The more he flew, the louder and more intense the black dragon spear's buzzing sound became. Not long after, they flew to a mountain range. That black dragon's corpse, Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Ming and Xianxia both looked in the same direction. In a mountain valley, a huge black dragon lay there quietly. There was no aura coming from it, and it was motionless. The Saint Realm black dragon's corpse escaped. The Divine Sun and the others didn't catch it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The brand on its body has completely disappeared, Lu Ming sensed for a moment. After the battle with the Divine Child and the others, the inextinguishable brand on the black dragon's corpse had already disappeared. Now, it had truly become a dragon corpse. The three of them flew down the hill. Lu Ming and Xianxia exchanged a look, their eyes burning with passion. Eighth junior sister, Xianxia hesitated, not knowing what to say for a moment. This dragon's corpse was definitely priceless, but Xianxia was a true dragon, just like the black dragon. If they touched the dragon's corpse, who knew what Xianxia would think? Therefore, Lu Ming and Xianxia were a little hesitant. Are you guys worried about me? There's no need for that. Whether it's the human race or the demon race, cultivation is all about pillaging. Pillaging the original chi of heaven and earth. Pillaging the heaven and earth. Pillaging others, even if we're of the same race. Moreover, this is a black dragon, a different race from me, Xianxia said. With that, a saint weapon longsword appeared in Xianxia's hand. She stabbed it into the dragon's head and dug out a crystal. The dragon crystal was condensed after the true dragon tribe entered the saint realm. It was like the saint heart of human warriors. This dragon crystal belongs to me now. It'll be of great help to my cultivation, Xianxia said. All right, haha. Little junior brother, what do you need? Xianxia asked Lu Ming. I just need some dragon bones, Lu Ming said. The effect of the dragon bones on Lu Ming's cultivation of the dragon god combat body was second only to the blood essence of a true dragon. However, this true dragon had been dead for who knew how many years, and its blood essence had long dissipated. Chapter 1513. 1513 Chapter 1513 One after another, that's good. Junior brother, the dragon bones are yours, and the dragon meat is mine. I have the barbarian dragon combat body. By devouring vacuum flesh and blood, I can slowly increase the level of my spirit body. Xianxia grinned. It can increase the level of the spirit body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly shocked. This seventh senior brother was really not simple. Naturally, he didn't believe that Xianxia's increase in spirit body grade was an increase in quantity. It was most likely an increase in the essence of the spirit body. His dragon god combat body was condensed from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Refining the dragon bones and dragon blood could increase the level of the dragon body. He didn't expect Xianxia to be able to do the same. It seemed that he was not the only one in the world who had a strange physique that could increase the level of his spirit body. He doesn't know if Tian Chui's speed of improvement was as fast as his. At once, Lu Ming and Tian Chui separated the black dragon's flesh and bones. Tian Chui kept the true dragon's flesh, and Lu Ming kept the dragon's bones. As for the dragon's skin and scales, they were all rare treasures. They could be used to make leather armors and battle armors with amazing defensive power, so the three of them split them equally. 8th junior sister, 9th junior brother. Let's find a place to cultivate. Tian Chui was somewhat eager to try. All right, Lu Ming nodded. He had the same intention. Xianxia was the same. The three of them rose into the air and left. Not long after, the three of them came to a huge mountain range 1,000,000 miles away. They each opened up a cave dwelling in the mountain range and entered the cave dwelling to begin cultivating. After Lu Ming entered the cave abode, he entered the mountain and river diagram and took out the dragon bone. The weight of the entire dragon bone was extremely shocking. However, because this true dragon had been dead for many years, it had lost a lot of its spiritual essence. All in all, it was still many times more precious than the piece of dragon bone that Lu Ming had bought in the Dragon God Valley. Devour. A powerful, devouring force burst out from Lu Ming's body and enveloped the entire dragon bone. The spiritual essence of the true dragon was constantly being devoured and absorbed by Lu Ming. It fused with his body and transformed it, making it stronger. This cultivation lasted for half a month. Within half a month, Lu Ming had completely refined the entire day's worth of dragon bones. Only some impurities were left, which had turned into ashes and scattered all over the mountain and river diagram. Roar! There seemed to be 9 dragons in Lu Ming's body. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, the shadow of the 9 dragons rushed out of Lu Ming's body, and a powerful pressure filled the air. The muscles on Lu Ming's body squirmed slightly and calmed down after a while. His body was holy and pure, full of power. A superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. Although this dragon bone had been dead for many years and had lost a lot of its spiritual essence, it was still too complete. The energy added together still allowed Lu Ming's spirit body to complete the transformation and achieve evolution, entering a superior grade spirit body. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that he was full of energy. His every move was earth-shattering. It's much stronger than a medium-grade earth spiritual body. Lu Ming waved his palm casually. The void rumbled and a terrifying sonic boom was heard. Although his current cultivation was still at the 3rd level of the martial royal realm, his combat strength was much stronger than before. No wonder a superior grade earth spiritual body was considered one of the top physiques in the Azure region. In the vast Song region, there are only a limited number of people with superior grade earth spiritual bodies. Every single one of them was a terrifying heaven's favorite. It was said that the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region all had superior earth spiritual bodies. I wonder if 7th senior brother and 8th senior sister have finished their cultivation. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and flew out of the cave abode. He sensed that Tian Chui and Xianxia were still cultivating. Lu Ming returned to the cave abode. This time, he did not enter the mountain and river diagram. Instead, he cultivated in the cave abode that he had opened up temporarily. Lu Ming took out a large pile of raw gemstones and prepared to refine them to improve his cultivation. His primal chaos domain was about to reach the peak of level 4, and his cultivation would naturally increase as well. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye as the large pile of raw gemstones was refined. For the past 5 days, Lu Ming did not stop for a moment. He devoured and refined raw gemstones madly. Even he himself did not know how many raw gemstones he had devoured and refined. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. This was the aura that belonged to a 4th-level martial emperor. Lu Ming had finally broken through the 4th level and entered the ranks of the middle stage martial emperors. Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly exploded once again after he had stepped into the 4th-level martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's current combat strength was at least several times stronger than when he was in the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Lu Ming also felt 2 powerful fluctuations nearby. They only quieted down after a long while. Senior brother Tian Shui and senior sister Shui have also broken through. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he rushed out of the cave abode. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming came out, Tian Shui and Xianxia rushed out as well. The aura on their bodies was shocking. Senior brother, senior sister, you've broken through? Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, I've eaten a lot of true dragon meat. I didn't expect my cultivation to break through to LV6 Martial Emperor Realm in one go. Tian Shui laughed. However, Lu Ming sensed that Tian Shui's spirit body had improved, but it was not particularly significant and could not be compared with his improvement. This was not surprising. After all, his spiritual body was condensed from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Few in the world could compare to his dragon god combat body. For Tian Shui's spiritual body to be able to slowly increase in strength was already extremely shocking. I've refined the dragon crystal, and my cultivation has broken through to the 6th rank. Xianxia said. This time, the 3 of them had gained a lot, and their strength had skyrocketed. Tian Shui and Xianxia already had amazing battle strength. Now that they had reached the LV6 Martial Royal Realm, they were even more terrifying. We'll be in closed-door cultivation here for 20 days. There's still a month before the treasure sealing assembly. Let's hurry to the Tsang Mountains. Xianxia said. Let's go. Tian Shui took out his flying shuttle, and the 3 of them entered it, quickly flying towards the Tsang Mountains. 7 days later, they finally neared the Tsang Mountains. During these 7 days, they didn't idle around and refine the appropriate holy weapons they obtained. In front of them, a majestic mountain appeared. The 3 of them left the shuttle and looked into the distance. The Tsang Mountain was too majestic and vast. It stood between heaven and earth, its peak piercing through the clouds like a pillar of the world. With Lu Ming and the rest's current cultivation, as long as there were no obstacles blocking their vision, they could see the scene tens of thousands of miles away clearly from them. However, they could not see the edge of the gray mountain at all, which showed how big it was. The 3 of them flew toward the gray mountain. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar in front of them. Then, they saw 2 figures cross each other, and a blade light burst out. With a scream, a figure was cut in half, and blood splattered on the spot. A young man with a saber on his back appeared. He absorbed his essential core and put away the storage ring of the dead man. He glanced at Lu Ming and the others with a lightning-like gaze before he flew away. The people from the intentionless saber sect, Tian Shui said with a grin. Chapter 1514. 1514 Chapter 1514 Emperor Tsang's Tao Corroboration Grounds. It seems that the Tsang Mountains are not peaceful. Lu Ming said. Indeed, the Tsang region's treasure sealing assembly is held once every 3 years. The 13 top sects of the Tsang region and countless geniuses will gather at the Tsang Mountains. Some of the 13 top sects have grudges with each other, and fights often break out. Now that they've gathered at the Tsang Mountains, it's normal for them to start killing each other over a single disagreement. Xianxia explained. 3 years ago, Xianxia had come to the Tsang Mountains, so she knew more. The Tsang Mountain is the place where Emperor Tsang corroborated his Tao and became an emperor. Therefore, there have been many experts, including great saints and absolute saints, who came to pay their respects to the place where Emperor Tsang corroborated his Tao. Therefore, there are many heavenly Tao inscriptions left by experts in the Tsang Mountain, which usually attracts many people. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can gain some enlightenment. Xianxia said. There's actually such a place, of course we have to go. Tian Shui revealed a look of anticipation. Then, Xianxia led the way, and the 3 of them flew towards the east side of the Tsang Mountain. The closer they got to the gray mountain, the more they felt that it was extraordinary. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force, or as if there was a great emperor lying dormant here. They could not help but admire it. As he flew, he could see that there were many buildings built in many parts of the Tsang Mountain. Although there were no top sects in the Tsang Mountains, there were still some small forces here. Soon, the three of them landed on a small path. There's a canyon in front of us. There's a palm print left by a Supreme Saint Senior. It's very mysterious. I came here 3 years ago to study it, and I gain a lot, Xuanning said in her heart. She took the lead and walked forward. After walking for a while, a valley entrance appeared in front of them. However, there were 2 young men standing guard at the entrance. "Stop, this road is blocked." The 2 young men blocked their way. One of them said coldly, "What do you mean?" Xuanningsin's eyes turned cold. "This place has already been reserved by my Xianxia sect. You guys can go to other places." A young man sneered. "Your heaven god sect reserved it? How laughable. This place belongs to the whole world, and anyone can come here. How come I don't know that this place has become the territory of your Xianxia sect?" Xuanningsin sneered. "I said I've reserved it, so I've reserved it. Hurry up and get lost." A young man from the heavenly god sect berated in an overbearing manner. The heaven god sect is really overbearing. Tian Chue's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. If it wasn't for the fact that he could sense many powerful auras within the valley, he would have already attacked. "Let's go to another place." A murderous glint flashed across Xuanningsin's eyes. However, she still pulled on Tian Chue and Lu Ming and turned to leave. "Stop! Don't let them go." At this moment, a cold roar came from the valley. "Stop!" The 2 young men who were guarding the door moved in a flash and blocked the way of Lu Ming and the other 2. Buzz, buzz, and MBSB whoosh. In the canyon, the sound of the air being torn could be heard. 5 young men rushed out and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2. "Sure, Tian." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Among the 5 people who rushed out, one of them was Sure Tian, the young leader who had entered the great emperor's secret realm from the heavenly god sect. "Ha, Lu Ming, it's you." Sure Tian laughed, his face cold. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold, killing intent. "Lu Ming, you have killed so many of my Tian Shan sect disciples in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm. Today, you don't need to leave. Just leave your life here." A powerful aura emanated from Sure Tian's body as he locked onto Lu Ming. Back in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm, before the secret realm collapsed, Lu Ming had gone on a killing spree and killed many disciples of the Tianxian sect. This made Sure Tian hate Lu Ming to the core. "Junior brother Sure Tian, you don't need to do anything to kill this man. He'll help you kill him." A young man on the stone horizon said, "No need, I'm going to kill this person myself." Sure Tian waved his hand and stepped forward. Boom! The aura on his body skyrocketed and only stopped when it reached the 4th level of the martial royal realm. Sure Tian had obtained an inheritance in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm. After he returned, he was heavily nurtured by the Tianxian sect. In addition to his high talent, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the LV4 martial royal realm in one go. With the inheritance, his combat strength was even more terrifying. This time, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming and wash away the shame. Lu Ming died. Holy light burst out from Sure Tian's body. A spear of divine punishment was formed, piercing through the air like a bolt of white lightning. With an extremely sharp aura, it stabbed toward Lu Ming. An ordinary LV4 or LV5 martial royal realm expert would have been killed by this move. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial artist. In an instant, the spear of God's punishment was about to pierce Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. The spear stopped in front of Lu Ming, unable to move an inch. "Kill him!" Sure Tian roared. His Zhen Yuan and realm burst out and poured into the spear of God punishment. However, the spear seemed to be fixed in place and couldn't move. Sure Tian's eyes widened and the veins on his face bulged. He exerted all his strength, but Lu Ming's hand was as solid as a rock. No matter how he roared, it was useless. How was that possible? Tian roared in his heart. He couldn't believe it. This is your combat strength, Lu Ming said coldly. The muscles in his body trembled, and a dragon's roar was heard. He clenched his fist. Bang! Tian's spear of divine punishment exploded. Boom! Then, Lu Ming clenched his fist and threw a punch at Tian. Tian subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his body. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed on Tian's arms. Both of Tian's arms exploded. He screamed in pain and flew backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Although they were both at the LV4 martial royal realm, Tian could not fight back at all and was easily crushed by Lu Ming. Kill, attack together, kill them all. Tian roared crazily. At the same time, his spiritual body glowed and quickly repaired his broken arm. You're looking for death. Kill. The other young men of the heavenly divine sect roared in anger. Their auras exploded and holy light filled the air. Terrifying attacks poured down on Lu Ming. Two of the 6th-level martial emperors aimed at Lu Ming. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted and activated the divine sword technique. The two 5th-level martial royal realm martial artists' souls trembled and their vital essence became chaotic. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming stepped forward and struck out 2 palms. The 2 LV5 martial royal realm young men were killed by Lu Ming. I'll slaughter you sons of bitches. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xianxia also made their moves. The highest cultivation among these people was only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. They were no match for Tian Shui and the others at all. As soon as they exchanged blows, 2 of them were smashed to death by Tian Shui's hammer and 2 were killed by Xianxia's fists. All of a sudden, Tian was left alone. Chapter 15:15. 15:15 Killing Tian. Tian's face turned pale. How dare you all? Tian roared. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at Tian. Tian's figure retreated madly, his mouth shouting, Senior brother, save me. How dare you kill the disciples of my heavenly god sect? Die. At this moment, a cold, murderous intent rushed out of the canyon. A huge palm print made of holy light came toward Lu Ming. This palm was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was hit by this palm, he would be killed. Leave it to me. I'll do it. Tian Shui and Xianxia rushed out at the same time. Tian Shui raised the giant hammer in his hand, and the muscles all over his body bulged. Like a wild dragon, he smashed the hammer towards the palm print. Roar! Xianxia let out a dragon's roar as her body emitted a cold aura. Her fists seemed to have turned into ice and snow as she threw out 2 punches. Tian Shui and Xianxia's attacks clashed with the palm print at the same time. Boom! Boom! With 2 earth-shaking explosions, Tian Shui and Xianxia both groaned as their bodies were sent flying. However, the palm print was also greatly weakened and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and a shield appeared. It flew forward and blocked the palm print. At the same time, a long spear was formed in Lu Ming's hand. He swung the long spear, and like a flash of lightning, it stabbed towards Tian. This move was astonishingly fast. It directly pierced through Tian's defense and his dantian, nailing him to the ground. I hate, Tian roared, full of unwillingness, but in the next moment, there was no breath left. He had been killed by Lu Ming. Boom! The palm print hit the shield and it was sent flying. It shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella, disappearing. However, this shield was a holy weapon and it successfully blocked the attack. You're looking for death. A shocking aura burst out from the canyon. A roar was heard as the terrifying aura rushed out of the canyon. Not good. Let's go. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. At the same time, Tian Shui and Xianxia also rose into the air and flew away. Buzz! A young man rushed out of the canyon, his body exuding a shocking, killing intent. He glared at Lu Ming and the other two and roared, "After killing the disciples of my heavenly god sect, you still want to escape? Kill!" The young man turned into a ray of holy light and chased after Lu Ming and the rest at an alarming speed. So fast, Lu Ming was shocked. The other party's speed was too fast. He was approaching them at an extreme speed. Whoosh! The other party waved his hand and slashed out a ray of holy light. The holy light streaked across the void and headed for Lu Ming. At the last moment, Lu Ming killed Shi Tian. This made the other party target Lu Ming. Shi Tian was a rare heaven's favorite in the Tianxian sect. In the Emperor Tsong's secret realm, he had received the inheritance and was heavily nurtured. But now he was killed by Lu Ming. "Junior brother, be careful," Tian Shui shouted. The holy light was so fast that it approached Lu Ming in an instant. Whoosh! Black wings extended from Lu Ming's back, protecting his body. Clang! The holy light struck the black wings, causing them to tremble violently. Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. So strong, Lu Ming felt his qi and blood surging in his body, and a stream of blood spilled from his mouth. Even with the black wings to block, he was still blasted to the point of spitting blood. It was clear how strong the other party's attack was. LV9 Martial Royal Realm. Furthermore, he was a top heaven's favorite with shocking battle prowess. "Junior brother, how are you?" Xianxia called out in concern. "I'm fine. We can go on like this. They'll catch up to us sooner or later. Senior brothers and sisters, let go of your bodies and minds. Don't resist," Lu Ming shouted. "All right," Tian Shui and Xianxia subconsciously nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He kept Tian Shui and Xianxia into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he activated the wind element technique. With a flap of his black wings, his figure was like a black lightning, rushing forward at an extreme speed. His speed was not slower than the divine sky sex paragons behind him. The heavens god sex paragon's expression changed. The killing intent on his face grew stronger as he glared at Lu Ming. The holy light on his body burned like a ball of white flames. He sped up and followed closely behind Lu Ming. "Who is that? What a shocking fluctuation. That's the top heavens pride expert of the heavenly god sect, Shiguan. Who's the person running ahead? He's actually being chased by Shiguan? That person is not ordinary either. That pair of wings is a holy weapon." The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, also attracted the attention of others. It's that guy Lu Ming." In front of Lu Ming, there were a few black-robed young men. They heard the commotion and looked over. When one of them saw Lu Ming, his eyes flashed with killing intent. These people were the disciples of the Tian Yu demon sect. The person who had spoken was Mohe. "He's being chased by the stone crown. Let's stop that Lu Ming," Mohe said coldly. He unsheathed his demonic blade and slashed at Lu Ming with a ray of light. Lu Ming, who was flying at high speed, narrowed his eyes and used his black wings to block in front of him. Bang! The demonic blade slashed at the black-feathered wings. Lu Ming's body trembled as his figure was blocked. "Lu Ming, let's see how you die today." Mohe's eyes were cold. He stood in front of Lu Ming, his demonic qi soaring to the sky. Back then, he was ordered to kill Lu Ming. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but the 5 7th-level martial emperors who followed him all died. Even he himself was tricked by Lu Ming's formation. He lost an arm and even his storage ring. During this period of time, he had been thinking about revenge at all times. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming was being hunted down by the experts of the Heaven Deity sect. Of course, he would not hesitate to take action. "Mohe, it'll kill you sooner or later," Lu Ming said coldly. His figure flashed, and he was about to rush to the other side. "Stay here," Mohe shouted coldly. His demonic blade slashed horizontally and instantly slashed out 10 blade rays. Now, Mohe's arm that was cut off by Lu Ming had grown back. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-level martial emperor realm. Mohe was a superior grade Earth's spiritual body, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. His black wings slashed across like a heavenly blade, breaking Mo's blade aura and rushing past. Stay. The two disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect who were with Mo, he unsheathed their demonic blades and charged at Lu Ming. They were two youths at the peak of the 5th-level martial monarch realm. Their combat strength was not weak. At the same time, the stone crown behind him was already approaching. Kill, die, Lu Ming roared. Two rays of black light flashed in his eyes, and he charged at the two disciples of the Sky Demon sect. The two of them shuddered. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the black dragon spear appeared. It turned into two spear lights and stabbed at the two disciples of the Sky Demon sect. The spear radiance contained the technique of 13 accumulated strikes. 10 bursts of power burst out and pierced through the two people's attacks and defenses. The two disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect were dead. Die. At this moment, Shiguan arrived. He condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and pierced it towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1516. 1516 Chapter 1516 Crisis. Escape. Shiguan's spear of God's punishment was so powerful that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything in the world. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. The sense of danger that the stone crown gave him was too strong. Block it. With a single thought, the holy weapon shield flew out again and blocked in front of him. At the same time, he continued to fly forward. Stay here. Mo, he roared with anger. He did not expect that he would kill two Tianyu demon sect disciples after intercepting Lu Ming. His killing intent towards Lu Ming grew even stronger. The demonic blade burst forth and slashed at Lu Ming. You're looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he covered his body with the black wings. Boom! Shiguan's spear of divine punishment struck the shield and sent it flying. It then continued to strike the black wings. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he was sent flying. Blood trickled from his mouth. The stone crown's attack was simply too powerful. If he didn't have two saint weapons protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to block it. So many saint weapons. Who's that guy? He has so many saint weapons. In the distance, there were some onlookers who were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming had too many holy weapons on him. He took out 3 in a row. Can you avoid death by using a saint weapon? Today you'll still die. Kill. Shiguan shouted. He was bathed in holy light and charged at Lu Ming with the spear of divine punishment in his hand. He was like a god. Shiguan was definitely a rare heaven's favorite of the Tianxin sect. Although he was far from being a deity, he was still very terrifying. At this rate, even if Lu Ming had the protection of his holy weapon, he would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks. Chirp, chirp. Unknowingly, the bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It waved its small claws and opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming rushed in without hesitation. The next moment, he was thousands of miles away. Then, with a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming flew away at top speed. The space-time domain, damn it. The stone crown roared in anger and chased after Lu Ming at high speed. However, in front of them, Lu Ming made the bubble open another space-time tunnel. This time, Lu Ming entered and his figure disappeared. Damn it! Shiguan went mad. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent was as cold as the winter snow. This kid escaped again. Mo's eyes were also very cold. Shiguan, this man is from the Dragon God Valley. Mo's voice sounded. Dragon God Valley? We must kill all the people of Dragon God Valley in this conference. Shiguan said coldly. He turned into a ray of light and left. Lu Ming. Mo gritted his teeth. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. Then he left. Lu Ming was running wildly in the Gray Mountains. Previously, Lu Ming had asked Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel, and they appeared in the Tsang Mountains. The Tsang Mountains' terrain was complex, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. Naturally, the stone crown lost track of Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran for a while in the Gray Mountains before he found a remote place and released Tian Chue and Xuanxin. 9 Junior brother, are you all right? Tian Chue and Xuanxin looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. I've already shaken them off. Lu Ming said, Fuck, a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert is chasing us. If I increase my cultivation by another 2 levels, it'll definitely kill him with my hammer. Tian Chue unhappily said, 9th Junior brother, it's all thanks to you this time. Xuanxin said. She and Tian Chue were not adept at speed. If not for Lu Ming's Grotto Heaven treasure, they would not have been able to escape. I didn't expect 9th Junior brother to even have a Grotto Heaven treasure. Tian Chue grinned. Are Grotto Heaven treasures very rare? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course it's rare. A Grotto Heaven treasure is like a small world of its own. Only a great emperor can make it, and it also requires rare materials. Tian Chue said, only great emperors can refine it. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had originally thought that Grotto Heaven treasures were not rare in the Yuan continent. It seemed that treasures obtained from the Battle of Providence were all extremely rare. Let's take a rest here, Lu Ming said. Before this, they had all suffered some injuries. Although they were not serious, they still needed to recover. Tian Chue and Xuanxin both nodded. The 3 of them sat cross-legged and meditated. An hour later, Lu Ming had fully recovered from the minor injuries he had suffered earlier. Where are we going now? Tian Chue asked. Let's go to the Dragon God Valley Station. Every sect has a station in the Tsang Mountain for their disciples to stay in. There are sage realm elders there. The people of the Tianxian sect will not dare to be arrogant at the Dragon God Valley Station. Xuanxin said. Lu Ming and Tian Chue naturally had no objections. Then, Xuanxin led the way, and the 3 of them went to the Dragon God Valley Station. Very quickly, a large building appeared in front of them. There were many palaces built on the mountainside, looking very majestic. Lu Ming and the other 2 took out their Dragon God Valley disciples' tokens, and they were naturally unimpeded. Lu Ming. A crisp sound was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound, and a smile appeared on his face. Ying, brother Qiu, Lu Ming called out. It was Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao. The 2 of them walked towards Lu Ming with smiles on their faces. Ying, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming sized up Qiu Ying and smiled. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Ying's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Martial Royal Realm. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Qiu Hao, on the other hand, seemed to have just broken through to LV2 Martial Royal Realm. In the Emperor Tsang Mystic Realm, I obtained an inheritance and joined the Ice Dragon Valley. I was chosen by an elder of the Ice Dragon Valley and was accepted as a disciple. That's why my cultivation level has improved so quickly. Qiu Ying explained. Congratulations. Lu Ming smiled, feeling happy for Qiu Ying. They were friends, and since Qiu Ying had a good encounter, he was naturally happy. Who are these 2? Qiu Ying looked at Tian Chue and Xuanxin. This is my senior brother and senior sister from Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming introduced them to Qiu Ying. Both parties greeted each other. Ying, when did you guys arrive? Lu Ming asked. We've been here for 10 days. Big brother, and I wanted to find you come with us. But we heard that you left long ago when we arrived at Cloud Dragon Valley. Why are you only here now? Qiu Ying asked curiously. I was delayed on the way. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. We'll take you to get a house. You just need to register. Qiu Ying said. She seemed very happy to see Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming and the other 2 each received a room and went back to their own rooms. Qiu Ying and the others also bade farewell and left. Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to channel and regulate his breathing. Right now, there were still 20 days before the start of the treasure sealing assembly, so it was still early. In the next few days, Lu Ming and the others were cultivating. Shiguan did not find the heavenly god sect's encampment. 3 days later, Xuanxin and Tian Chue came to look for Lu Ming together. To buy something? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Xianxia and Tianxia had come to find him with the purpose of going shopping together. Chapter 1517. 1517 Chapter 1517 Emperor Rank Power. Lu Ming only understood after Xianxia explained. The triennial treasure sealing assembly. The 13 top sects of the Tsang region would gather at the Tsang Mountain. Not only that, there were also many from other sects, big and small. It could be said that this was the biggest event in the Azure continent in 3 years. Such a grand event naturally attracted many large chambers of commerce to gather at the Tsang Mountain. In fact, there were even large chambers of commerce from outside of the Azure region. Here, they brought with them many rare treasures that the Azure region didn't have. Among them, the most famous one was the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. I heard that the Supreme Treasure Pavilion is an extremely large chamber of commerce outside of the Azure continent. Their power is unparalleled. I'm afraid that even the 13 top sects in the Azure continent combined might not be as powerful as the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. Xianxia explained. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. Of course it's strong. That's because the Pavilion of Supreme Treasures is an Emperor-level force. Xianxia said. An Emperor-ranked power. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. As the name suggested, an Emperor-ranked force was a force with a great Emperor in charge. Of the 13 top powers in the Azure continent, not a single one had a great Emperor in charge. Their strength couldn't be compared to an Emperor-ranked power. The difference was too great. Every time the Supreme Treasure Pavilion comes, it brings with it many rare and even non-existent treasures. Today is the opening day of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion, and it will attract countless people. Let's go and see if we can buy anything useful. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and immediately became interested. Not long after, the 3 of them had changed into black robes and put on black bamboo hats, which covered their entire bodies. At the same time, the 3 of them concealed their auras. Even if there were acquaintances, they wouldn't be able to recognize them. According to Xianxia, when the Supreme Treasure Pavilion opened today, many people from all the major forces would go there. There were many grudges between these forces, and once they went, wouldn't it be easy to start a fight? Therefore, many people would wear black robes and bamboo hats to avoid being recognized. In addition, even if he bought some precious items, he could also prevent others from thinking about it. The 3 of them flew toward the middle of the mountain, and a vast palace soon appeared in front of the 3-eyed man. Above the palace, 3 big words were written. The Supreme Treasure Pavilion. The door of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion had already opened, and one figure after another flew into the door. Most of them were like Lu Ming and the other 2, wearing black robes and bamboo hats. Even if they were not wearing them, they had disguised themselves. The 3 of them walked through the door, and they immediately saw huge counters. Behind the counters were all kinds of treasures. The hall was extremely spacious. There were counters lined up in an orderly manner, and there were people in front of the counters to greet everyone. Countless people strolled around in the palace. At a glance, there were no less than 100,000 people, but it did not seem crowded, which showed how big the palace was. Moreover, no one would dare to snatch the treasures here. This was because this was the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. It was said that many years ago, when the Supreme Treasure Pavilion first came to the Tsang state, there was a saint who wanted to take the treasures of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. In the end, a supreme saint appeared from the Supreme Treasure Pavilion and killed the saint with a single slap. After that, no one dared to covet the treasures of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. So many precious materials. Lu Ming's eyes swept around, and he was dazzled. However, the materials, spirit weapons, and pills here were all of a low grade and weren't of much use to the 3 of them. Let's go upstairs. The treasures on the 2nd floor are of a higher grade. Xianxia said. There were 3 levels here, and the treasures on each level would be of a higher grade and more precious. The 3 of them walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The treasures on the 2nd floor were indeed of a higher grade and more precious. This is the myriad existences liquid. It's a spiritual liquid that's even more precious than the myriad spirit liquid. Lu Ming saw a type of all-creation liquid and bought 10 caddies on the spot. Of course, the price was that he had to give up more than half of the mid-grade raw stones he had. Lu Ming kept the myriad creation liquid in the mountain and river diagram. He then watered the path understanding ancient tree with the myriad creation liquid. Now, the path understanding ancient tree was growing better and better. It was getting thicker and thicker, and it had more leaves. The three of them strolled around, and Tian Shui and Xuanxin bought some items. "Let's go to the third floor," Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them went up to the third floor. There were also many people on the third floor, no less than tens of thousands. Of course, many of the treasures on the third floor had reached the saint realm, such as saint medicine and saint weapons. They were very precious, and many people couldn't afford them. They were just here to broaden their horizons. So many saint weapons. Lu Ming looked at a counter. There were saint weapons on the counter. At a glance, there were no less than 100. No less than 100 saint weapons. How shocking was that? Each saint weapon gave off a mysterious aura and all kinds of light. There were only 2 young and beautiful women standing on the counter. It seemed that they were only at the martial emperor realm. In front of the counter, many people stopped to look. They all stared at the saint weapons with a burning light, as if they wanted to swallow them up. If it were anywhere else, hundreds of saint weapons guarded by only 2 young women at the martial emperor realm would have been taken away long ago. However, no one dared to make a move here. If anyone dared to make a move, the person standing in front of him would most likely be an absolute saint. The 3 of them came to the counter. "Ladies, do you have any holy weapon gloves for sale?" Lu Ming said in a low voice. "Of course. Do you want to buy it?" A young woman said with a smile. "That's right. Can you let me take a look first?" Lu Ming said. "All right." One of the women nodded and took out a box. She opened the box and revealed a dark red ball the size of a longan. "What is this?" Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to give him a glove-type holy weapon? Why did he take out a round ball? "Sir, this is a pair of saint weapon gloves specially made by my treasure pavilion. It's very mysterious. Let me try it on for you." A young woman smiled as she picked up the ball and placed it in her palm. A shocking scene appeared. The ball actually softened like a pool of liquid and wrapped the young woman's palm inside, forming a glove. The young woman's palm seemed to be covered with a layer of black gauze. Then, the young woman injected her vital essence. Buzz! The glove exuded a powerful aura, the aura of a holy weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had fallen in love with the holy weapon gloves at first sight. "Sir, these holy weapon gloves are called the flowing essence gloves. They are made of flowing essence gold and other precious materials. They contain the laws of nature and are true holy weapons. They are extremely hard, and holy weapons of the same level can't break the gloves at all. Moreover, they're easy to use. Please have a look, sir." As soon as the young woman finished speaking, the flowing essence glove shrank in her palm and disappeared into it as if it were alive. The next moment, it came out again and covered her palm. Chapter 1518. 1518 Chapter 1518 targeted. The flowing elemental gloves will appear when you want to use them. Similarly, when you want to put them away, you can put them away with a thought. The young woman introduced. What an amazing pair of gloves. Such a pair of gloves is a rare treasure in the world. On the side, many people's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the gloves in the young woman's hands. For martial artists who are good at palm, finger, and fist techniques, this kind of glove was too precious. The temptation was too great. "Miss, I want this pair of gloves. How much are you selling it for?" "I want one too." "Miss, how many raw stones?" Immediately, a few people spoke and stepped forward. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was the one who asked first. "I'm sorry, the flowing essence gloves. As the materials are hard to find, and the refining process is also very difficult, I only have one," the young woman said. "Only one? Then sell it to me." "Get lost, it's mine." At least a dozen people spoke, and the scene was noisy. This glove is worth 500 million medium-grade raw stones. No bargaining, the young woman said. What, 500 million? The scene suddenly quieted down, and a series of gasps sounded. 500 million medium-grade raw stones? Miss a glove? The voice of the person who had asked to buy earlier was a little dry. Gloves were a bit more expensive than normal saint weapons, but they usually came in pairs. A decent pair of gloves could be worth 3 normal saint weapons. A saint weapon was worth around 100 million mid-grade Orirox. Had originally estimated this glove to be worth around 150 million, but now it was asking for 500 million. The price was shockingly high. It's too high. I can't afford it all. It's not worth it. Those people shook their heads and gave up on buying. 500 million was too expensive. 500 million. Lu Ming also took a deep breath in his heart. 500 million was equivalent to 5 bright saint weapons. He had obtained 4 bright saint weapons in the Dragon Palace's treasury, the Black Dragon Spear. Lu Ming wanted to keep it for his own use, so he only had 3 bright saint weapons left. Even if he sold all 3, he was still short of 200 million mid-grade raw stones. All the raw gemstones he had on him were not enough for 200 million. He would only have enough if he sold a lot of precious refining materials. Young lady, do you accept holy weapons here? Lu Ming asked. I received it. The young woman smiled. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 3 bright saint weapons appeared in his hand. They were all obtained from the Dragon Palace's treasure vault. 3 saint weapons. Many people's eyes lit up, and they stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes were shimmering with all sorts of lights, and no one knew what they were thinking. Sir, if you want to buy flowing essence gloves, you can use bright saint weapons as payment. These 3 bright saint weapons and 200 million Orirox will do, the young woman said. However, Lu Ming still looked hesitant. It was not that he did not want to pay, but he had no more. He still had a shield and the black wings, but he wanted to keep both. Junior brother, I'll lend you 2 saint weapons first. As if reading Lu Ming's mind, Tian Shui waved his hand, and 2 more holy weapons appeared. Senior brother, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. I have enough for now. Tian Shui laughed. All right, you'll return to senior as soon as possible. Lu Ming accepted Tian Shui's holy weapon and said, Miss, I'll buy the flowing elemental gloves for 5 holy weapons. Sure. The young lady took Lu Ming's holy weapon, put the flowing essence gloves into the box, and handed it to him. Lu Ming took it and reached out to hold the flowing elemental gloves that had turned back into a round ball. It was warm and cool to the touch. He infused his essential core slightly, and the flowing essence glove started to flow like liquid, wrapping around Lu Ming's right palm. As light as nothing. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. The Lu Yuan gloves were as light as chiffon on his hands. He was almost weightless and as flexible as if he was empty-handed. Buzz. As he poured in more vital essence, the flowing essence gloves emitted a powerful aura. What? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He realized that the flowing essence gloves' weight had increased rapidly as he channeled his essential core into the gloves. The stronger the essential core, the heavier the gloves were. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised that the flowing essence gloves had such an effect. Are you satisfied, sir? The young woman said. Many thanks. Lu Ming did not say much. With a thought, he kept the flowing elements gloves. If he wanted to use them freely, he would need to go back and refine them. At the side, many pairs of burning eyes were staring at Lu Ming. Some of their eyes were filled with greed. Lu Ming sneered. In the treasure pavilion, these people did not dare to do anything to him. Lu Ming swaggered around with Xianxia and the heavenly hammer. That is, icy heart. Not long after, on a counter, Xianxia found a heart of ice. This was a rare treasure. Xianxia's original form was a snow dragon, so it was of great use to her. In the end, Xianxia used 2 saint weapons in exchange for the heart of ice. So many saint weapons. These 3 guys have so many saint weapons. Some people had been paying attention to Lu Ming and the other 2. When they saw this scene, Their eyes burned even more fervently. In total, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin had already taken out 7 saint weapons. How shocking was this? Senior brother, senior sister were being watched. Next, we'll split up and mix into the crowd to divert attention. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Shui and Xuanxin. There were close to 200,000 people on the 3 levels of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. At least half of them were wearing black robes and bamboo hats. As long as they mixed into the crowd and kept walking around, these people could forget about finding them. All right, let's do this. Tian Shui and Xuanxin both nodded. Then, the 3 of them split up and rushed into the crowd. Not good. These guys want to run. Chase them. Someone followed Lu Ming and the rest closely. However, Lu Ming and the other 2 had concealed their auras. The other party could not lock onto their auras at all. The 3 of them moved quickly through the crowd. They would reach the first floor, turn dozens of times, run to the second floor, and then to the third floor. An hour later, those people had completely lost track of Lu Ming and the other 2. Damn it, what a pity, some people sighed. Lu Ming and the other 2 definitely had an astonishing amount of wealth on them. If they could snatch it, they would be rich. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the other 2 were too cunning. They slipped away just like that, making some people very unwilling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin gathered at the main entrance through voice transmission. They had bought what they needed, and it was time to leave. The 3 of them went out of the gate and flew toward the Dragon God Valley. However, after flying for a while, the 3 of them suddenly stopped. In front of them, 3 figures wrapped in black robes blocked their way. Everyone, hand over your storage rings and get lost. The person in the middle spoke. From his voice, he sounded very young. You guys are really capable, Lu Ming said coldly. They were already very careful, but they were still targeted. Chapter 1519. 1519, the battle against the Yu-Du Sex Paragon. Aren't you guys curious how we got our eyes on you? The man in the middle said. I was just about to ask. Lu Ming said. It's very simple. When you bought the Luyuan gloves, I put a kind of powder on you. It's colorless, odorless, shapeless, and shapeless. No matter where you go or how you mix into the crowd, you won't be able to escape my tracking. The man in the middle explained. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring, or else die. If you have the ability, you can try, Lu Ming said. 2 6th-level martial emperors and 1 4th-level martial emperor. You're quite arrogant. It'll be easy for me to kill you. The black-robed man in the middle stepped forward. However, his cultivation was also at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Buzz. The other party waved his hand, and a dense black cloud instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Poisonous insects. They were densely packed poisonous insects. So, it's the people from the Desire Poison sect. They'll do it. Xuanxin stepped out, her whole body exuding a cold aura, and struck out a palm. The palm power formed a terrifying cold wave that spread towards the poisonous insect. Immediately, the densely packed poisonous insects were frozen. Xuanxin then shook her palm, and those poisonous insects turned into ice fragments and disappeared. You have some ability, come again. A green mist burst out from the other party's body, emitting a disgusting stench, and rushed towards Xuanxin. Xuanxin stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Boom! Boom! Each punch sent out a terrifying cold wave that froze the void and the poisonous mist. You want to freeze my poisonous gas? In your dreams. Corrode it. Break! The other party shouted in a low voice, and the mist actually formed into small worms that corroded the ice. Then, the poisonous gas rushed towards Xuanxin. What a terrifying poisonous gas! Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was well aware of Xuanxin's combat power and how terrifying her cold wave was. It could freeze everything, even Zhen Yuan. However, it was corroded by the poison, which showed how terrifying the poison was. This person was definitely a peerless genius of the Yu-Du sect. No wonder he was so arrogant. Roar! Xianxia let out a dragon's roar, and the cold air on her body became even more intense. She kept punching with both fists, and the fist force formed into snow-white true dragons that flew out. Bang! These true dragons were powerful, and they charged through the mist toward the Yu-Du Sect's chosen. Bang! The Yu-Du Sect's paragon's body actually exploded, turning into a cloud of poisonous gas that enveloped Xianxia. Ha ha! My constitution is the superior earth spiritual body, the thousand desires poisonous body. You can't hurt me at all. The other party's cold voice came from within the poisonous gas. Xianxia's fists continued to bombard, but the poisonous gas rolled, as if it could not hurt her opponent at all. Endless poisonous gas enveloped Xianxia. Roar! The dragon's roar came from Xianxia's mouth again. Her body began to change rapidly. The black robe on her body burst apart, and in the next moment, a huge snow dragon appeared in the sky. It's a real dragon. You are from Dragon God Valley. The voice of the Yu-Du Sect's paragon rang out from within the poisonous gas. Roar! Xianxia turned into her true dragon form and let out a long roar. She opened her mouth and spat out a terrifying wave of cold air, which covered the surrounding 10 miles of land, turning it into a frozen land. This time, some of the poisonous gas was also sealed in ice. However, there was still a lot of poisonous gas left. At this time, it actually turned into weapons and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia stepped out with her dragon claw and clashed with the weapons. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. That's a true dragon. Its strength is so terrifying. And the people from the Desire Poison Sect. The battle here was so shocking that many people in the distance were alarmed and flew over. There were even people in the Supreme Treasure Pavilion who were alarmed and flew over to take a look. For a time, the battlefield was surrounded by people. What a terrifying combat strength. A LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert has such a strong combat strength. They're definitely top-notch Heaven's favorites with superior Earth spiritual body. Many people voiced out. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and the other party had exchanged dozens of moves, and neither of them had won. The more the Desire Poison Sect's chosen fought, the more shocked and impatient he became. Initially, he thought that his combat strength was more than enough to take down Lu Ming and the others. Not to mention a 6th-level Martial Emperor, he could even easily kill a 7th-level Martial Emperor. Even an ordinary 8th-level Martial Emperor would be poisoned to death if he was not careful. Now, a person of the same level had actually fought him to a draw. He knew that he had encountered a Heaven's favorite of the same level. You guys quickly attack and kill those two brats. The paragon of the Desire Poison Sect roared. Buzz! Buzz! The other two from the Yu-Du Sect charged towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. The aura they revealed was at the peak of the 7th-level Martial Royal Realm. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as the two of them attacked, a dense swarm of poisonous insects pounced on Lu Ming and Xianxia. Die! Xianxia roared in anger as he swung his giant hammer and struck out. Boom! The sky trembled violently as the giant hammer struck, bringing with it a terrifying vibration wave. Those poisonous insects exploded one after another and turned into ashes. Not only that, the vibration waves did not stop, directly bombarding the bodies of the two Yu-Du Sect members. The bodies of the two Yu-Du Sect members exploded, turning into green poisonous gas that rolled back and then condensed again. It was two young men, currently looking at Xianxia in shock. Although they had a body of poison and could turn into poisonous gas to offset the power of the attack, there was a limit. If the power was too strong, they could still be injured or even killed. Xianxia's earlier strength had already injured them. Kill. I don't care what kind of poison body you have, it'll crush you all. Xianxia raised his giant hammer and charged at the two Yu-Du Sect youths. Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. Not good. The two young men from the Desire Poison Sect were shocked. They used their poisonous insects to form a shield to block in front of them. But under the hammer, they all collapsed. The two young men's bodies were scattered once more, and then reformed in the distance. Their faces were pale, and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Die! Tian Shui stepped forward. How dare you? Don't even think about killing my Yudu sex people. A few figures flew over from the distance. Before they even arrived, a disgusting poisonous gas was already spreading towards Tian Shui. Some from a desire poison sect saw this and joined the battle. Many people, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the few Yudu sect members behind him. The devouring power in his palm burst out and enveloped the poisonous gas. And NBSB hoo-hoo. The poisonous gas was completely devoured by Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Then, Lu Ming stepped into the void, and a nine-dragon rushed out toward a few of the Yudu sex people, sending them flying. Boom! On the other side, the person who had been fighting with Xianxia turned into a cloud of poisonous gas and retreated quickly, then condensed into a human form. It was a pale and cold young man. Set up the poison formation, the cold-faced young man said. Chapter 1520, 1520 Chapter 1520 The Devil's Sex Intervention Yes. The other Yudu sect members spoke one after another. Venomous insects flew out from their bodies and flew towards Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, their bodies flickered and they stepped in a mysterious position. Then, their bodies collapsed one after another and turned into green poisonous gas. At that moment, the poisonous gas expanded rapidly and turned into a poisonous gas that filled the sky, enveloping Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and Tian Shui removed their black robes and joined Xianxia. The three of them stood together. This is a poison formation. Be careful, Xianxia said. Her huge body was covered with snow-white dragon scales, full of beauty, like the most beautiful work of art in the world. They'll do it, Lu Ming said coldly, and the chaos domain spread out. Lightning. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the chaos domain turned into a thunder domain. Lightning filled the sky. It was as if countless lightning snakes were slithering between the sky and the earth. The lightning snakes were as thick as an arm and spread in all directions. The poisonous insects were struck by the lightning snakes and fell down in large groups. Fire. Lu Ming continued to speak. The chaos domain changed again, turning into flames that filled the sky and spread in all directions. The flames and lightning surged towards the poisonous insects and the poisonous mist. Chi, chi, chi. Between heaven and earth, a sizzling sound rang out, and waves of light smoke floated up. Whoosh! Black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. They grew larger and were 100 meters long when spread. The black wings were covered with a wind domain, and Lu Ming began to spin rapidly. And NBSB hoo-hoo. The black wings brought with them an endless amount of wind that spread out in all directions. The power was shocking. Thunder, fire, and wind surged between heaven and earth, resisting the poisonous gas from all directions. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Senior brother, senior sister, get ready to attack. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Shui and Xianxia. Then kill, 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 kill. Lu Ming bellowed a few times in succession. Invisible soul attacks were launched at the poisonous gas. The members of the Desire Poison sect cultivated the poison body. Their bodies could be dispersed, but their souls were still attached to the poisonous gas and would still be attacked by Lu Ming. Furthermore, since the spirit body was dispersed, its defense against the soul was even weaker. Lu Ming cast the divine sword technique and roared a few times. A few shrieks were heard from the poisonous gas. The poisonous gas twisted violently and then converged, beginning to condense into a human shape. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xianxia shouted as they each charged toward the disciple of the Desire Poison sect that had formed. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He smashed the long spear down. All of a sudden, there were 10 layers of attacks that exploded. The void trembled violently. Bang! The Yudu sect disciple screamed as his body split into pieces. This time, it did not turn into poisonous gas. Instead, it was truly torn apart. Lu Ming's attack had exceeded his tolerance range, and he was killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xianxia also unleashed their strongest attacks, killing one person each. After killing 3 people, the poison formation had broken by itself. The remaining poisonous gas began to roll and condense into 3 people, who retreated at an extreme speed. One of them was the supreme genius of the Desire Poison sect. "Today, you're the ones who will die." Tian Shui roared as he raised his hammer and charged towards the Yudu sect's men. Lu Ming and Xianxia also stepped forward. "What's going on?" The surrounding spectators were confused. Earlier, the Yudu sect's experts had set up a poison array that enveloped the entire space, including Lu Ming and the other 2. They thought that Lu Ming and the other 2 were dead for sure. However, they did not expect that in the next moment, lightning, fire, and wind would flash within the poison array. Following that, a few loud shouts could be heard, and the poison array collapsed. A few people from the Yudu sect were killed in succession, leaving the remaining few at a disadvantage and retreating continuously. They didn't understand how the Desire Poison sect had lost. The remaining few from the Desire Poison sect had ugly expressions. Lu Ming's loud shouts earlier had already injured their souls. Now, they were no match for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming. At this moment, a loud roar reverberated through the world. At least 8 or 9 demonic lights tore through the void and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared behind Lu Ming and the others, ready to attack from the back. Emohi. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. The 9 figures were all disciples of the Tian Yu demon sect, and one of them was Emohi. Emohi's body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were sharp as he glanced at Lu Ming. "Brother Wu, how about we join forces and kill these 3? Emohi looked at the heavens chosen from the Desire Poison sect and said, "Of course you can." The paragon of the Desire Poison sect was overjoyed and quickly agreed. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Lu Ming and the other 2 had offended quite a number of people. "Emohi, you're courting death," Lu Ming said coldly. Because of Xianxia, he didn't want to get into a bad relationship with the Tian Yu demon sect. However, the Tian Yu demonic sect had gone too far. Back then, Emohi had led people to hunt him down. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have died. Every time he met Mo, he in the Tsang Mountains, the other party wanted to kill him. Lu Ming decided that if he met the Tian Yu demonic sect again, he would not show any mercy and would kill them. "You want to kill me?" Emohi sneered. The demonic chi on his body soared to the sky. He unsheathed his demonic blade and became one with it, slashing at Lu Ming. "Brat, let me fight you!" Tian Shui shouted, raised his giant hammer, and smashed it towards Emohi. Clang! The demonic blade and the giant hammer collided with an earth-shaking sound. Emohi and Tian Shui were both shocked and forced to retreat. Again, Tian Shui's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Like a wild dragon, the muscles on his entire body bulged, and a dragon's roar was emitted. He raised his giant hammer and smashed it towards Emohi. "Kill!" Emohi coldly shouted. His demonic blade burst forth, becoming even more terrifying as it rushed towards Tian Shui. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. "Do it!" At this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia also made their moves. Lu Ming's black wings flapped, and he charged toward the people from the Tian Yu demon sect. He thrust his black dragon spear forward, which turned into a dazzling ray of light. A peak LV-5 Martial Royal Realm young man from the Sky Demon sect was killed by Lu Ming. Then, the long spear swept across, and an LV-6 Martial Royal Realm expert exploded. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. Xianxia cooperated with Lu Ming and pounced on the people from the Tian Yu demon sect. One of them was killed with a single claw. kill. There was also an expert from the Tianyu demonic sect. He was a youth at the peak of the LV-7 martial royal realm, and he was fighting against Xianxia with shocking combat strength. However, Lu Ming was unrivaled. After killing a few people in a row, the remaining people from the Sky Demon sect were horrified. They retreated one after another, not daring to fight Lu Ming head-on. What a strong combat strength. That man from Dragon God Valley is so strong. He could even fight to a draw with Mohe. That's terrifying. Mohe is a top genius of the Tianyu demon sect. Even in the entire Azure continent, he's a top genius. He was actually able to fight with Mohe to such an extent. It seems to be the madman from Dragon God Valley, Tianxia. In the surroundings, some people were discussing and some recognized Xianxia. Chapter 1521. 1521 Chapter 1521 The Stone Crown reappears. Xianxia loved to battle, loved to kill, and often went out. He had quite a reputation, so naturally there were people who recognized him. That snow dragon's combat strength is also extremely shocking. It seems to be stronger than ordinary true dragons. Indeed, that should be a true dragon's prodigy. And that LV-4 Martial Royal Realm guy has amazing combat strength. That's where you're wrong. The LV-4 Martial Emperor Realm expert is relying on his holy weapon. Did you see that? The wings on his back and the spear in his hand are both holy weapons. That's why he's so powerful. Without a holy weapon, his combat strength is just average. That's true. Many of the major sects were watching and discussing. In the sky, Lu Ming used his body technique and pounced on a 6th-level martial emperor. That person's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to take Lu Ming's attack head-on. Buzz! At this moment, a screech was heard. A huge golden toad pounced at Lu Ming. It opened its mouth and a dense poisonous gas spread towards Lu Ming. The poison in the saint weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He could tell at a glance that the golden toad was a saint weapon, and the poison in it was absolutely terrifying. Buzz! Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He did not want to come into contact with the poisonous gas. The young man from the Yudu sect controlled the golden toad, sacred weapon, and chased after Lu Ming. Buzz! And NBSB whoosh. The golden toad cried out like a living creature. It stomped in the air and turned into a golden light, charging toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Then, a ray of golden light burst out of the toad's mouth and shot toward Lu Ming. Tongue. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The golden light was the toad's tongue. Whoosh. The black dragon's spear stabbed out like a black bolt of lightning. Ding. Ding. 2 rays of light, one black and one gold, collided in the air. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. The toad's tongue was also sent flying. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His opponent's holy weapon was indeed powerful. Not only did it have poisonous gas, but it also had a tongue attack. Without a doubt, if one was hit by the tongue, they would definitely be strangled to death. Buzz! The golden toad cried out and spat out poisonous gas again. Get back, Lu Ming said coldly. He flapped his black wings, bringing with it a strong gust of wind that swept forward. The poisonous gas was blown away by the strong wind and instantly deviated from its course. A disciple of the Tianyu demon sect was careless and was enveloped by the poisonous gas. He immediately let out a shrill scream and turned into a skeleton in a few breaths, falling to the ground. What a terrifying poisonous gas. The disciple of the Tianyu demonic sect was an LV-6 martial royal realm martial artist with a low-class earth spiritual body, but he died in a few breaths. The young man from the Desire Poison sect had a dark expression as he controlled the golden toad to charge at Lu Ming. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying sharp light shot towards Lu Ming from behind. It was a long spear, the spear of God punishment. This spear of God punishment was too fast and too powerful. Not good. The moment Lu Ming felt it, his body seemed to have stiffened. He was locked in place by a terrifying aura. In the next moment, The spear of divine punishment was about to pierce through his body. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have time to react. The spear of divine punishment pierced through Lu Ming's body. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's body shattered like a mirror with a bang. More than 10 meters away, Lu Ming's figure appeared. He could feel a thin layer of cold sweat on his back. The attack, just now, was too dangerous. Lu Ming was almost killed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Bubbles made a move and cast the space-time domain, teleporting Lu Ming more than 10 meters away and avoiding the disaster. A figure appeared to spot where Lu Ming had been standing and said in a cold voice, "Space-time domain." "It's this person." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person who appeared was Shi Guan, the proud son of heaven from the deity sect who had chased after Lu Ming previously. This man was a heaven's favorite at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, and he had just launched a sneak attack. "The space-time domain will also die," Shi Guan said coldly. He swept the spear of divine punishment in his hand. The air exploded violently as the spear of divine punishment shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and a shield appeared in front of him. At the same time, the black wings protected him. Boom! The shield was instantly blasted away. The spear of God's punishment smashed onto Lu Ming's black wings. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of Lu Ming's mouth. His opponent was too strong, and his battle prowess was shocking. Even with his saint weapon protecting him, he was still heavily injured. "Kill!" Shi Guan shouted coldly. His entire body was bathed in holy light. He took a step forward, and with a flash of holy light, he charged at Lu Ming. The spear of divine punishment stabbed out. The spear of divine punishment, which seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the world, was aimed at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. However, at this critical moment, a cold aura spread out from below, and an icy sword stabbed towards Shi Guan at a terrifying speed. Shi Guan's expression changed. This ice sword posed a fatal threat to him. He could not be bothered to continue killing Lu Ming. He turned the spear of divine punishment around and struck the ice sword. Boom! A shocking explosion was heard, and a terrifying wave of fluctuation swept in all directions. With the help of this fluctuation, Lu Ming drifted back dozens of miles, his eyes cold. Just now, he had decided to use all his means to cooperate with Bubbles and fight to the death. Even if he were to die in battle, he would not let the other party have an easy time. But now, it seemed that there was no need. "Cold Wave, it's you." Shi Guan's figure also retreated as he coldly shouted. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of Shi Guan. This young man was tall and handsome. He was wearing a long white robe with an ice dragon embroidered on it. Dragon God Valley, Ice Dragon Valley's disciples. So many people from the 3 major sects besieged 3 disciples of Dragon God Valley. Now, even you, a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert, have made a move. Hee, how shameless. The young man from the Ice Dragon Valley sneered. "This Lu Ming has killed many people of my deity's sect. He must die. There's no need to resort to any means." Shi Guan said coldly. "Hee, I killed many of your heavenly god sect's people." It's laughable. For so many years, has your Tianxia sect not killed enough of my Dragon God Valley's disciples? Does that mean that I have to kill every single one of your Tianxia sect's people? You can use any method? Cold Wave showed a mocking smile. Shi Guan's face darkened. Indeed, the Dragon God Valley and the Tianxia sect had never been on good terms. Killing each other was a common occurrence, but there were still certain rules. For example, the Saint Stage powerhouses of both sides would not attack each other's juniors. If they did, it would be chaotic. Han Chao, you don't need to say anything more. Today, these people must die. Shi Guan said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several figures flew over from all directions. There were at least a few dozen people standing behind Shi Guan. All of them were disciples of the Heavenly God sect. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. On the other side, there were also people flying out. They were either filled with demonic qi or poisonous qi. They were people from the Udu sect and the Tian Yu demon sect. Chapter 1522 Chapter 1522 Monster appears boom. Tian Shui and Mo, he exchanged a blow, and the two of them separated. Tian Shui came to Lu Ming's side. Xuaning Xin stopped as well. She came to Lu Ming's side and looked around with a grave expression. At this moment, there were at least 100 people from the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yuda sect. Their vast auras rose and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Cold killing intent filled the void. Now, I don't even need to make a move. They're all dead. Shi Guan sneered. Do you really think there's no one in Dragon God Valley? Where are the disciples of Dragon God Valley? The cold wave shouted, its voice spreading far and wide. Senior brother, let me help you. He'll do it. One voice after another was heard. Then, one figure after another cut through the void and landed behind the cold wave. They were the disciples of Dragon God Valley. Disciples of Dragon God Valley rushed out of the crowd. Everyone, this matter was caused by the 3 people from Cloud Dragon Valley. Why should we get involved in this? Among the crowd, he stood in front of a few Dragon God Valley disciples and said, Lu Ming being surrounded by the 3 sects was exactly what he wanted. He could not wait for Lu Ming to be killed. Naturally, he did not want others to help him. Although we, the 7 valleys of the Dragon God, have some competition with each other, we must be of the same breath and branch when facing outsiders. If you're not going to make a move, get out of my way. Let's go. A disciple of the Black Dragon Valley shouted coldly and flew toward the battlefield. The other people of Dragon God Valley also flew to the battlefield. Oomph. P.S. expression was unsightly as he snorted coldly and blended into the crowd. How could he make a move? Behind the cold wave, more than 40 Dragon God Valley disciples gathered. The aura of both sides burst out. The space was full of solemnity, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Frostwave, how naive you are to think that your Dragon God Valley sect can compete with our 3 sections. Well then, I'll make you all stay here today. Shi Guan's eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. At the scene, the 3 sects had an absolute advantage. They could take this opportunity to kill a group of Dragon God Valley's elites and weaken the strength of Dragon God Valley. Who do you want to keep? A faint voice came from the sky. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura came from the sky and pressed down on Shi Guan. Shi Guan's expression changed greatly. He roared, and the holy light on his body burst out with all its strength to resist this aura. However, the holy light on his body trembled rapidly, and his body could not help but retreat a few steps. He looked at the sky with an ugly expression. Zifeng. Shi Guan roared in anger, his eyes revealing a serious expression. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also looking up at the sky. In the sky, a purple-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. His indifferent gaze swept across the 3 sections. Zifeng, the number 1 genius of Dragon God Valley, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. A message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Senior brother Zifeng. It's senior brother Zifeng. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley were overjoyed. Zifeng arrived. They knew that even if they fought today, they would not lose either. Zifeng, you want to interfere? Shi Guan looked at Zifeng with an unsightly expression as he said. Although his battle prowess was strong, when facing Zifeng, this kind of monster-level genius from the Azure State, it was simply not enough to look at. He would most likely be able to kill him in one move. You 3 sects are ganging up to bully my Dragon God Valley. What's wrong with me interfering? Zifeng spoke indifferently, taking a step forward. Roar! A dragon's roar came from his body, and the shadow of a purple dragon soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the disciples of the deity sect, Sky Demon sect, and Yudu sect. The expressions of the disciples from the 3 factions changed drastically. They felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their bodies, and even their breathing became difficult. This kind of pressure? So strong. Is this the combat strength of a heaven's favorite? I can't fight back at all. It's like I'm facing a Saint Realm expert. The disciples of the three sects were all terrified. Their combat strength was too different from Zifeng's. If they attacked, they could only be slaughtered. Zifeng, as one of the Azure Continent's top 10 monstrous talents, you actually want to make a move against these ordinary disciples. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? At this moment, a domineering voice sounded. A burly figure stepped through the air and stood not far away from Zifeng. The demonic chi on his body soared to the sky. A powerful aura rushed out and crushed the aura emitted by Zifeng. The disciples of the three sects felt their bodies become lighter. Senior brother Mo Yang. The disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect cried out in surprise. Mo Yang, one of the 10 great monstrous geniuses, is also here. Some of the spectators gasped in shock and excitement. 2 of the top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure region had arrived. Could it be that the top 10 demon-level geniuses were going to make their move earlier today? The 10 great demon-level geniuses of the Azure region, aside from the time they had fought in the Azure region's treasure sealing assembly 3 years ago, each and every one of them had been cultivating in seclusion in order to suppress everyone else in this time's treasure sealing assembly. It had already been 3 years since they had fought. Everyone was very curious. After 3 years, how powerful had the top 10 geniuses become? Laughed at? Don't you think that the 3 great sects, the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Universe Demonic sect, and the Yudu sect are the real jokes? Generally speaking, those at the 7th level martial royal realm and above are preparing for the treasure-fixing assembly and will not easily take action. The period before the assembly is the stage for the geniuses below the 7th level martial royal realm. They will clash again and again. Those above the 7th level are generally not allowed to interfere. But what about you? Speaking up to here, Zifeng's gaze swept across the Heaven God sect's 3 great sect disciples. Among these people, at least 1/3 of them were youths at the 7th rank or above. That's right. The Tianxian sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect took the lead to besiege us. They surrounded and killed 2 disciples at the 6th level and 1 at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. However, they were no match for our disciples. In the end, even Shiguan made a move, and it was a sneak attack. What a joke. The cold wave also spoke coldly, full of ridicule. Shiguan's expression was extremely ugly. Zifeng and Han Chao were right. Before the treasure sealing assembly, it was a battle between disciples below the 7th level martial emperor realm. Those above the 7th level would not interfere. Previously, if he had killed Lu Ming and the other 2 quickly and left, it would have been fine. However, now that he had done this, he would definitely be criticized and dissatisfied by the other sections. There were 13 top sects in the Azure continent, and they were not the only ones. This was the unspoken rule of the 13 sections, all right. In that case, they'll see you at the treasure auction in 10 days. Let's see how strong the reserve forces of Dragon God Valley are. Mo Yang said in a domineering manner. That's right. The treasure auction will be held in 10 days. Unless Dragon God Valley retreats, they'll see how you die. Unless the Dragon God Valley doesn't participate. If that's the case, then the Dragon God Valley's treasure determining assembly can end in advance. Shiguan coldly spoke. He knew that with the arrival of Zifeng and Mo Yang, these 2 monstrous geniuses, the battle today would definitely not happen, because they had broken the rules first. If they really wanted to attack, other top sect would probably interfere, and even Saint Realm elders would come. Chapter 1523. 1523 Chapter 1523 Treasure Locking Party. Then he'll see you in 10 days at the treasure auction. Zifeng said. Let's go. Mo Yang was the first to turn around and leave. He glared at Lu Ming and left with the people from the Tianyu demon sect. Following that, the people from the Heavenly God sect and the Yu sect also left. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the three sects had left. The storm was over. Lu Ming, thank you for your help. Senior Brother Zifeng and Senior Brother Frosthide. Xuanxin, thank you. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin cupped their fists at Zifeng and Han Chao to express their gratitude. And no need to be so polite. The three of you are not bad. The three of you can participate in this time's treasure auction. Zifeng nodded his head. Treasure auction? Lu Ming was still in a daze. Wasn't it the treasure sealing assembly? Why was there an additional treasure locking little meeting? Don't worry, Senior Brother. I was just about to participate. It'll definitely kill the three great sects to my heart's content. Tian Shui grinned, his eyes filled with malevolence. Xuanxin also nodded in agreement. Let's return to the base first. Zifeng nodded his head and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley flew toward the Dragon God Valley. Senior Brother, Senior Sister, what's going on with the treasure-setting party? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. The treasure auction is a sparring session between the 13 top sects before the start of the auction. The participants must be under LV7 Martial Emperor Realm and below the age of 50. Tian Shui explained. In the Yuan continent, the nature of a youth was different from that of the Divine Wilderness continent. In the Divine Wilderness continent, those below the age of 30 were the younger generation. They were the golden years of cultivation. However, in Yuanlu, those below 50 were the younger generation. Because the cultivation environment in the Yuan continent was too good, many people could break through to the martial royal realm at a young age. Their lifespans reached 10,000 to 20,000 years, and their vitality was extremely vigorous. In comparison to 10 to 20,000 years, 50 years old was still the golden age of youth, the age of endless potential. In fact, those below the 7th level of the martial royal realm are considered the reserve forces of their respective sections. They will all participate in the treasure-fixing assembly in 3 or 6 years. This can be considered as an observation. We can roughly see the situation of the future treasure-fixing assembly and the future strength of each major sect. The Snow Dragon explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. This could be considered a small-scale treasure-fixing assembly. Hence, it was called the treasure-fixing assembly. The 13 sects also attach great importance to the treasure settlement ceremony. The sects ranked in the last 3 are not qualified to participate in this year's treasure settlement ceremony. It's equivalent to being eliminated in advance. Therefore, each treasure settlement ceremony is also unusually tragic. Xuanxin continued to explain. It's actually like this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The treasure auction was directly linked to the treasure auction. Those ranked in the last 3 would not be qualified to participate in the treasure auction. This meant that only 10 sects would participate in the treasure auction at a time. Each sect will send 36 4th to 6th level martial emperors to participate. There are still 10 days left. Let's go back and cultivate. At that time, we'll kill to our heart's content, Tian Shui said. This time, he felt really aggrieved. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that the other party's opponents were all experts of a higher cultivation level, using their cultivation level to suppress others. However, there wouldn't be any experts above the 6th level martial royal realm in the treasure auction. All of you must be well prepared. This time's treasure auction may be very dangerous. The deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yu sect may join forces to deal with our Dragon God Valley. All of you must be well prepared. Cold Wave said. Senior Brother, don't worry. They'll kill anyone I see. Tian Shui grinned, revealing his ferocity. Although your combat strength is strong, you can't underestimate your enemy. As far as I know, every sect has a heaven's favorite with an upper-class earth spiritual body, and many of them have reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Especially the Tianxian sect. They have produced many heaven's favorites over the years and are known as the #1 sect in the Azure region. They can't be underestimated, Frosthide said. Although Han Chao cultivated the Ice Dragon combat body, The scholar was very easygoing. He chatted with everyone along the way. Soon, they returned to the Dragon God Valley base. As soon as they returned to the encampment, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others returned to their rooms and went into seclusion to cultivate. There were still 10 days left before the treasure auction. The true dragon meat that Xianxia had obtained back then had not been completely used up yet. During this period of time, he could increase his strength a little more. Xuanxia's dragon crystal had not been fully digested yet, so her strength could also be improved. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river diagram after entering the room and sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. And in BSB previously, the stone-crowned sneak attack had placed him in a life-and-death situation. At that critical moment, his potential had exploded, and his chaos domain had reached the peak of level 4, only a step away from level 5. Now, he had to continue to improve his cultivation. His cultivation was at the early stage of the 4th level Martial Emperor realm. Now, he was going to raise it to the peak of the 4th level Martial Emperor realm, which was the same as the territory. With a wave of his hand, a pile of raw gemstones appeared. Lu Ming began to devour and refine the raw gemstones. His cultivation base began to rise rapidly. 5 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the 4th level Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming spent the rest of the time cultivating the 13 accumulated strikes under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Perhaps it was because of the pressure before the treasure auction, he had accumulated power for 13 strikes and cultivated it to the 6th level, the perfected level, which greatly increased its power. At this moment, the time for the treasure auction had arrived. There were 36 young men standing in a huge courtyard at the Dragon God Valley's encampment. They were all at the 4th to 6th level Martial Royal Realm and were all geniuses. Most of them had inferior Earth spiritual bodies. Ordinary people with spirit bodies were not qualified to participate at all. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia were also among them. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered a few familiar faces. Hu, Blood Dragon Valley. After this period of cultivation, Silver City's cultivation had advanced to the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm. Hu and Blizzard Silver City stood together and mumbled softly, casting cold glances at Lu Ming from time to time. At this moment, an elder of the Saint Realm appeared in front of everyone. This time, the treasure auction is of great importance. I hope you will do your best to protect the honor of Dragon God Valley, the Saint Realm elder said. This disciple will definitely die without hesitation. The 36 young men and women shouted. All right, let's have a little treasure hunt. Holy weapons can't be used. At the very best, you can only use king weapons. You should know that, right? The Saint Realm elder said. I know, everyone replied. Good. This time, the leader of the 36 of you will be Han's son. You will have to listen to his arrangements in the treasure auction, understand? The Saint Realm elder said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to a young man in a white robe. This person was somewhat similar to Han Chao. He was Han Chaos' younger brother. He was extremely talented, even more so than Han Chao. He had a superior Earth spiritual body, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm. He was considered the strongest person below the 7th level Martial Emperor realm in Dragon God Valley. Chapter 1524. 1524 Chapter 1524 Confrontation. After the Sage Realm Elder finished his instructions, he led everyone and flew towards the location of the treasure auction. Of course, they weren't the only ones going. Many other disciples would also go to watch. The location of the treasure settlement party was in a huge building halfway up the Tsang Mountains. The building was circular and empty. When Lu Ming and the group arrived, they saw a huge fighting ring in the middle of the building. Around the fighting ring, there were 13 huge cylindrical platforms. They were slightly higher than the fighting ring and surrounded it in the middle. Looking down from the sky, There was a number on each of the cylindrical platforms. From 1 to 13, they were arranged counterclockwise in order. On the outer side of the cylindrical platform were rows of grandstands. The terrain was slightly higher than the cylindrical platform, so those sitting on the grandstands could clearly see the situation on the fighting stage. Further out of the grandstand, there were many pavilions built at an even higher location. We participants will land on those platforms. Let's go down, Han Sun said as he descended. They didn't deliberately pick a platform and landed on the 10th platform. The Saint Realm Elder flew into a pavilion. The other Dragon God Valley disciples who had come with Lu Ming and the others landed on the stands behind the 10th platform. Your Dragon God Valley sect is early. A cold voice rang out. In the sky, holy light filled the air. The people of the Xianxia sect had arrived. The people of the Heavenly God sect did not hold back and directly landed on the first platform. As for the disciples of the Heavenly God sect who were not participating, they landed on the grandstand behind the first platform. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. At this time, the sound of the air being torn could be heard. In the sky, dense crowds of people were flying over. The 13 top sects arrived one after another. Each sect had 36 participating disciples who landed on the platform. The other disciples landed on the grandstand. The Tianyu demonic sect landed on the second platform. Heaven Seat King, platform number 3. Evil Moon sect, platform number 4. Desire Poison sect, platform number 5. Jiuxiao Sword sect, platform number 6. Linglong Palace, platform number 7. Platform number 8 was empty, and there were still sects that had not arrived. Intentionless Saber sect, platform number 9. The 10th platform was Dragon God Valley, and the 11th platform was Piyuan Family. Platform number 12 was the Blood Demon Tower. Platform number 13 was the Demon Castle. Of the 13 top sects, there was still one sect that had not come. It was the most mysterious life and death sword sect. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, sword lights broke through the air. The people of the life and death sword sect had arrived. So few people. Lu Ming looked over and could not help being stunned. The life and death sword sect had sent a total of 13 people. Excluding the old man who was leading the group, there were only 12 people in the younger generation. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. The 12 youths of the life and death sword sect landed on the 8th platform. All 13 sects had arrived. Lu Ming, the life and death sword sect. Due to its strict requirements for accepting disciples, it has the least number of people. Every time they participate in the treasure auction, there are always 12 people. Sometimes, they might not even be able to gather enough people. Although they are at a disadvantage with fewer people, no one dares to look down on them. This is because every member of the Life and Death Sword sect is a genius. They cultivate the Life and Death Sword technique and are extremely powerful. Xuanxin explained softly. Lu Ming nodded. He saw a familiar face in the Life and Death Sword sect, Luo Xiang. He had a deep impression of this person. He had stayed at the peak of the Supreme Being realm and had nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. This was an extremely terrifying person. He, Dragon God Valley, you really dare to come. In the Tianyu demon sect, He's cold gaze fell on Dragon God Valley and Lu Ming. Isn't it better that they're here? This time, let's make everyone from Dragon God Valley stay here. One of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Xianxia sect said coldly. Holy light was faintly visible on his body, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. That's right, it's best not to leave a single one alive. In the Desire Poison sect, the young man who had intercepted Lu Ming's group earlier spoke coldly, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Ming's group. Strength is not something that can be determined by words. We'll know who lives and who dies later. Lu Ming said indifferently, his fists clenched slightly. This time, he would kill to his heart's content. Lu Ming, I'm going to take your life. He pointed at Lu Ming, an array of saber light condensed. I'm going to take your life too. Lu Ming responded indifferently. The Dragon God Valley, the Tianyu Demon sect, the Yudu sect, and the Xianxia sect were already filled with the smell of gunpowder even before the battle started. Not only them, The other sects also had their own conflicts. At this moment, they were also looking at each other with killing intent, filling the scene with a solemn atmosphere. At this time, in a courtyard of the Xianxia sect, the Son of God stood with his hands behind his back. Shi Guan stood respectfully behind the Son of God and reported the situation. I didn't expect that so many things would happen when I arrived a few days late. The people of Dragon God Valley are getting bolder and bolder. You're also useless. You can't even kill a few people who are below the 7th level of the martial royal realm. The divine child said coldly, his voice cold. If it wasn't for that kid's strangeness and his pet that can affect time and space, I would have killed him long ago. Shi Guan said. The space-time spirit rat was a legendary creature, and not everyone knew it. Even Shi Guan did not recognize it as a space-time spirit rat, a pet that can affect time and space. The Son of God's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a cold, killing intent burst out of his body. Tell me, what does that kid look like? And what do his two companions look like? Is there a true dragon among them? The Son of God asked a few questions. There's indeed a true dragon, a snow dragon, and then the stone crown described the image and appearance of Lu Ming and the rest. It's really these kids. They dare to trick me in the Dragon Palace. The Son of God's eyes were cold. Back then, in the Dragon Palace, he had used an ancient void-sealing god talisman to suppress the Black Dragon's corpse. However, someone had sabotaged the ancient talisman and allowed the Black Dragon to escape. All his efforts were in vain. He had always wanted to find out who the person who secretly did it was. Now, he knew that it was Lu Ming. If it was not Lu Ming, who else could it be that could affect time and space? You reckless fool. Where is he now? He'll go and kill him. The Son of God's body emitted a cold, killing intent. Divine Son, that Lu Ming should be participating in the treasure auction. The 13 top sects are gathered here. If we attack now, I'm afraid it will incur the wrath of the other sects. Shi Guan hurriedly said. Then, it won't be too late to kill him after the treasure auction. After saying that, the Son of God took a step forward and disappeared. At the venue of the treasure auction, the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. At that moment, an old man appeared in the fighting ring. This old man was dressed in white. He was a Saint Realm Elder of the Divine Sky sect. In the past few years, the strength of the Xianxia sect had become stronger and stronger. They had already won first place in 2 consecutive treasure-fixing conventions. Even in the small treasure-fixing conventions, the Xianxia sect had won first place twice. The Xianxia sect had already announced that they wanted to win 3 consecutive championships. Regardless of whether it was the General Assembly or the Small Assembly, they wanted to obtain first place. Chapter 1525. 1525 Working together against Dragon God Valley. Since our sect won first place last time, they'll be in charge this time, and the elders will supervise. The voice of the Sage Realm Elder of the Heaven God sect spread across the entire place. He looked around and said, I believe that most of you already know the rules of the competition, but I'd like to repeat them again. You're divided into 13 platforms. Except for the Life and Death Sword sect, each sect has 36 people. The rules of the competition are very simple. First, the Deity sect on the first platform will send 1 person to the fighting stage. He can challenge anyone from any sect. The competition will end when one of them is killed or thrown off the fighting stage. The winner will return to the platform and wait for others to challenge him. After the first platform, it's the second platform's sect's turn to send out a challenger. They can also challenge anyone from any sect until 1 person is defeated. Just like that, it's the third platform's turn to send someone a challenge, followed by the 4th platform, all the way to the 13th platform. That's 1 round. At least 13 people will be eliminated in 1 round. In theory, there will be a total of 36 rounds. Do you understand? The Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect shouted. Understood. Everyone responded. Remember, you're not allowed to admit defeat during the challenge. You can only fall off the battle stage or be killed for the competition to end. This will continue until the last person from a sect is eliminated. The first 3 sects to be eliminated will be the last 3 and will not have the chance to participate in this year's treasure-fixing assembly. The Saint Realm Elder explained again, making many people clench their fists. No matter what, they couldn't become the last 3, otherwise their own sect wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. How shameful would that be? In the end, there will only be one sect left with people. The sect that perseveres to the end will receive a reward. The reward this time is the Royal Domain Pill, 7 Royal Domain Pills. As soon as he said that, the scene was in an uproar. What? The reward this time is so generous? It's actually the Royal Domain Pill, and there are 7 of them. What a great deal! Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. As the name suggested, the Royal Domain Pill was made with the Royal Domain Fruit as the main ingredient. It was said that 1 Royal Domain Pill required 9 Royal Domain Fruits in addition to other precious materials. A Royal Fruit could help a low-level Royal break through 1 level of cultivation. A Royal Domain Pill could allow a mid-tier or even a high-tier Royal to break through 1 level of cultivation. How precious was this? To mid-rank Emperor-level experts like them, it was a fatal attraction. This was especially so for Lu Ming. It was too difficult for him to improve his Chaos Domain. However, if he had the Royal Domain Pill, it would greatly reduce the time he needed to break through. The most important thing is that Saint weapons are not allowed in this competition. Anyone who uses a Saint weapon will be killed without mercy. Alright, that's all for the rules. Let's begin. The Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect announced. Then, he turned around and returned to a pavilion. Alright, since my deity sect is standing on the first platform, then my deity sect will be the first to send out a person to fight. We'll use the brick to lead the jade. On the first platform, a white-robed young man spoke. Obviously, this person was the leader of the Heavenly God sect. Every sect would arrange a team leader to be in charge of adjusting the tactics at any time. The white-robed young man then pointed to a young man and said, "You can go up and act according to the plan." "Yes." The young man nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. The man looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the 10th platform and the people of Dragon God Valley. "You, come down and accept your death." The young man from the Xianxia sect pointed at a young man in the LV4 Martial Royal Realm from the Dragon God Valley. He was indeed challenging Dragon God Valley. Everyone's heart moved. Dragon God Valley and Xianxia sect had always been at odds with each other. In addition to the incident with Lu Ming and the others, it was inevitable that Xianxia sect would target Dragon God Valley. "I'm not afraid of you. Let's go," the young man from the Dragon God Valley said. He took a step forward and rushed to the fighting ring. The two of them stood opposite each other. "Kill! Kill!" Almost at the same time, the two of them charged at each other, and their palms slammed together. Bang! The young man from the Dragon God Valley was shocked. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. The opponent is at the peak of the 5th level Martial Monarch realm. Damn it! Someone from the Dragon God Valley roared. "Kill!" The young man from the Xianxia sect gained the upper hand in one move. He took a step forward and rushed toward the young man from the Dragon God Valley like a white lightning. A spear of divine punishment appeared and stabbed toward the young man from the Dragon God Valley at an amazing speed. Retreat! The young man from Dragon God Valley retreated. He had realized that he was no match for the young man. He could only save his life by retreating from the fighting ring. "You can't escape, die." The young man from the Heaven God sect had a cold look in his eyes. Holy light burst out from his body, and the speed of the spear of divine punishment suddenly increased. Pucci! The spear of divine punishment pierced through the youth's dantian and nailed him to the fighting ring. Then, the spear flicked the body of the youth from Dragon God Valley off the fighting ring. His storage ring had been taken away by his opponent. "You're really a piece of trash." The young man from the Heavenly God sect sneered and returned to the first platform. Detestable! Someone from Dragon God Valley growled. Immediately, someone went down and carried the body of the youth from Dragon God Valley away. Dragon God Valley, this is just the beginning. Next, you will all die on this fighting stage. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said coldly. Just wait and see. Han Sun's eyes were cold as he snorted. On the first platform, Xianxia sect challenge had ended. Next up was the second platform's Tianyu demon sect. A young man from the Tianyu demonic sect stepped onto the fighting ring. His cold eyes fell on the disciples of Dragon God Valley. You get down here. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect pointed at a LV-4 martial emperor realm young man from Dragon God Valley. The Tianyu demon sect is challenging us too? It seems that the Xianxia sect and the Tianyu demon sect have joined forces to deliberately target our Dragon God Valley. This guy's cultivation is also at the 5th level of the martial royal realm, but he's challenging us, who are at the 4th level. Someone in the Dragon God Valley said in a serious voice. Buzz. The young man from Dragon God Valley jumped onto the fighting ring and stared at his opponent with a serious look. Kill. The young man from the Tianyu demon sect shouted and rushed toward the young man from the Dragon God Valley. The aura of the peak LV-5 martial royal realm exploded. The young man from Dragon God Valley didn't dare to take it head-on, so he rushed to the side. You can't escape, phantom steps. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect appeared in front of a young man from the Dragon God Valley in the next moment. He unsheathed his demonic saber, and demonic chi filled the air. Roar! The young man from Dragon God Valley let out an angry roar and used all his strength to attack his opponent. However, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was an entire level. Moreover, it was obvious that the other party had planned this. The young men they sent out were all very powerful. Chapter 1526. 1526 Lu Ming's Plan, Splitting Devil Blade. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect slashed out with his demonic blade, and the terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Pucci. The young man from Dragon God Valley was cut in half. Dragon God Valley had lost another person. This was just the beginning, and 2 people had already been killed. Detestable. Many young men from Dragon God Valley growled and clenched their hands. Then, someone went up and carried the body of the young man from Dragon God Valley. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect left the fighting ring. Next, it was the third platform's turn. The Heaven Seat King issued a challenge. The Heaven Seat King sent out a 4th level martial royal realm heaven's favorite to challenge a 4th level martial royal realm heaven's favorite from the intentionless saber sect. The 2 of them were evenly matched. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the Heaven Seat King's heaven's favorite was slightly better and blasted the intentionless saber sect's heaven's favorite off the fighting ring. Next, the 4th platform, the Evil Moon sect began their challenge. The Evil Moon sect had directly sent a 5th level martial emperor to challenge a 4th level martial emperor from the Piyuan family and killed him. These 2 forces originally had enmity, and now both sides were truly angered. Following that, it was the 5th platform, where the Yudu sect issued a challenge. A young man from the Yudu sect leaped onto the fighting stage, and his gaze fell directly on the Dragon God Valley side. You come down. The young man from the Yudu sect pointed at a youth from the Dragon God Valley, who was at the LV-4 martial emperor realm. Many people in the Dragon God Valley looked terrible. Then, he challenged Dragon God Valley. The young man from Dragon God Valley went up to the fighting ring with an ugly expression, then quickly retreated. The other party was also a LV-5 martial royal realm expert. The young man from Dragon God Valley knew that he was no match for him, so he could only escape first. Unfortunately, the young man from the Yudu sect was very powerful. He had shrouded the fighting ring with poisonous gas and poisoned the young man from Dragon God Valley to death. Another person died in Dragon God Valley. Sneers could be heard coming from the Heavenly God sect. Many young men from the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect looked at the Dragon God Valley sect with hostility. Dragon God Valley is in trouble. Obviously, the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect are joining forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. That's right. If the three clans join forces to challenge one clan, Dragon God Valley will most likely be in trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to enter the top 10. Moreover, I don't know how many people will be killed. At this rate, not many people from Dragon God Valley will survive. Many people from various sects were discussing. Damn it! Many of the young men from Dragon God Valley roared in anger. There were even dragon roars, and their bodies were full of murderous intent. The Dragon God Valley disciples on the platform and in the stand behind were all furious. This is too much. Counterattack! We must counterattack. When it's our turn, we must fight back. Many people's true yuan burst out, revealing cold, killing intent. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others. They're the ones who provoked the three major sects, the deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect. Otherwise, how could our Dragon God Valley be targeted? A cold voice was heard among the people of Dragon God Valley. Hiyu. Lu Ming's gaze turned slightly cold. That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others that our Dragon God Valley has fallen into such a desperate situation. Lu Ming and the other two have to take full responsibility. Such people should have been driven out of Dragon God Valley a long time ago. Otherwise, how could today's matter have happened? Blizzard Silver City also coldly spoke. Shut up. We should be thinking of a way to fight back, not an internal conflict. Han Sun coldly rebuked. Hiyu and Insheng were afraid of Han Sun, so they just sneered but didn't say anything. This won't do. If this goes on, I might be in danger too. I must think of a way to save myself. His eyes turned as thoughts ran through his mind. The competition continued. The sixth platform, Jiuxiao Sword Sect. The swordsman of Jiuxiao Sword Sect glanced at Dragon God Valley. In the end, he did not challenge Dragon God Valley, but chose the Blood Demon Tower. The seventh platform, the eighth platform, one by one. Soon, it was the 10th platform's turn for the Dragon God Valley challenge. The Dragon God Valley could finally launch a counterattack. Han Sun was preparing to send an expert to kill one of the disciples of the Tianxia sect to restore some morale. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and landed on the platform. It was Hiyu. Hiyu, what are you doing? Han Sun roared. Before he could make any arrangements, Hiyu had already rushed out. Moreover, Hiyu was only at LV4 Martial Emperor realm. What was the point of rushing out? Hiyu sneered but did not say anything. He didn't want to sit and wait for his death. He was a LV4 Martial Royal Realm martial artist. If he stayed on the platform, he would most likely be chosen by the deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect in the next round of challenges. He didn't want to die. His gaze shifted and landed on the 13th platform, where the demon castle was. Brother, how about we have a spar? Hiyu looked at a young man from the monster castle. Damn it. Why did you challenge the monster castle? The demon castle has a good relationship with Dragon God Valley. Some disciples of Dragon God Valley growled. The young man from Demon Castle was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect Hiyu to challenge him. Everyone thought that Dragon God Valley would fight back and send experts to challenge the people of Deity Sect, Sky Demon Sect, or Yudu Sect. The young man from the Demon Castle stepped onto the fighting ring and began his battle with Hiyu. The young man from the Demon Fort had a similar combat strength to Hiyu. After dozens of moves, Hiyu was at a disadvantage and was blasted off the fighting ring. Hehe, you're afraid of death. Lu Ming said indifferently. The other people of Dragon God Valley also looked angry. Everyone could tell that Hiyu was afraid of death. He was afraid of being challenged by the three sects if he stayed on the platform. Therefore, he went up to challenge the Demon Castle, which had a good relationship with Dragon God Valley. Moreover, in a situation where the two of them were about the same strength, Hiyu was defeated after dozens of moves. It was obvious that he had lost on purpose. In this way, he who had lost would be considered eliminated. Naturally, he would not be challenged by the other sections. I think junior brother Hiyu is right. Why should he be responsible for the mistakes of others? Blizzard Silver City said coldly. He even cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. His words made the eyes of some of the Dragon God Valley disciples light up. "All right, all of you shut up," Han Sun shouted coldly. He was extremely angry. As the leader of the Dragon God Valley team, he felt helpless in such a situation. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and stood in front of Han Sun. "Senior brother Han Sun, Lu Ming has a plan to avenge Dragon God Valley." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "What's your plan?" Han Sun's eyes lit up. On the side, the other people of Dragon God Valley also looked over curiously. Immediately, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Han Sun and told him about his plan. "Junior brother Lu, are you confident?" Han Sun said with a serious expression. "I'm sure. This is the only way for Dragon God Valley to counterattack. It's the only way to minimize our losses," Lu Ming said. Chapter 1527. 1527. Challenging Lu Ming. Han Sun frowned, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "All right, let's do that." Han Sun's eyes became extremely serious as he glanced at all the disciples of Dragon God Valley on the platform and said, "In the following matches, everyone has to listen to my arrangements. If anyone acts like you and makes decisions on their own, they will be punished according to the sect rules. Don't blame me for not showing any mercy." "Yes, senior brother." Many people's hearts trembled, and they nodded in agreement. "Senior brother, what is the plan? Why don't you tell us?" Blizzard Silver City coldly said, "You'll know when the time comes. Now, you just have to follow the arrangements." Han Sun's eyes swept across the silver Blizzard City with a trace of coldness. Blizzard Silver City's face slightly sank, but he didn't say anything. He lost. Instead of returning to the platform, he went to the stands behind the platform, and the competition continued. Platform number 11, platform number 12, platform number 13. When the Demon Castle Challenge on platform number 13 ended, the first round of challenges officially ended. In the first round, the true experts did not make a move. Most of the people sent out were not very strong. Only Dragon God Valley suffered heavy losses as they were targeted by the three major sections. In one round, 3 died and 1 was defeated, losing 4 people. As for the Heaven God sect and the Life and Death Sword sect, no one had challenged them. Currently, in the Tsang region, the Xianxia sect had a faint trend of being the number 1. Their strength was formidable, and the other sects had some apprehensions. Although the Life and Death Sword sect had a small number of people, their individual strength was extremely shocking. Every disciple of the Life and Death Sword sect could not be underestimated. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword sect's Life and Death Sword art would decide life and death every time it was used. It was a killing technique, and no one would not be afraid of it. After the first round, there were a few sects that did not suffer any losses, such as the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, the Desire Poison sect, and the Life and Death Sword sect. The first round had ended, and the second round was coming up. In the second round, the first platform was once again used. The Heaven God sect began to send people to challenge. There was no doubt that the Xianxia sect had sent another expert to challenge a weaker disciple of the Dragon God Valley and killed him in the fighting ring. Then, the Tianyu demonic sect used the same trick and killed another person from Dragon God Valley. When it was the Yudu sect's turn, he would kill 1 person from Dragon God Valley. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley was getting more and more depressing. It seems that Dragon God Valley will be the first one to be eliminated. That's right, and many of them will be killed. Many of the Heaven's Pride experts in this batch will die. It's a great loss. The surrounding cultivators from the other sects began to shake their heads and sigh. The challenges continued. One by one, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. "Wang Fei, you go. Don't challenge the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, or the Desire Poison sect. You can choose any of the other sections. Pick one that's about as strong as you. Treat it as training." Han Sun pointed at a young man. "Choose Wang Fei." The other people of Dragon God Valley looked at Han Sun in surprise. Now, wasn't it their turn to counterattack? Shouldn't they send out an expert to kill one of the experts from the Heavenly Divine sect? Why did they send Wang Fei? Wang Fei's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the martial royal realm. He was considered weak among the remaining people of Dragon God Valley. Moreover, he was not allowed to challenge the 3 major sects of the Xianxia sect. The others were very surprised. Wang Fei himself was also stunned. Go! Han Sun spoke again. Yes. Wang Fei nodded and flew up to the fighting ring. He chose someone from the intentionless saber sect, whose cultivation was similar to Wang Fei's. The two of them fought intensely. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Wang Fei was thrown off the fighting ring. Dragon God Valley? What does that mean? I don't understand. It's finally my turn, but instead of sending an expert to fight back, they sent a weakling to challenge the other sections. I really don't understand what Dragon God Valley is trying to do. It's simple. Dragon God Valley was forced to give up the opportunity to fight back and protect the weaker disciples. Otherwise, they would be killed by the 3 major sects. Yes, that's true. Many people discussed and understood Dragon God Valley's approach. In this way, at least some people in Dragon God Valley could be saved. It's really sad to use this method. Then, eliminate Dragon God Valley first, so that they can't even participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. The leader of the Heavenly God sect sneered. Haha, that's right. This time, I heard that Dragon God Valley is well-prepared and wants to win first place in the treasure-fixing assembly. I wonder what kind of scene it will be if they can't even participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. On the grandstand, some of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Xianxia sect who were at the LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above laughed mockingly. On the grandstand of Dragon God Valley, some geniuses above the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm looked gloomy and ugly. On the 10th platform, Lu Ming was the only one with a calm expression. Just wait. The counterattack will begin soon. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. The competition continued, and soon, the second round was over. Dragon God Valley was still the most miserable sect, with 3 deaths and 1 defeat. After 2 rounds, 6 people had died and 2 had failed. Of the 36 people, only 28 remained. The 3rd round began. Just like the last time, the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the Yudu sect all sent their experts to challenge the weak ones of the Dragon God Valley. They came prepared. Although the youth of the Dragon God Valley rushed down from the fighting stage the moment he made his move, the person sent by his opponent was much stronger than them. With a killing intent, he killed 3 more people from the Dragon God Valley. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent a weak disciple to challenge other sections. He was defeated after a few rounds, but he managed to survive. Soon, the 3rd round was over. In Dragon God Valley, 9 people were killed and 3 were defeated. A total of 12 people were eliminated. At this point, the 4th level martial emperors of Dragon God Valley were either dead or defeated. Lu Ming was the only one who was still at the 4th level. Everyone in the Dragon God Valley looked terrible and the atmosphere was heavy. Arg! Damn it! Han Sun, why didn't we send out experts to counterattack? Next round, send me. I want to kill these sons of bitches. Xianxia brandished his huge hammer, constantly roaring in anger, extremely anxious. Lu Ming and Han Sun's faces were cold, and they did not say a word. Xuanxin cast a glance at Lu Ming, deep in thought. Next, the 4th round began. It was still the Xianxia sect's turn to issue a challenge. Buzz. On the first platform, a figure leaped onto the fighting ring. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from this person. 6th level Martial Emperor Realm. The Xianxia sect began to send out their LV6 Martial Royal Realm experts, because almost all the remaining people in Dragon God Valley were above the LV5 Martial Royal Realm. The man had an arrogant look on his face. He swept his gaze across the room and eventually fixed it on Lu Ming. He sneered. Lu Ming, get down here and accept your death. You're challenging me? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, kill this bastard. Xianxia roared. Don't worry, Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you're really audacious. You've killed the people of my Xianxia sect time and time again. The young man from the heavenly god sect glared at Lu Ming coldly. He did not even bother to hide his cold, killing intent. Chapter 1528. 1528 Chapter 1528 One Punch. Very soon, the number of people from the heavenly god sect who will die by my hands will increase by one. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah, what a joke. Lu Ming, I know you're quite powerful, but you're mostly relying on your holy weapon. Now that you can't use your holy weapon, how much power can you unleash? I'm a LV6 Martial Emperor, so killing you will be as easy as turning my hand. The young man from the heavenly god sect laughed out loud. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger, more and more shocking. Without a doubt, this young man from the Xianxia sect was definitely a powerful Heaven's Pride expert. He had cultivated a medium-grade Earth spiritual body and was extremely powerful. Among the many Heaven's Pride experts in the Xianxia sect, he was also at the top. His talent was not inferior to Shi Tian. With his combat strength, it was a piece of cake for him to fight someone of a higher level. Moreover, Lu Ming was only at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. He was 120% confident that he could kill Lu Ming without using his holy weapon. Nonsense. Attack. Use your full strength. Lu Ming said indifferently. Since you're in a hurry to die, they'll send you on your way. Kill. The paragon of the Xianxia sect burst out with dazzling holy light. A spear of divine punishment condensed in his palm. The spear of divine punishment pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying sharpness whistled between heaven and earth, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The paragon of the Xianxia sect had used a killing move as soon as he made his move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Then he wrapped his fist in the chaos domain and threw a punch. The prison-suppressing heavenly art was unleashed. This punch was aimed at the opponent's spear of God punishment. How dare you use your fist against my spear of God's punishment? You're courting death. Break. The heaven deity sect's paragon shouted coldly. On the platform, many of the people from the heavenly god sect sneered. However, the next moment, their sneers froze on their faces. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed on the spear of God's punishment, which exploded instantly. Lu Ming's fist, like a piece of rotten wood, smashed towards his opponent. No. The other party's pupils enlarged, and he shouted in fear. He had thought that he could kill Lu Ming in one move, and had not even set up any defense. It was too late to do so now. Bang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the young man from the deity sect. His body exploded into pieces. He was dead. The Heaven's Pride of the Xianxia sect, LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert, was killed by Lu Ming with one punch. You're just a piece of trash, Lu Ming said disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the genius of the deity sect into his hand. Good kill, Tian Chui excitedly shouted. Good kill, you should be killed. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted one after another. Their faces were red with excitement. The anger in their chest was finally relieved. After the challenge, they had finally killed a person from the Xianxia sect. Moreover, he was a 6th-level Martial Royal Realm expert who had cultivated a medium Earth spiritual body. They had finally vented their anger. Damn it, it's this Lu Ming again. On the side of the Heavenly Divine sect, many people were furious. Leave this Lu Ming to me. I want him to die an ugly death. Lu Quan was just careless just now. Leave Lu Ming to me. The other heaven's favorites from the heavenly god sect roared. All right, he'll be waiting. All of you, come and challenge me. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the heaven deity sect with an extremely cold gaze. Then, he swept his gaze over the Tian Yu demon sect and the Yudu sect. Let's just wait and see. The counterattack of Dragon God Valley was about to begin. Lu Ming moved and returned to the fighting ring. Let's continue. The leader of the Xianxia sect shouted as he looked at the Tianyu demonic sect. Don't worry. The outcome of Dragon God Valley is already decided. The leader of the Tianyu demonic sect sneered and sent an expert to challenge the LV5 Martial Royal Realm expert from Dragon God Valley. The 5th level Martial Royal Realm, Heaven's favorite of Dragon God Valley, was also very powerful. He tried his best to rush down the fighting ring, but he was almost killed by his opponent at the edge of the fighting ring. Then, it was the Yudu sect's turn. Dragon God Valley had another person killed. One by one, the sects took their turn. On the 8th platform, the Life and Death Sword sect issued challenge. Until now, the Life and Death Sword sect had not lost a single person. Buzz! A sword light flashed, and a figure appeared on the fighting ring. This person was someone Lu Ming had met in the Emperor Song's secret realm, Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang's eyes turned and finally landed on the platform of the Tianxia sect. He looked at a man at the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm and said, "You, fight me." Many people's hearts moved. The Life and Death Sword sect was actually challenging the Heavenly Divine sect. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Heaven God sect who was challenged stepped onto the fighting ring with a slightly gloomy face. "Make your move." He sized up Luo Xiang and said, "You attack first, or you won't have a chance." Luo Xiang said indifferently, "Arrogant. Let's see what you can do, Dai." The Heaven God sect's paragon shouted coldly. The spear of divine punishment appeared and pierced towards Luo Xiang. Buzz! A sword light flashed from Luo Xiang's hand. Fast, it was too fast. Almost no one could see how Luo Xiang had attacked. The sword light flashed in the void. In the next moment, Luo Xiang's sword returned to its sheath. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Heavenly God sect widened his eyes and stared at Luo Xiang unwillingly. Then his body was split into two. He was dead. A 6th level Martial Royal Realm, Heaven's favorite of the Heavenly God sect, had been killed by Luo Xiang with a single sword strike. So powerful. Is this the sword technique of the Life and Death Sword sect? It's so terrifying. That Luo Xiang is only at LV5 Martial Emperor Realm. Many people exclaimed in admiration, and even more people felt chills all over their bodies. How could he dodge such a sword? This Luo Xiang is indeed not simple. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He had heard that Luo Xiang had been cultivating his sword soul for 15 years at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle, but he hadn't made a breakthrough. Such a person was extremely terrifying. Now, Luo Xiang had made a breakthrough and obtained the inheritance of Sword Principle in the Great Emperor's secret realm. He had truly soared to the sky. In a short period of time, his cultivation had soared to the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, and he had even killed a Heaven's favorite of the Tianxia sect with one strike. Such a person would become more and more terrifying the longer it took him to break through to the Martial Emperor Realm. Back in Emperor Tsong's secret realm, Luo Xiang had just broken through to the Martial Royal Realm, and his potential had yet to be unleashed. Now he was truly terrifying. Luo Xiang, my Heavenly God sect has never offended your Life and Death Sword sect. Why did you kill my people? The leader of the Heavenly God sect asked with a cold face. It's simple. I don't like the sight of you guys. Luo Xiang said indifferently, then stepped out and returned to the platform of the Life and Death Sword sect. Good kill. I'm starting to like this Luo Xiang. Tian Chue grinned. The competition continued, and when it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent out the person with the lowest cultivation to challenge the other sect's geniuses and was defeated. Soon, the 4th round was over. In this round, Dragon God Valley had 2 deaths, 1 defeat, and 1 victory. There were still 21 people left. However, the people from Dragon God Valley were getting stronger and stronger. As expected, from the 5th round onwards, Dragon God Valley was no longer being killed blindly. They had the power to resist. Chapter 1529 Chapter 1529, slaying another Heaven's favorite from the 5th round onwards. The survival rate of the Dragon God Valley team was getting higher and higher. Although the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect still sent out their experts to challenge the weak ones of the Dragon God Valley, it had become difficult to kill the elites of the Dragon God Valley. In the 5th round, one person successfully rushed off the fighting stage and saved his life. The other two almost rushed off the fighting stage, but they were still killed. In this round, 2 people from Dragon God Valley died, and 2 were defeated. There were 17 people left. No one challenged Lu Ming in this round. It seemed that they were not confident and wanted to challenge him later. In the 6th round, although Dragon God Valley was still completely defeated, all of them managed to keep their lives. Although the 3 sides of the Xianxia sect wanted to kill the people of Dragon God Valley, they were all pushed off the fighting stage by them. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley was finally a little better. After this round, there were only 13 people left from Dragon God Valley. Apart from the Life and Death Sword sect, the Dragon God Valley sect had the least number of people. It had only been 6 rounds, and many of the other sects still had around 30 people left. Some even had 20 or so people, close to 30. As for the Xianxia sect and the Tianyu demonic sect, they only had around 30 people left. Their losses were very small. Then, 2 more rounds passed. There were only 5 people left on the side of Dragon God Valley. They were Lu Ming, Han Sun, Tian Chue, Xianxia, and another person named Ziyu. After so many rounds, no one had challenged Tian Chue or Xianxia. In the battle 10 days ago, Tian Chue and Xianxia had revealed their terrifying combat strength. To be able to fight against heaven's favorites like Mo He and Wuxia, their combat strength was undoubtedly extremely strong. It was normal that they had not been challenged before. By now, 8 rounds had passed. From the 9th round onwards, the faces of the people from the Heaven Deity sect started to turn ugly. None of the remaining 5 people from Dragon God Valley were weak. They did not know who to challenge. I'm going to kill Lu Ming. A young man at the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm stepped out and flew up to the fighting ring. Lu Ming, come out. The young man at the peak of the 6th level Martial Royal Realm of the Divine Sky sect condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and pointed it at Lu Ming. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Light curtains appeared around the paragon of the Xianxia sect, and even an Emperor's spiritual weapon armor appeared. It was obvious that this person had learned his lesson and had set up layers of defense on himself from the beginning. I'm a lot more careful, but I still have to die. Lu Ming said, You're the one who's going to die. Kill. Die. The Heaven God sect's paragon shouted. He took a step forward and turned into a beam of holy light, rushing toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The spear of divine punishment streaked across the sky, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and it collided with the spear of divine punishment. There was a huge explosion. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party retreated a few steps. Your combat strength is only SOSO. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not done yet. You're courting death? The other party shouted angrily. A milky white book flew out from his brow. This book was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. As the book was flipped open, rays of white light flew out and landed on the Heaven God sect's paragon. The aura of the Heaven God sect's paragon became stronger. A real, milky white spear appeared in his hand. He thrust the spear forward, and the power this time was much stronger than the last time. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession. The terrifying fist force traversed the void and blasted toward the other party. His opponent's long spear continued to thrust out, turning into terrifying spears of divine punishment. They collided with Lu Ming's fist force, causing a terrible boom to erupt on the fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. That Lu Ming is so powerful. He's at the peak of the 4th level Martial Royal Realm, but he can fight against a heaven's favorite at the peak of the 6th level Martial Royal Realm. It's indeed terrifying. However, Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 whole levels lower. In my opinion, he'll definitely lose. Not necessarily. The person from a deity sect has a medium-grade Earth spiritual body, while Lu Ming obviously has a superior-grade Earth spiritual body. The surrounding crowd discussed. Die. The combat strength of the prodigy of the Xianxia sect was getting more and more violent. He kept pouring his attacks on Lu Ming. Has this reached your limit? Then let's end this. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom! Lu Ming's fist momentum seemed to be able to penetrate the void. In an instant, it shattered the spears of God's punishment that were thrust out by the prodigies of the Xianxia sect. Bang! Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch that destroyed everything. He landed a heavy blow on the other party's chest. His energy surged and broke through several layers of the other party's defense in a row. It then landed on the other party's armor. The armor shook, and the Heaven's God Sect's paragon was sent flying. He slid on the fighting stage for a long distance and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Earlier on, Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. At this moment, Lu Ming was using his full strength. Although the other party's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, Lu Ming's spirit body and chaos domain were much more powerful than the other party's spirit body and chaos domain. He could completely make up for the gap between the 2 levels of cultivation. The Heaven Deity Sect's paragon was shocked and furious. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Die! Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the other party at a high speed. I have an Emperor's spiritual weapon to protect me. You can't kill me. The Heaven God Sect paragon let out a long cry and retreated rapidly. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. An Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear pierced towards the other party. 13 charge strikes. The terrifying spear radiance destroyed the opponent's counterattack and stabbed into the opponent's armor. It's useless, the other party shouted, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically, and there was only fear. The tip of Lu Ming's long spear had 13 layers of attack power. They stacked and exploded in an instant, erupting with a terrifying penetrating power. The fearsome penetrative force pierced through the opponent's Emperor's spiritual weapon armor, and the long spear pierced through the opponent's heart. Buzz! Then, with a shake of the spear, the land of destruction erupted. The spiritual god of the other party disappeared before it could escape. The Heaven's God Sect's paragon was dead. CSI. Gasps could be heard at the scene. A Heaven's favorite at the peak of the 6th-level martial royal realm, who had cultivated a medium-grade Earth spiritual body, was killed by Lu Ming. The prodigy of the Xianxia sect wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was killed by Lu Ming again. This kind of Heaven's Pride expert was the peak existence even among all the people who participated in this time's treasure auction, except for those top Heaven's Pride experts who cultivated superior Earth spiritual bodies. However, a superior Earth spiritual body was extremely rare. There were not many of them in the entire Azure region. Each of the 13 top sects participating in the party had at most 1 or 2 disciples. Some of the sects didn't even have one. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was already at the peak among the participants of the treasure auction. Many people were guessing whether Lu Ming could compete with those who had superior Earth spiritual bodies and were at the peak of the 6th-level martial royal realm. Chapter 1530, 1530 The Counterattack begins. Good kill. Xianxia was naturally incomparably excited. It was the same for the people of Dragon God Valley. Up until now, the Xianxia sect had lost 3 6th-level martial royal realm geniuses. Lu Ming had killed 2 and Luo Xiang had killed 1. Damn it, this Lu Ming, damn it! Someone in the Heavenly Divine sect shouted angrily. There were not many Heaven's favorites with medium-grade Earth spiritual body in the Xianxia sect. Now, Lu Ming had killed several of them. It was a great loss. Lu Ming kept his spoils of war and returned to the platform. Next, it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn to challenge. They'll do it. A person from the Tianyu demonic sect stepped out. It's him, Emohi. Emohi is going to personally take action. Who will he challenge? Many people were shocked. He was the top genius of the Tianyu demon sect. He had an upper-class earth spiritual body and was at the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. He had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. He was definitely powerful. The top 10 geniuses of the Azure region all had superior earth spiritual bodies. In theory, as long as one successfully cultivated a superior earth spiritual body, they all had the hope of breaking through to the top 10 geniuses. Of course, there was only hope. Even if they had the same high-grade earth spiritual body, their combat strength would still be different. For example, the strength of a domain martial technique, one's own battle consciousness, various secret skills, and so on all determine the strength of one's combat power. Emohi's eyes fell directly on the 5 people of Dragon God Valley. He glanced at them and finally stopped at Ziyu. I knew it. He wants to challenge me. Ziyu laughed. Ziyu, if you can't defeat him, get off the fighting stage. It's more important to save your life. Han Sun warned. Although Ziyu's combat strength was very strong, he did not have a superior earth spiritual body. He was probably not Emohi's match. I know, don't worry. Ziyu stepped onto the battle stage. Without any unnecessary words, a great battle erupted. Ziyu was a heaven's favorite of the Purple Dragon Valley. He had cultivated the Purple Dragon combat body, which was a medium-grade earth spiritual body. His territory had reached the peak of level 7, and his territory martial technique had been perfected. His combat power was extremely amazing. Although his spiritual body was not as good as Emohi's, his combat strength was not much different. It was impossible for Emohi to kill Ziyu in a short period of time. The two of them exchanged nearly 100 moves. In the end, Ziyu was no match for him and was thrown off the fighting ring. Ziyu had failed, and there were only 4 people left from Dragon God Valley. The challenges continued, and soon it was the Yu-Du sect's turn. The leader of the Yu-Du sect looked at the 4 people from Dragon God Valley and hesitated. None of the 4 remaining people from Dragon God Valley were simple. If they wanted to send someone to fight, they could only send someone with a superior earth spiritual body, who was at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Moreover, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming and the others. Even if they could defeat one of them, they might be injured, which would be disadvantageous for the subsequent battles. In the end, the Yu-Du sect's team leader sent out a weakling. For the first time, he did not challenge Dragon God Valley, but other sections. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's team had a gloomy expression. However, he also understood that the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yu-Du sect had joined forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. However, all 3 sects wanted the final victory. If they sent their top Heaven's Pride experts now, it would only cause heavy losses to both sides, which would be extremely disadvantageous for the future battles. After the Yu-Du sect, the Jiuxiao Sword sect went up to challenge. Just like that, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Cold killing intent flashed through Han Sun's eyes. Now, the counterattack begins. Tian Shui, you go. Good, it's final my turn. Tian Shui laughed out loud. He was already on the verge of exploding from holding back his laughter. Now it was finally his turn. Boom. Tian Shui landed directly on the fighting ring. His eyes fell on a 6th level martial royal realm young man from the deity sect, and he shouted, You! Come down and accept your death. I'm not afraid of you. The young man from the Heavenly God sect jumped onto the fighting stage. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting stage, he immediately launched an attack at Tian Shui. Go to hell! Tian Shui roared like a mad tyrant dragon. He raised his giant hammer and smashed it towards his opponent, completely ignoring his opponent's attack and defense. Boom! With a violent tremor, the young man from the Heaven God sect screamed and was smashed into a pile of meat paste by Tian Shui. Die, die! Tian Shui roared. His water tank-like hammer danced in the air, causing the void to rumble. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. Good kill! The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted in joy. Han Sun and Lu Ming both sneered. The counterattack of the Dragon God Valley was finally about to begin. This was Lu Ming's plan. First, protect the people, then counterattack. This way, the lives of the disciples of Dragon God Valley could be preserved as much as possible, and the most powerful one would be left. In the beginning, many people were killed because there was no other way. If they didn't do this, those disciples with weak cultivation would all die. Not a single one would be left alive. To save the counterattack for the last time, he could try to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and were furious. The people from the other sects seemed to have thought of something. Xianxia returned to the platform. After that, he continued with 3 more rounds. With this round over, the 10th round began. It was the turn of the Tianxia sect to challenge again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Tianxia sect. How would the Heavenly Divine sect fight? Should he continue to challenge Dragon God Valley? Who would they send? At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly God sect looked gloomy and hesitant. He had encountered a difficult problem. The remaining 4 people of Dragon God Valley had terrifying combat strength. If he were to send someone to challenge them, he would definitely send the most powerful Heaven's Pride expert. Sending the others would only be sending them to their deaths. Moreover, it would not be easy to defeat Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others. Even if he could win, he would definitely be injured and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. If a few of the top experts of the Tianxia sect were injured, the top experts of the other sects would definitely not let go of this opportunity and would challenge the top experts of the Tianxia sect. In this way, the top experts of the Tianxia sect would most likely be eliminated. Without a top expert, the Xianxia sect might not even be able to enter the top 10. The Heavenly Divine sect had now fallen into a passive position. The paragons of the other sects had obviously thought of this as well, and they all revealed looks of anticipation. How did this happen? The leader of the Heavenly God sect clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, the team leaders of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect were similar. Hey, are you guys going to challenge me or not? Don't dawdle and waste other people's time, said Lu Ming. He was calm and unruffled, as if he was waiting for the challenge from the deity sect. Lu Ming. Many disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. However, they definitely did not dare to challenge Lu Ming. They were just courting death. Brother Wu, Brother Mo. At this moment, the leader of the Heaven God sect transmitted a message to the leaders of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect. Let's put Dragon God Valley aside and eliminate the weakest sects first. Then, we'll concentrate our forces on dealing with Dragon God Valley. What do you think? All right, I agree. The leader of the Tian Yu demonic sect replied, and the leader of the Yu Du sect nodded. Chapter 1531. 1531 Chapter 1531 Challenging a top-tier powerhouse, the leaders of the 3 major sects, the Tianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect had a discussion. They would first eliminate the weakest sects, then join forces to deal with Lu Ming and the others from the Dragon God Valley. They had no other choice. If they went all out to deal with Lu Ming and the others now, the other sects would likely take advantage of them. In that case, they might not even be able to enter the top 10 and could not participate in this time's treasure-fixing assembly. This was something that they could not accept no matter what. Eliminating the other weakest sects would at least guarantee that they would enter the top 10 and be able to participate in the future treasure-sealing assembly. He would deal with Lu Ming and the rest after he was in the top 10. This was their plan. As expected, the God of Heaven sent a 5th-level martial emperor to challenge a 4th-level martial emperor from the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family was one of the weakest forces. It seems that the Tianxia sect is afraid. Why don't you dare to challenge my junior brothers of the Dragon God Valley? On the grandstand, a 7th-level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite from Dragon God Valley spoke. He looked at the grandstand of Tianxia sect with disdain. Previously, they were repeatedly ridiculed by the people of the Tianxia sect, saying that they would definitely not be able to participate in this time's treasure-fixing assembly, which made them extremely sullen. Now, they could finally fight back. What's the rush? That's right, the good show is yet to come. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect who were at the 7th level martial royal realm and above snorted coldly. Han Sun, this is a good plan. An old voice came from a pavilion. It was the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. Elder, this is junior brother Lu Ming's idea. Han Sun said as he bowed towards the pavilion. Not bad. Keep up the good work. We must make some sects pay a price. Otherwise, do you really think that Dragon God Valley is easy to bully? The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley continued. Elder, don't worry. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied, Lu Ming said with a smile. At that moment, the battle had already begun. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect had easily defeated the Heaven's Pride expert of the Piyuan family. Next, it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn. The Tianyu demonic sect also sent out an expert to challenge the Piyuan family and easily defeated the Piyuan family. When it was the Yudu sect's turn, they would also challenge the Piyuan family. Everyone understood that the three major sects of the Heavenly God sect were going to join forces to eliminate the weaker sections. The Piyuan family was helpless. They couldn't even resist. This year, there was a gap in the talents of the Piyuan family. They did not even have one upper-class Earth spiritual body who had reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. They only had one upper-class Earth spiritual body who was at the 4th level martial royal realm. They could only be targeted and could not fight back. Soon, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. This time, Xianxia had challenged the deity sect and killed a 6th level martial royal realm heaven's favorite. This made the faces of the people from the deity sect turn even uglier. Previously, they had killed the disciples of Dragon God Valley arrogantly, and Dragon God Valley could not fight back. But now, the people of the Dragon God Valley were hunting their Xianxia sect. It was difficult for them to fight back. They couldn't say anything and were extremely depressed. In the 11th round, the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect would continue to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, it was finally Han Sun's turn. Han Sun also challenged a LV6 martial royal realm expert from the Heavenly God sect. Han Sun had an upper-class Earth spiritual body, and his cultivation was at the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. He was absolutely powerful. His opponent could not even get off the fighting ring and was easily killed by Han Sun. The Xianxia sect could only endure. They had to endure until 3 sects were eliminated. At that time, they would launch a counterattack. In the 12th round, the 3 great sects of the Xianxia sect would continue to challenge the Piyuan family. This was because there were still other sects challenging the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family's number of people was also reduced to a single digit. They were already destined to be eliminated. This round, it was finally Lu Ming's turn to challenge. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. His gaze fell directly on the side of the Xianxia sect. No one was surprised. Now, Dragon God Valley would naturally take revenge and kill the people of the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the remaining Heaven's God sect's geniuses. Their expressions changed drastically, especially a few 6th level martial royal realm Heaven's geniuses. Their faces turned pale. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a white-haired young man. You come down and die, Lu Ming said coldly. What? Lu Ming wants to challenge by MO. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. It was a good show to watch. Let's bring it up in advance. Indeed, I never expected that Lu Ming would challenge by MO now. In recent years, the deity sect has produced many geniuses and strong people. It is said that there are 3 upper-class Earth spiritual bodies who have reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial royal realm participating in the treasure settling small meeting. This by MO is one of them. That's right, by MO. He is one of the top experts in this time's treasure auction. Many people were excited. The Battle of the Peak was about to begin. Junior brother Lu Ming. Han Sun's eyes flickered as well. Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that Lu Ming would challenge an ordinary 6th-level martial emperor. "You want to challenge me?" Bai Mo's body gushed out cold, killing intent, and he said indifferently, "Not bad." Lu Ming said, "All right, I wanted to kill you later, but since you're in a hurry to die, it'll send you on your way first." Bai Mo said coldly. He moved and appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. "Oh, really? If I kill you, the Tianxia sect will be heartbroken." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. White essence slash. At this time, Bai Mo moved. A snow-white sword light slashed toward Lu Ming at an amazing speed. Before the sword reached him, the sharp intent pierced the air and made a whistling sound. Not everyone in the Tianxia sect cultivated sacred arts. Many people cultivated other arts. Buzz. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a shake of the spear, it turned into a spear ray and pierced through the air. The spear radiance and the sword radiance collided, and the dense energy spread in all directions. Lu Ming and Bai Mo were already engaged in a fierce battle. Bai Mo's realm was very special. It was white, and every wisp of white light was a sword chi. With Bai Mo's realm martial technique, the power was very terrifying. The dense sword gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used 13 accumulated power strikes to fight his opponent. His long spear was like a dragon, sweeping across the void. Each spear contained 13 attacks. The endless sword gleams were crushed by the long spear and dissipated in the air. The two figures crossed each other on the fighting ring, occasionally colliding with each other, making a shocking roar. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 50 moves. Gate of God seal. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God. 6 sealing gates appeared at once, emitting thousands of rays of light. Try to seal Bai Mo's pupils shrank, and he growled, "White God, sword shadow." Bai Mo's body emitted a white light like a sword. In a flash, he rushed out of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. What a wondrous spirit body! Lu Ming's heart stirred. Bai Mo's spirit body should be a kind of sword body, which was extremely mysterious. Chapter 1532. 1532 Chapter 1532 Killing by Mo. It had to be said that the upper-class Earth spiritual body was indeed extremely talented and powerful. Bai Mo's combat strength was absolutely amazing. With his cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level martial royal realm, he might be able to kill an expert at the 8th level. White God Sword Formation. After Bai Mo rushed out of the 9 seals of the Gate of God, he growled. His eyes turned completely white, and there were strange lines in his eyes. Buzz. In the sky, a dense pattern suddenly appeared, like a huge white array. Following that, white lines also appeared under Lu Ming's feet. It looked like a large array. One from above and one from below, they surrounded Lu Ming. This isn't a formation. It's a secret technique that belongs to the spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Some powerful spirit bodies would develop some secret skills that belong to the spirit body. To put it bluntly, they were brought over by the bloodline. For example, Lu Ming's devouring power was brought over by the 9 Dragons bloodline. He condensed the dragon god's body and still retained the devouring power. Other bloodlines, after turning into spirit bodies, might also retain some powerful innate secret skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless sword chi condensed from the 2 images and poured toward Lu Ming. In all directions, Lu Ming had no way to retreat. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. From the air-frozen bead, a green energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming cast the wind element art, and his body seemed to turn into a breeze, floating in the void. Lu Ming's body swayed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. He flickered among the endless sword chi and dodged the sword chi. However, there were too many sword auras. In such a narrow space, No matter how fast Lu Ming's movement technique was, he could not completely avoid them. Whoosh! An extremely sharp sword chi was aimed at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body was covered with the Chaos Realm. It resisted the sword chi, and there were sizzling sounds. The sword chi actually pierced through the Chaos Realm and stabbed Lu Ming's chest. It was not that the Chaos Realm was not strong. First of all, this kind of sword chi was really terrifying. Secondly, Lu Ming's Chaos Realm was too low level, only level 4. At least for Bai Mo, his level was too low, so he could not defend against it. If it had been a 5th level primal chaos domain, this sword chi would definitely not have been able to break through its defense. However, the primal chaos domain had also greatly weakened the sword chi's power. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. Buzz! The sword chi slashed at the dragon scale, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword chi was shattered, and the dragon scale on Lu Ming's chest was slightly damaged, revealing a trace of blood. What a terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming's heart stirred. The upper and lower patterns contained boundless sword chi. Even an LV8 martial royal realm expert would be cut down by them. Buzz! Buzz! More energy poured into the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming circulated the wind element art to the extreme, and his speed increased. The sky was filled with Lu Ming's figure. However, Lu Ming could not rush out of the range of the two diagrams, as they covered the entire fighting ring. If he did, it would mean that he had rushed out of the fighting ring and he would lose this round. If it was anywhere else, Lu Ming would have rushed out. Haha! Under Senior Brother by Mosai technique, the White God Sword formation, Lu Ming is dead. That's right. Senior Brother by Mosai technique has killed many high-level martial emperors. Once you fall into it, unless your cultivation is too high, you will only die. This Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge Senior Brother by Mo. He's really looking for death. Seeing that Lu Ming was in danger, the disciples of the Heavenly God sect were in a good mood. They could not help but mock and gloat at. On the Dragon God Valley side, Tian Shui and Xuanxin were a little worried. On the fighting ring, Bai Mo's eyes turned completely white. There were lines on his eyes, which were exactly the same as the two patterns. Bai Mo stepped into the void and landed on the pattern above. The area on his body seemed to merge with the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern became even more terrifying. The sword chi whistled and the speed increased greatly. Lu Ming, today is the day you die, Bai Mo said indifferently. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. At the same time, he continued to form seals with his hands. Gate of God, 9 seals. A deep voice was heard as 6 sealing gates appeared. However, this time, the sealing door was not aimed at Bai Mo, but at Lu Ming himself. The 6 gates of sealing hovered around Lu Ming and shone with a brilliant light. The sword chi that was aimed at Lu Ming was actually sealed by the power of the gates of sealing and stopped in midair. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Then, Lu Ming took 9 steps in a row. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst forth, dispersing the sword chi below. With the help of this force, Lu Ming soared into the sky. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear had appeared in his hands again. He and the spear became one, and he launched 13 strikes. He rushed to the sky and attacked by Mo whoosh. Whoosh! In the process of soaring into the sky, 2 jet-black divine swords burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. Godly Sword Technique. The Godly Sword Technique was a soul attack. It broke through the pattern that Bai Mo had laid and rushed into Bai Mo's body. At this moment, Bai Mo let out a shrill scream, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. As a martial monarch's cultivation level increased, his spiritual god would become stronger. At the same time, his soul would also become stronger. The higher the realm, the stronger the soul power. Lu Ming's soul had been refined by the world refining tribulation bell. It was broken and then rebuilt. The strength of his soul was dozens of times stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he had been cultivating the divine sword technique during this period of time. His soul force had also become stronger. If it was a martial artist of the same level as Lu Ming could directly annihilate the soul of the other party with the divine sword technique. Even a heaven's favorite like by Mo, whose cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, felt as if his soul was about to split open at this time. At this time, the 2 patterns under by Mo's feet became dim. Bang! Lu Ming broke through the pattern directly, and a sharp spear pierced by Mo's body directly. Bai Mo let out an unwilling scream, and then under Lu Ming's destructive power, his body and spirit were destroyed. Bai Mo died. At this moment, the fighting ring suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the fighting ring. A moment ago, Lu Ming was completely suppressed and in danger, but the next moment, the situation was reversed. Lu Ming had killed Bai Mo in one fell swoop. This change was too fast, making everyone unable to react in time. Bai Mo was cut down, and the pattern on the fighting ring disappeared. Bai Mo's body fell heavily on the fighting ring, which also woke everyone up. The scene was in an uproar. Senior brother Bai Mo. Junior brother Bai Mo. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. Furious roars rang out from the side of the heavenly divine sect. Bai Mo had a superior grade earth spiritual body. There were not many heaven's favorites like him in the entire Xianxia sect. Each one of them had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsang region. In the future, they would be able to become martial saints. They might even have the chance to become supreme saints. To a sect, each and every one of these heaven's favorites was an immeasurable treasure. But now, Lu Ming had killed one of them. How could the people of the Xianxia sect not be angry? Chapter 1533. 1533, beginning to deal with Dragon God Valley. On the other hand, the disciples of Dragon God Valley were very excited. Good kill. Isn't the Heavenly God sect very arrogant? This is how you kill. Lu Ming is invincible. Many people shouted, especially Qiao Ying, Qiao Hao, and those who were close to Lu Ming. They were so excited that their faces turned red. Previously, so many people of Dragon God Valley had been killed. The disciples of Dragon God Valley were furious and aggrieved. They had nowhere to vent their anger. Now he had completely vented it out. A heaven's favorite with an upper-class earth spiritual body was worth more than all the disciples of Dragon God Valley who had been killed. There were only 3 Heaven's Pride experts from the Heavenly God sect who had participated in this small meeting. One of them had died all of a sudden, which was a heavy loss. You're just a piece of trash. Let's go. Lu Ming said coldly in the fighting ring. People buy Mo's storage ring away. Lu Ming, he'll kill you. You're dead. Some of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect, who were at the LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above, roared in anger. What's wrong? Disciples below the 7th rank can't do it. Do you want to make a move? On the grandstand of Dragon God Valley, the disciples of the 7th rank and above said coldly, which made the faces of the disciples of the Xianxia sect even more unsightly. Lu Ming, your combat strength has already reached this level. In the stands of the Heavenly God sect, Zi Wuji spoke as he clenched his fists tightly. Ji Hongchun of Eden was sitting beside him. They were all from the Divine Ruins Continent Group. A few years ago, they had even competed with Lu Ming, but now, Lu Ming had completely surpassed them. Eden was the strongest among them, but he was only at LV2 Martial Royal Realm. As for Zi Wuji and Ji Hongchun, they were still stuck at the peak of the 1st level Martial Emperor Realm. In Eden, Ji Hongchun's face was also filled with complicated emotions. Zi Wuji, Ji Hongchun, after this competition ends, I plan to leave the Heaven Deity sect and go out to temper myself. What about you two? Eden transmitted his voice to Wuxia and Xianxia. In the past, the three of them did not have a good relationship in the continent of the Divine Ruins. They were even competitors. However, after coming to the Yuan continent, the three of them became very close. After all, they came from the same place. You want to leave the Tianxin sect? With your current cultivation, it's very dangerous for you to leave the sect and go out. Wuxia's expression changed. Only danger has the value of training. If I die on the path of training, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. However, if we stay in the deity sect, outsiders like us will not be able to receive any good training. We are no different from handymen. We will never be able to catch up to Lu Ming's footsteps. Etienne said, as if he had made a decision. He'll go with you. Xianxia said, after a moment of silence. After Wuxia's expression changed for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "He'll continue to stay in the Tianxin sect." All right, Eden nodded. Everyone had their own ambitions, and he would not force them. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming kept the storage ring and returned to the 10th platform in a flash. Lu Ming, well done. Huh. Tian Shui laughed. Xuanxin and Han Sun also smiled. The disciples of the Tianxin sect flew down from the fighting ring and collected by Mo's body. The competition continued. Soon, this round was over and a new round began. It was the turn of the Tianxin sect to challenge again. The leader of the Xianxia sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and the rest. However, in the end, he still sent people to continue challenging the Piyuan family. Now, they could only endure. Now, they had already lost a top-notch powerhouse, and their strength had been greatly reduced. They did not dare to fight with Dragon God Valley now. They were afraid that they would not be able to make it into the top 10. After the deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect and the Yudu sect followed the deity sect's footsteps and dealt with the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Tian Shui challenged them and killed a 6th-level fighter. Just like that, a few rounds passed. The first sect to be eliminated had finally emerged. The Piyuan family had been eliminated in advance by the combined forces of the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect. Now, there were only 12 sects left. The competition continued. It was Lu Ming's turn to challenge someone. This time, he did not challenge the opponent's top powerhouse. Instead, he chose a weaker opponent. The competition went on round by round. The atmosphere was getting more and more depressing. The faces of everyone in the Heavenly God sect also became uglier and uglier. Every round, they would lose one of their heaven's favorites to Dragon God Valley. Those who were selected to participate in the small meeting were all top heaven's pride experts. The loss of each of them would make the Tianxin sect feel heartache. But now they were being killed one after another. When the 19th round ended, the Tianxin sect only had 16 people left. The losses were beyond imagination. There were still 4 people from Dragon God Valley. At this moment, another 2 weaker sects were eliminated. Finally, there were only 10 sects left on the scene. These 10 sects were equivalent to obtaining the qualifications for the treasure-fixing assembly. The 20th round began, and it was the Tianxin sect's turn to challenge. Brother Wu, Brother Mo, it's time to eliminate Dragon God Valley. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's team had a very cold look in his eyes. His tone was filled with endless coldness. Good, just what I want. In the Tianyu demon sect, the cold light in Mo's eyes was especially intense. I've been waiting for this moment. From the Yudu sect, Wu Qiandiu's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Poisonous insects crawled out of his body and swam around him. Brother Wang, how about we work together and eliminate Dragon God Valley? The leader of the Heavenly God sect team looked at the leader of the Jiuxiao Sword sect. Jiuxiao Sword sect had a good relationship with Tianxin sect. On the contrary, they were not on good terms with Dragon God Valley. He wanted to get Jiuxiao Sword sect to deal with Lu Ming and the others. The Jiuxiao Sword sect leader's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction of Dragon God Valley with a hint of fear. I won't get involved in your business. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Tianxin sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yuda sect. Moreover, Dragon God Valley wasn't an easy bone to chew. Oomph. Jiuxiao Sword Sect's refusal made the leader of the Heavenly God Sect's face darken. Hey, are you guys going to challenge me or not? Don't waste time. Tian Shui carried his huge hammer on his shoulder as he looked towards the direction of the Tianxin sect and berated. Since you're so eager to die, they'll fulfill your wish. Wanting, you're up for this round. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said to a figure who was wrapped in a black robe. I've been waiting for this moment. The black-robed figure spoke coldly, causing the hearts of many disciples of the Heavenly God sect to tremble. They knew very well how terrifying these black-robed figures and Luaning were. Buzz! A shadow flickered, and Luaning appeared on the fighting ring. Many of those with weaker cultivation didn't even see how he had appeared on the fighting ring. You come down. Within the black robes, a pair of cold eyes stared at Tian Shui as a cold voice sounded out. Haha, it's finally my turn. Tian Shui grinned and laughed. Tian Shui, you have to be careful. This person is one of the 3 high-rank earth spiritual bodies in the Tianxin sect, and he is good at assassination. Han Sun warned with a serious expression. Don't worry. No matter what he's good at, it'll smash him to pieces with my hammer. Tian Shui grinned. Chapter 1534. 1534 Chapter 1534 Heavenly Hammer. Zhan Ying Boom. Tian Shui, carrying the giant hammer that was as big as a water tank, rushed into the fighting ring. Like an iron tower, he landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Shorty, let Grandpa Tian Shui's hammer scout you. Tian Shui brandished his water tank-like hammer, revealing a malevolent killing intent. Die! Right at this moment, Luaning moved. His body was like a shadow, suddenly appearing in front of Tian Shui, and a thin and long sword was thrust towards Tian Shui's heart. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was like a well-trained killer. Boom! Tian Shui's feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his figure rapidly retreated. Then, the giant hammer appeared in front of him. Clang! The opponent's long sword was deflected when it struck Tian Shui's hammer. Luaning made use of the rebound force, and his body flickered, reappearing above Tian Shui's head, and the terrifying sword light pierced towards Tian Shui's head. Get lost! Tian Shui roared in anger, and the giant hammer exploded above his head. The giant hammer struck, bringing with it a terrifying wind that caused the sky to rumble. Clang! The giant hammer hit the opponent's sword again. However, Luan Ying's body seemed to be weightless, and he could appear wherever he wanted. Buzz! In the next moment, Luan Ying appeared behind Tian Shui again and thrust his long sword. Tian Shui used his giant hammer to sweep across, forming an impenetrable defense. However, Luan Ying's movement technique was truly too fast. He constantly slithered around Tian Shui's body, and his long sword was like a poisonous snake, aiming at Tian Shui's vital points every time. Shadow Domain. On the platform, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Luan Ying had comprehended the Shadow Domain, which allowed him to follow like a shadow. He cultivated the Sword Dao of assassination, and when they worked together perfectly, their power was astonishing. Martial artists of a higher realm than him could usually kill with one strike. It was obvious that the other side had arranged for Luan Ying to challenge Tian Shui, which just happened to be able to restrain Tian Shui, making him unable to use his full strength. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Tian Shui became more and more furious as he continuously struck out with his giant hammer. The sky exploded, bringing with it a terrifying gale that swept out in all directions. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a sword light shot out from beneath Tian Shui's feet, piercing towards him. This sword strike came without any warning and was unbelievably fast. This sword strike was actually from Tian Shui's own shadow. This sword strike had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not good. Han Sun and Xuanxin exclaimed in shock. Roar! Tian Shui, seemed to have sensed the danger. With a roar, his muscles squirmed and a layer of dragon scales appeared on his skin. At the same time, Tian Shui's figure retreated explosively, avoiding this sword. The sword light still hit Tian Shui's leg, and the dragon scales were cut open, revealing a deep wound. If not for Tian Shui's timely reaction, one of his legs would have been chopped off. Whoosh! However, at this moment, his own shadow shot out another sword light from Tian Shui's feet. What a strange attack! Kill! Tian Shui roared as the giant hammer in his hand heavily smashed down on his own shadow. Boom! The giant hammer smashed the sword light directly and smashed into the shadow on the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring started to shake. Not far away, Wan Ying's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. It seemed that Tian Shui's attack had indirectly injured him. Whoosh! Then, with a flash, Wan Ying disappeared. At this moment, 8 more shadows appeared around Tian Shui. Each of the shadows would shoot out a sword light, stabbing towards Tian Shui. Tian Shui used his giant hammer to sweep across, blocking the enemy's attacks. However, the attacks from all 4 directions were too fast, and Tian Shui found it difficult to completely block them. After a while, Tian Shui's body was covered with several wounds, so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was flowing out. Senior brother Luaning, you're going to win. On the side of the Heavenly God sect, some disciples sneered. On the side of the Dragon God Valley, everyone was watching carefully with a sullen face. Torvosaurus strike. All of a sudden, Tian Shui let out a loud roar. He grabbed the handle of his giant hammer with both hands, lifted it up, and began to spin at an extreme speed. The handle of Tian Shui's hammer was exceptionally long. When it was swung, it was like a hurricane sweeping in all directions. Bang! 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 The 8 shadows couldn't dodge at all. They were hit and collapsed. The 8 shadows crumbled and condensed back into one shadow, which turned into Luan Ying's figure. At this moment, the black robe on Luan Ying's head had been blown to pieces, revealing a dark and gloomy face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had also been injured by Tian Shui's attack. Shadow sword kill. A deep voice came out of Luan Ying's mouth. His body slowly became blurry, turned into a shadow, and finally disappeared. Luan Ying seemed to have completely disappeared from the fighting ring, and even his aura could not be sensed. Shadow type spirit body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light shot out from the top of Tian Shui's head, aiming for him. The heavenly hammer struck upwards. But at the same time, a sword light appeared beneath Tian Shui's feet on his left and right and stabbed towards him. Tian Shui roared in anger, his figure rapidly retreating, avoiding the sword light attack. However, there was still a ray of sword light that managed to leave a wound on Tian Shui's body. Around the heavenly hammer, sword lights constantly appeared, without a sound or sign. Torvosaurus strike. Tian Shui roared loudly, and once again used the same move as before. He raised the giant hammer and madly spun it. However, this time, the sword light did not collapse. Instead, it passed through the heavenly hammer's attack and continued to stab towards it. A few more wounds appeared on Tian Shui's body. What's going on? Why can't I attack him? Some disciples of Dragon God Valley said anxiously. The opponent was too strange. Tian Shui's attack was actually unable to hit him. It's not that the attack can't hit him, but that the opponent's shadow can greatly reduce the damage. When Tian Shui's attack lands on the opponent's body, the damage is reduced. At the same time, the opponent's speed is too fast, and most of the attacks have been dodged by him. A 9th-level Martial Royal Realm Heaven's favorite explained in the stance. Roar. A dragon's roar came out of Tian Shui's mouth. He took a step forward and madly rushed to the side of the fighting stage. It looked like he was about to rush off the fighting ring. You want to rush to the fighting ring? Stay. In the air, Wan Ying's cold voice came. Tian Shui acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to rush forward. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light pierced towards the heavenly hammer from behind. Tian Shui, who had been charging forward, suddenly stopped and turned around. Puchi! This sword light pierced through Tian Shui's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Die! A cold voice rang out as Luan Ying's figure appeared in front of Tian Shui. Roar! At this moment, Tian Shui let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. A huge phantom of a barbaric dragon appeared on his body, and it clawed at Luan Ying. Not good. Luan Ying's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to dodge at such a close distance. Chapter 1535 Lu Ming versus Wu Qindubang. The Torvosaurus Phantom's claw hit Luan Ying. He groaned and was sent flying, spitting out blood. Kill die, Tian Shui roared. He threw the giant hammer in his hand like a meteorite, hitting Luan Ying, who was still in the air. Ah! Luan Ying screamed as his body was sent flying. The giant hammer carried him out of the fighting ring and landed heavily on the ground. Luan Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Luan Ying was defeated because Tian Shui was still on the fighting ring. Buzz! The giant hammer flew back into the fighting ring and landed in Tian Shui's hands. Tian Shui's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Although he had defeated Luan Ying, he had also been severely injured. Senior brother Tian Shui, quickly come up and heal, Lu Ming shouted. Circulating his true qi, Tian Shui rushed up to the platform and sat down cross-legged, focusing all his energy on healing. Just now, he had been wounded by Luan Ying's sword many times, and his heart had even been pierced by the longsword. The terrifying, destructive sword qi had continuously destroyed Tian Shui's spiritual body. Tian Shui had to first destroy these destructive sword qi before he could recover. Damn it! On the platform of the Heavenly God Sect, the leader of the Heavenly God Sect shouted angrily. Originally, he had thought that with Luan Ying's combat strength, as well as the fact that he just happened to be able to restrain Tian Shui, he should be able to take him down. Although he might not be able to kill Tian Shui, he should be able to defeat him without any problem. He didn't expect that Tian Shui would defeat Luan Ying in the end, with both of them suffering great losses, causing his plan to fail. In this way, 2 of the 3 top experts of the Heavenly God Sect had been defeated, leaving only the leader. This made everyone in the Heavenly God Sect look very ugly. Before this, the God of Heaven sect had already announced that they would also take the first place in this time's fixed treasure little meeting and achieve 3 consecutive championships. But now, the leader was the only top-notch expert. Most of the other 6th-ranked experts had been killed. It was impossible for him to obtain first place. All of this was because of Dragon God Valley. Previously, they had wanted to deal with Dragon God Valley, but in the end, they had gotten themselves into trouble. Before the competition began, the people of the Xianxia sect probably never dreamed that this would happen. They'll leave the rest to you. The leader of the Heavenly God sect team looked at the Tian Demon sect. Buzz! A figure with a demonic blade on his back rushed out of the Tianyu demonic sect, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. It's a demon manifestation. Someone recognized this person. There were 2 people from the Tianyu demon sect who had upper-class earth spiritual bodies and had reached the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. One of them was Mo He, and the other was Mo Xian. Mo Xian's gaze fell directly on Xianxia, and he said, I challenge you. Many people were shocked. Sure enough, the Tianxian sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect had begun to dispatch their strongest combat forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. Xianxia took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Kill! The demonic blade was unsheathed, and demonic qi soared into the sky. Roar! As the dragon's roar rumbled, Xianxia revealed her true form, turning into a snow dragon. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. This battle was different from Tian Shui's and Wan Ying's. This battle was a head-on clash, and it was particularly fierce. Xuanxin was a pure-blooded true dragon. Even among the true dragons, she was considered a genius. Her dragon body was strong, not weaker than a superior Earth spiritual body. She was on par with Mo Xian. The two sides fought for more than 200 moves. In the end, Xuanxin won by a slight margin and knocked Mo Xian off the fighting stage, while Xuanxin herself was seriously injured. Her injuries were even worse than Tian Shui's. Xuanxin dragged her heavily injured body back to the platform and began to heal. Dragon God Valley had won another battle and defeated a top expert of the Tianyu demon sect. Could it be that Dragon God Valley would be the last one? Some people had such thoughts. The challenge continued, and soon it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. Buzz! Wu Qiandu of the Desire Poison sect stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. The Desire Poison sect also had two top experts. Wu Qiandu was the leader of the Desire Poison sect. This time, he was personally taking action. Wu Qiandu's gaze shifted between Han Sun and Lu Ming. According to the rules, Tian Shui and Xuanxin had just fought. Now, they could not challenge them. They could only challenge Lu Ming and Han Sun before they could challenge Tian Shui and Xuanxin. Finally, Wu Qiandu's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you managed to escape with your saint weapon the last time. Now, come down and face your death, Wu Qiandu said coldly. Last time, Lu Ming had used the black wings to create a strong wind that rendered his poison gas useless. Now that he could not use his holy weapon, he would like to see how Lu Ming would defend against his poison gas. Another one is here to die. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground, Wu Qiandu made his move. A dense swarm of venomous insects swarmed toward Lu Ming, covering the sky and the sun like a dark cloud. Buzz! Lu Ming's chaos domain spread out and enveloped the countless poisonous insects. Fire! Lu Ming said softly. The chaos realm turned into a flame realm in an instant. The flames enveloped the venomous insects, and with a sizzling sound, the venomous insects were burned to ashes by the flames. However, at this moment, with a wave of Wu Qiandu's hand, toads appeared one after another. Each toad was covered in pustules and emitted a foul stench as they pounced at Lu Ming. In midair, the toads spat out streams of poisonous water from their mouths, which enveloped Lu Ming. When the poisonous water fell on the chaos domain, there was actually a sizzling sound of corrosion. Kill! At the same time, Wu Qiandu charged towards Lu Ming. A soft whip appeared in his hand. The soft whip was covered with poisonous thorns and was rolling towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched the toads and whips one after another. However, the toads exploded in the process of Lu Ming's fist force. They turned into a pool of thick water and gushed toward Lu Ming, emitting a disgusting smell. Lu Ming felt a little dizzy when he smelled the stench. He circulated his true qi and regained his consciousness. What a terrifying poison, Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz! Buzz! Venomous insects kept swarming out of Wu Qiandu's body. Then, toads, venomous snakes, and other things attacked Lu Ming. He controlled the soft whip and lashed it at Lu Ming with great agility. Kill, die! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and extended his divine sword technique. Two black sword lights burst out from Lu Ming's eyes and rushed toward Wu Qiandu. But at this moment, a shield made of venomous insects appeared on the surface of Wu Qiandu's body. When the divine sword technique hit the venomous insects, a large number of them were killed, but Wu Qiandu was safe and sound. Soul attacks can ignore ordinary defenses and attack the soul. However, these bugs of mine have a spirit. Your soul attack can't penetrate anything with a spirit. You used it once last time, so I'm prepared this time. Hee hee, Wu Qiandu sneered. It seems like soul attacks aren't omnipotent. They still have their weaknesses. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 1536. 1536, refining Wu Qiandu, ordinary defenses couldn't defend against soul attacks at all. They could directly penetrate through. Back then, when they were facing the evil spirit cults Elder and Han, Lu Ming's Chaos Domain and Bubble Spacetime Domain could only weaken a portion of the attack. They could not completely defend against it. It was obvious that ordinary defense was useless. However, soul attacks also had their weaknesses. If a living being was in front of them, the soul attack would not be able to pass through. For example, Wu Qiandu used his poisonous insects to block in front of him. Although the poisonous insects were small, they still had a spirit and a soul. The soul attack would attack the venomous insects, and Wu Qiandu, who was behind the venomous insects, was naturally safe and sound. Since he dared to challenge Lu Ming, he naturally had a foolproof plan. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. If the soul attack technique was useless, could Lu Ming not do anything to Wu Qiandu? Buzz. Lu Ming covered his entire body with the chaos domain and soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Then, Lu Ming looked down from above and continued to bombard with his fists. Terrifying fist forces shot towards Wu Qiandu, the poisonous insects, and the snakes like meteors. A large number of poisonous insects and toads were killed. On the fighting ring, there were dead insects, toads, and vipers everywhere. Pools of venom filled the fighting ring, giving off a disgusting smell. Wisps of poisonous gas filled the fighting ring. Haha, Lu Ming, thank you for your cooperation. The poison gas formation has been set up. You could die now. In the fighting ring, Wu Qiandu revealed a cold smile. A cloud of green poisonous gas gushed out from his body and merged with the poisonous gas on the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring was shrouded in the poisonous gas. 1,000 poisonous hands, Wu Qiandu said coldly. The poisonous gas rolled and turned into poisonous palms, blasting toward Lu Ming in the sky. Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique and dodged the poisonous palms. Since that's the case, it'll kill you first. An Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He became one with the spear and swooped down, charging into the poison gas formation and killing Wu Qiandu. You can't kill me, Wu Qiandu sneered. With a bang, his body exploded and turned into clouds of poisonous gas, which then merged with the poisonous gas of the formation. Lu Ming's long spear swept across, and the poisonous gas rolled around. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and an invisible soul attack burst out. However, there were countless poisonous insects flying in the poisonous gas. Lu Ming shouted, and a group of poisonous insects fell. Hee! Lu Ming, you can't hurt me at all. You can only let me kill you. Wu Qiandu's smug voice rang out. The poison gas formation rolled and surged towards Lu Ming continuously. The terrifying poison gas enveloped Lu Ming as if it was going to corrode the chaos realm and turn Lu Ming into ashes. Moreover, the poisonous gas would condense into attacks that were aimed at Lu Ming. The long spear vibrated and destroyed the attacks one by one. Lu Ming, you can rush down the Colosseum yourself. Otherwise, it'll kill you. Wu Qiandu's cold voice sounded. You think too highly of yourself, Lu Ming said indifferently. If he wanted to kill Wu Qiandu, Lu Ming could do it now. As long as he cast the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, the terrifying power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal would directly cover the entire fighting ring. He could easily destroy this large array and even kill Wu Qiandu. But now is not the time to use the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Lu Ming wanted to keep the Chaos Empyrean Seal to deal with the leader of the Divine Realm Sect, or MOE. He would not use the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal for the time being, so he could only use other methods. Buzz. Lu Ming's chaos domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire fighting ring. Then, endless thunder and lightning appeared and filled the fighting ring, followed by flames. The entire fighting ring was enveloped by the power of thunder and fire. Chi-chi. The poisonous insects were burned to death one by one. Kill! Kill! Then, Lu Ming kept shouting and casting the divine sword technique. It formed invisible waves that rushed in all directions. A large number of poisonous insects were killed and turned into ashes in the thunder and fire. I don't believe that your soul force can keep on exploding. Wu Qiandiu's voice sounded. A person's soul power is limited. Using it continuously will consume a lot of soul power. However, after a while, Wu Qiandu started to get nervous. Lu Ming did not stop. His soul attacks continued to erupt, and the poisonous insects were almost all killed. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. The poisonous gas rolled, and Wu Qiandu's agonized cries rang out. A cloud of mist gathered and rolled, as if it was about to condense into a human figure. Devour! Lu Ming took a step forward and pressed his left palm in the air. The devouring power burst forth and enveloped the cloud of poisonous gas. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured and began to be refined by Lu Ming. The poisonous gas was very terrifying. However, Lu Ming's spirit body had reached the superior grade Earth spirit body. Moreover, his spirit body contained traces of chaotic qi, which was stronger than ordinary superior grade Earth spirit bodies. He was not afraid of the poisonous gas. Roar! A faint dragon's roar could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. The poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was being refined continuously. Ah, how could this be? My spirit body is invincible. How did you refine it? Within the poisonous gas, Wu Qiandu's terrified cry rang out as he desperately resisted. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. Two beams of sword light shot out of his eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed in pain as his resistance was instantly weakened. Lu Ming continued to release his devouring power, devouring and refining the poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into. As he screamed, the cloud of poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into became smaller and smaller. He wanted to reform his body, but Lu Ming attacked him directly. With a punch, he turned into poisonous gas again and was devoured and refined by Lu Ming. Very quickly, the poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was reduced by more than half. Spare me, please spare me. Wu Qiandu was finally scared and started to beg for mercy. The feeling of watching himself being refined made him extremely frightened. Moreover, he didn't want to die. He had a bright future ahead of him. With his talent, he was very confident that he could break through to the Saint Realm in the future. How carefree was a Saint Realm expert with a lifespan of more than 100,000 years? And in BSB, the spectators from the 13 sects were all stunned. Wu Qiandu had actually been forced to this extent by Lu Ming. In the eyes of these heaven's favorites, Wu Qiandu was a terrifying existence. With his 1,000-bath poison body and his deadly poison, no one wouldn't be afraid of him. Even those heaven's favorites at his level would be afraid of him. But now he was begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming. Spare my life? Previously, you sent people from the Udu sect to kill our Dragon God Valley disciples. Why didn't you spare them? Why didn't you think about the current situation? Lu Ming said coldly. The devouring power continued to devour. Wu Qiandu cried out in pain, and the poisonous gas continued to roll. Before the battle with Lu Ming, he would not have thought of such an outcome. All he could think of was how to kill Lu Ming. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured by Lu Ming and then refined. The poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 1537. 1537 Chapter 1537 became a joke, young man. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. At this moment, an old voice came from one of the buildings. From the direction of the voice, it should be the Saint Realm Elder of the Udu sect. Hee, are you heartbroken? Why didn't you think about that when you killed the disciples of Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming, you don't have to care about this old man. The voice of the Dragon God Valley's Saint Realm Elder came from the pavilion behind the Dragon God Valley. Young man, you'd better think about it. After all, you'll have to travel outside in the future. It's not going to go too far. The Saint Realm Elder of the Du sect continued. You're despicable. You're threatening a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. The Saint Realm Elder of the Du sect sneered. Kill. However, Lu Ming's reply was only one word, kill. Two more beams of sword light shot out from Lu Ming's eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qindu screamed in pain as the cloud of poisonous gas collapsed completely, without a trace of life. Wu Qindu dead. This was Lu Ming's response to the Du sect's Sage Realm Elder. He was domineering and merciless. At this moment, there was no sound from the pavilion behind the Desire Poison sect. However, a cold, killing intent spread out. Of course, in such an environment, the elders of the Saint Realm were not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the other sects would gang up on them. He was dead. Wu Qian was poisoned to death. Most of the people present felt their hearts trembling. Another top Heaven's Pride expert was killed by Lu Ming. Including by Mo, there were 2 top Heaven's Pride experts who had died at the hands of Lu Ming. It was too tragic. In the previous treasure auction, very few upper-grade Earth spiritual bodies were killed. Geniuses of this level, even if there was a gap in combat strength, it wouldn't be too big. It was possible to defeat them, but it was very difficult to kill them. This time, it was only the 20th round, and 2 Heaven's favorites of this level had already died. There were also many who were seriously injured. Because of Lu Ming, the small meeting this time was many times more tragic than before. Lu Ming put away Wu Qian's storage ring and returned to the platform. Then, someone went up to the fighting ring and cleaned it. After all, Wu Qindu had released so many poisonous insects, snakes, and the like. The fighting ring was filled with poisonous substances. On the platform of the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly God sect's team leader's eyes were incomparably cold. His gaze swept over Tian Shui and Xianxia, who were currently recuperating, and his killing intent was faintly visible. This guy wants to challenge Tian Shui and Xianxia in the next round. Lu Ming said. Now, Tian Shui and Xianxia were seriously injured. If they were to be challenged by the Heavenly God sect's team leader, it would be extremely dangerous. The Heavenly God sect's team leader obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Tian Shui and Xianxia. I won't let him succeed. Han Sun said, his killing intent cold. After cleaning up, the competition continued. It was unknown if the atmosphere had been incited, but when it was the other sect's turn, it became even more intense and explosive. The other sects that had grudges with each other also began to send out their top experts to challenge the top experts of the sects that had grudges with each other. After Lu Ming and Wu Qiandu, there were 2 more clashes between the top powerhouses. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, the top geniuses of the Intentionless Saber sect and the Demon Castle were both injured and fell off the fighting ring. The top-tier expert of the Linglong Palace had defeated his opponent with a serious injury and won. Soon, it was Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge. Han Sun stood up, took a step forward, and appeared on the fighting ring. Yu Sheng, come down, Han Sun coldly said. Yu Sheng was the name of the team leader of the Heavenly God sect. Everyone was shocked. Han Sun was challenging Yu Sheng. The leaders of the 2 sects were about to clash. Yu Sheng's eyes turned cold. His original plan was to wait for the next round. When it was the time for the Heavenly God sect to challenge him, he would personally take action to kill Tian Shui or Xianxia. Obviously, Han Sun had seen through his plan and directly challenged him. Yu Sheng stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. It's the same if I kill you first, Yu Sheng said coldly. Brilliant holy light burst out of his body. He was bathed in the holy light, and there was no dust or dirt on him. Yu Sheng was a direct descendant of the Tianxian sect, and he cultivated the pure techniques of the Tianxian sect. What big words! Han Sun sneered. A terrifying cold qi burst out from his body, spreading in all directions. Half of the fighting ring was covered with white frost. Boom! Boom! Yu Sheng and Han Sun charged at each other at the same time and started an intense battle. The two figures kept clashing on the fighting ring at an increasingly fast speed. Some of the weaker cultivators could no longer see the two figures clearly. They could only see the endless holy light and the terrible cold current clashing on the battle platform, forming a pillar of qi that shot into the sky. Whoosh! Yu Sheng was bathed in holy light, holding the spear of God's punishment. He was like a god descending to the world, ready to punish the world. White dragon scales emerged on Han Sun's body, and he was covered in a layer of ice armor. His arms had turned into dragon claws, which were so terrifying that they seemed to be able to tear apart everything. Buzz! Buzz! The dragon claw and the spear of God's punishment collided fiercely. Pucci! Han Sun's shoulder was pierced by the spear of God's punishment, but his other dragon claw was still on Yu Sheng's chest, almost ripping his heart out. The two of them were injured at the same time, and their clothes were stained red with blood. However, the battle continued. To be honest, Han Sun and Yu Sheng's combat power was very terrifying, even stronger than Bai Mo's. It could be said that in the future, they were very likely to be among the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Continent. After all, the top 10 geniuses were selected by the younger generation below the Saint Realm. Once the current top 10 geniuses entered the Saint Realm, they would automatically be removed from the top 10 geniuses and replaced by New Heaven's favorites. It could be said that these two future freaks were going to fight in advance. This battle lasted for more than 300 moves. The two's true essence and physical strength gradually ran out. In the end, it became a hand-to-hand fight. The two were entangled, and their blood stained the fighting ring. Bang! In the end, the two of them rolled off the fighting ring at the same time, ending the battle. Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Han Sun. He poured his essential core into Han Sun's body and said, "Senior brother Han Sun, are you all right? Don't worry, it's fine. That guy's even worse off." Han Sun said with a smile. "Oomph." Yu Sheng snorted coldly. With the help of the disciples of the Heaven God sect, he landed on the stands, took a healing pill, and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming supported Han Sun to the stand behind the platform. Then, they returned to the platform. In this way, there were only 3 people left in the Dragon God Valley. However, the people of the Heavenly God sect all had gloomy faces. After Yu Sheng stepped down, there were no more top experts in the Tianxin sect. It was a complete joke to win the first place. The competition continued, and soon, this round was announced to be over. It was time for the 22nd round. In this round, the remaining disciples of the Tianxin sect had completely lost their morale. They randomly sent out one person to challenge the other sections. It was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn. They'll do it. In the Tianyu demonic sect, he carried the demonic blade on his back and stepped out. He landed on the battle platform and looked directly at Dragon God Valley. His eyes swept across Tianshui and Xuanxin. Lu Ming's heart sank. Chapter 1538. 1538. Lu Ming was the only one left. He obviously wanted to challenge Tianshui and Xuanxin. Finally, He's eyes fell on Xuanxin, and he said coldly, "Come out. Fight." Xuanxin said forcefully and stepped forward. "Senior sister, be careful," Lu Ming said. Xuanxin nodded and stepped onto the fighting ring. "It'll kill you in this battle." He's demonic chi surged, and a vast demonic might burst out. Behind him, the demonic blade automatically unsheathed, and the terrifying blade light slashed towards Xuanxin. Roar! Xuanxin roared and transformed into her true form. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of ice and snow, which rushed toward the saber light. Boom! An intense collision occurred, and Xuanxin's slender body trembled as she retreated. Xuanxin had been seriously injured in the last battle. It was impossible for her to recover in such a short time. With her injured body, she was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the fight with Mo He. Splitting Devil Blade, the demonic blade in Mo He's hand merged with the domain all over his body, and he slashed out again. The splitting demonic blade was the ultimate technique of the Tian Yu demonic sect. It was said to be able to split all things with one blade. It was extremely terrifying. Anything would be split apart by the splitting demonic blade. Snowflakes were condensed around Xianxia. The snowflakes danced in the air and were extremely sharp. They cut through the air and made a terrible whistling sound as they flew toward the splitting demon blade. However, when the snowflakes came into contact with the splitting demonic blade, they seemed to have received a terrifying shock and exploded. Buzz, buzz, and MBSB whoosh. The endless snowflakes collided with the demonic blade, creating a metallic sound. The snowflakes crumbled, but the demonic blade's power also weakened rapidly. Slash. However, Mo He's demonic chi was boiling, and he slashed again. Then he slashed again. One slash after another. Each slash was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to split the sky. Xianxia's dragon claw stepped in the air and pounced forward, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Mo He. Boom! Boom! Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard as the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Gradually, Xianxia was no match for him. Her injuries flared up, and it was difficult for her to use her full combat strength. Pucci! The dragon scales were cut open and fell everywhere. On Xianxia's body, there were many deep and long wounds, and her white body was stained with blood. Kill! Mo He's demonic blade pierced through Xianxia's attack and went for her head, trying to cut her head off. Xianxia quickly retreated, but she was still a step too late. A wound was left on her forehead. Xianxia was already seriously injured, and now she was even more injured. Her combat power was getting weaker and weaker, and she was no match for Mo He at all. Senior sister, step down from the fighting ring. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. If this continued, Xianxia would be in danger. Roar! Xianxia roared loudly. She was a little unwilling. After exchanging another blow with Mo He, she turned around and left. If you want to leave, then stay. Mo He said coldly. The demonic chi from her body was even more terrifying. She shot up into the sky and slashed out with her demonic blade. 8 blade lights slashed down, blocking Xianxia's path. Xianxia's dragon claws stepped on the ground, and the ground was suddenly covered with a layer of ice and snow. Ice swords rushed out one after another, rushing toward the demonic blades. Bang! Bang! The sound of a collision rang out. Unfortunately, Xianxia's combat strength had declined. For a moment, she could not break the demonic blade at all. Instead, the demonic blade left a deep wound on her body, almost cutting off one of the dragon claws. You won't be able to escape. You'll definitely die today. Devil Dragon Seal. Die. Mo He said coldly. He formed a seal with his hands, and a black demonic dragon flew out with a roar, charging at Xianxia. 2 dragons, one black and one white, were fighting on the fighting ring. Then, Mo He attacked Xianxia with the splitting demonic blade. After a few moves, Xianxia's injuries became even more serious. Break! In the end, Xianxia let out a loud roar, and her true dragon body rapidly shrank. Then, a layer of ice crystals covered her body, making her look like an ice sword. Whoosh! The ice sword continued to attack, clashing with Mo He's demonic blade. Finally, it rushed out of the range of the demonic blade and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. At this time, the ice crystals covering Xianxia's body also collapsed. Xianxia's breath became even weaker. With a step of her dragon claw, her body rushed out of the fighting ring and fell down. At this moment, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly restrained her aura. Kill! However, at this moment, Mo He roared and stood at the edge of the fighting ring. His eyes were ferocious and full of cold, killing intent. He slashed out a demonic blade towards Xianxia's head. When Xianxia fell off the fighting ring, It meant that the battle was over. Therefore, she had completely let down her guard and retracted her Zhenyuan. However, she did not expect that he would be so despicable that he would attack again and make a fatal move on Xuanxin. Xuanxin had no time to dodge this move. "You're looking for death." On the platform, Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The vital essence in his body was boiling, and the black wings on his back suddenly stretched out. With a flap, he appeared beside Xuanxin. He flapped his black wings and destroyed the demonic blade. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Interfering in the middle, using a holy weapon and breaking the rules. Seeing that his saber was blocked by Lu Ming, He's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, and he shouted angrily, "Shut up! Who is the one who broke the rules? My senior sister has already rushed out of the fighting stage, and her feet have already touched the ground, which means that she has lost. This battle has already ended, but you still continue to kill her. Is it you who has broken the rules, or am I the one who has?" Lu Ming stared at his eyes very cold. Just now, if he hadn't been staring at the fighting ring and noticed that something was wrong, he would have immediately used his saint weapon and rushed out. Xuanxin would have been in real danger. Oh, had she already landed on the ground? I didn't see it just now. He quibbled. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stared at his eyes revealing an extremely cold, killing intent. He must kill this Senior sister, let's go. Lu Ming helped Xuanxin to the stance. Junior brother, thank you for earlier. At this moment, Xuanxin had already returned to her human form, her face a little pale. Senior sister, you don't have to be so polite. I will kill and avenge you. Lu Ming said, I believe in you, junior brother. Xuanxin smiled and swallowed a healing pill to begin healing her injuries. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the platform. The challenge continued. As expected, when it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, one of their experts challenged Xianxia. The Desire Poison sect, like the Sky Demon sect, also had two top experts. Previously, Wuxia had been killed by Lu Ming, and there was only one left. The Desire Poison sect clearly hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted to kill Xianxia to avenge Wuxia. However, Xianxia's injuries were slightly better than Xuanxin's. Furthermore, Xianxia cultivated the Berserk Dragon Body, which had a strong defense. The opponent did not cause too much damage to Xianxia. However, Xianxia was still injured and was no match for his opponent. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he was knocked down from the fighting ring. With Xianxia's defeat, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. Countless gazes fell on the platform of Dragon God Valley, on Lu Ming alone. Now, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. How would he fight? Chapter 1539. 1539, the great battle against the challenges continued, and it was very intense. By now, the competition was already in the latter half. The weak had been eliminated, and the remaining ones were all very strong. The battle was very intense. One match after another, it was finally Dragon God Valley's turn. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Emohi, come down and accept your death. Lu Ming's voice was heard by everyone. As expected, Lu Ming wants to challenge Emohi. Many people thought that he had broken the rules and almost killed Xuanxin. Many people guessed that Lu Ming would definitely challenge Emohi. Emohi carried the devil's saber on his back and stepped onto the fighting ring. You managed to escape twice. Today, it'll finish you off, Emohi said. Even though Lu Ming had already killed two top-notch experts, he was still very strong. You won't have any chance today. You'll definitely die. Lu Ming spoke in an equally domineering manner. Buzz, buzz. The two of them stood facing each other, and their domains burst out at the same time, surging toward each other. Boom! The two's domains clashed together, creating a loud boom as they fought fiercely. Mohi's territory was a demonic Dao territory and was at the peak of the 7th level, while Lu Ming's territory was only at the peak of the 4th level. However, in the clash of territories, Lu Ming's territory was not at a disadvantage at all. The two domains clashed and intertwined, creating a terrifying storm of energy. Kill! Splitting Devil Blade! Die! Mohi shouted and unsheathed his demonic saber. A shocking saber radiance broke through the sky and slashed down at Lu Ming. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He cast, storing power for 13 strikes, and a spear ray burst out, colliding with the demonic blade. Within the spear light, 13 forces overlapped and exploded, erupting with a terrifying penetrating power. However, there was a terrifying splitting force within the demonic blade that was rapidly splitting the spear radiance's power. In the end, the two of them dissipated. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. The Sky Demon Sect's splitting demonic blade indeed lived up to its reputation. Buzz! Buzz! Then, the two of them charged forward like two bolts of lightning and struck each other. The demonic blade and the long spear clashed together, creating a terrifying boom. Every time the two of them collided, a terrifying shockwave would burst out. The force was wanton and swept in all directions. There was a layer of transparent light screen around the fighting stage, which blocked the overflowing chi. Otherwise, some of the weaker people in the stands would have been injured. Kill! After exchanging several moves, Lu Ming shouted. Two divine swords shot out from his eyes and shot toward Mohi. Lu Ming cast the divine sword technique. Two jet-black divine swords rushed into Mohi's body and bombarded his spiritual god. However, Mohi's body only trembled slightly, and he was fine. Spiritual god, defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your soul attack is useless against me. Mohi sneered. His demonic blade swept across, and he took the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and blocked the demonic blade's attack. Then, the two of them fought again and exchanged dozens of moves. To be honest, Mohi was indeed very strong. He was even stronger than by Mo and Wu Qindu, whom Lu Ming had just killed. He should be on par with Han Sun and the team leader of the Divine God sect. Lu Ming's spirit body and chaos realm had some advantages. However, his opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought intensely, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The third bloodline. With a single thought, Lu Ming's third bloodline emerged. A wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, making his combat strength even stronger. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear swept out. Mohi's body trembled, and he was sent flying. He slid along the fighting ring for a long distance. Gate of God, 9 seals. Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed seals. 6 sealing gates appeared around Mohi, trying to seal him. Demonic God, descend, demonic God. Mohi roared, and demonic chi surged. A giant demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms condensed around him, emitting vast demonic might. This was a secret skill, or it was a secret skill brought by the demonic spirit body. It was very similar to Bai Mo's sword array, which was a secret skill brought by the spirit body. Boom! The 3-headed and 6-armed fiend celestial struck out 6 palms in a row, hitting the 6 sealing gates. Boom! Boom! The 6 gates of sealing trembled and exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. The long spear smashed down on Mohi like Mount Tai. An NBSB boom boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed fiend celestial's 6 huge demonic palms slammed down on Lu Ming. 2 of them blocked Lu Ming's long spear, while the other 4 were like 4 huge mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and turned into a heavy spear shadow, blasting out. The long spear collided with the demonic palm continuously. Lu Ming and Mohi were forced to retreat in the midst of the violent rumbles. This brat has such combat strength in such a short time. He must be eliminated. Mohi was extremely shocked. Back then, when he led his men to hunt down Lu Ming, Lu Ming could not put up much of a resistance in front of him. However, now, Lu Ming could fight him head-on. The battle was difficult to determine. Then, after a period of time, what realm would Lu Ming reach? Would he surpass him in all aspects? His heart turned cold at the thought of this. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. If they met in the future, there would definitely be a tragic battle. One of them had to die. However, after a while, he was afraid that he would be the one to die if he encountered Lu Ming. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming now. Kill, die. He roared. His demonic chi seemed to be on fire. The huge demonic god seemed to have become real. What was shocking was that 6 huge demonic blades appeared on the 6 arms of the demonic god. Boom! Boom! He stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. The huge demonic god waved his huge demonic blade and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The power of the 3rd bloodline gushed into Lu Ming's body continuously, making his killing intent even more intense. At the same time, the devouring power burst out and enveloped He, causing the demonic chi in He's body to become unstable. The demonic god's aura also weakened. Lu Ming took a step forward, and his body soared into the sky. His long spear turned into a 1,000-meter long spear ray and smashed wildly at He. He's eyes were ferocious. He exerted all his strength. The huge demonic god and the 6 demonic blades slashed at Lu Ming continuously. The two of them collided intensely, and the spear radiance and the saber radiance soared into the sky. All around, whether it was on the platform or the grandstand, everyone held their breath and stared at the fighting ring. They were afraid of missing out on the exciting scene. What a powerful combat strength! He is below the 7th level of the martial royal realm, but he can still exert such a terrifying combat strength. I'm afraid that even an LV8 martial royal realm expert would be killed by him. A heaven's favorite above the 7th level of the martial royal realm spoke with a serious look in his eyes. They're all peerless heaven's favorites. In the future, they have great hopes of becoming one of the top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure continent. That's right. I wonder what the outcome of this battle is. Some people were discussing in low voices, but their eyes were still fixed on the fighting ring. Chapter 1540. 1540 Chapter 1540 Foul in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and he had exchanged dozens of moves. At this moment, the demonic god that he had condensed began to shake. Obviously, to maintain this demon god, he's consumption was astonishing. Moreover, Lu Ming was constantly releasing the devouring power. He felt that the demonic chi in his body was constantly being devoured by Lu Ming, causing his demonic chi to be even more unsustainable. Seal. At that moment, Lu Ming cast the sealing gates again. The 6 sealing gates glowed and suppressed the demonic god. This time, the demonic god finally could not break through the sealing gates in a short time, and its movements became stiff. Boom! Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His long spear turned into a huge spear light and smashed heavily on the Asmodean lord's head. 13 forces instantly stacked and exploded. Die! He roared. The demon god's head exploded, and then his body exploded. In an instant, the demon god exploded. He's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Retreat. He gritted his teeth and flew backward. He knew that he had lost today. He was no match for Lu Ming. Now, he had to rush down the fighting ring. You can't escape, foam, Lu Ming said coldly. 6 sealing gates appeared in front of he, blocking his way. He's demonic blade slashed out continuously, but couldn't break the barrier of the door seal. At this moment, Lu Ming had already put away his spear. He was holding a huge seal in one of his palms. Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Now, the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal had been cultivated by Lu Ming to the peak of the 3rd level. While its power was getting stronger, he was also getting more skilled in using it. When he used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he didn't need to use it all at once to the maximum, as it would consume a terrifying amount of true essence. Now, he could control the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. By reducing the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he could save a lot of genuine yuan and control it more easily. For example, the seal in Lu Ming's hand was the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal that he had condensed. It was about 50% of its power when Lu Ming used his full strength. However, if Lu Ming used his full strength, it was impossible for him to hold it in his palm and control it to such an extent. It was much more convenient for Lu Ming to control 50% of its power. Boom! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed at Mo-He. The attack power of 50% of the full power was also terrifyingly powerful. It exceeded the power of Lu Ming's, storing power 13 strikes. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed towards Mo-He like an ancient divine mountain. Its vast power and astonishing aura made Mo-He's expression change drastically. Mo-He roared and turned around to block. He kept slashing out with his demonic blade, hoping to block it. Boom! When the splitting devil saber slashed on the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, not only did it not split the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, but the devil saber itself was directly crushed by the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal continued to descend. In the end, Mo-He used his demonic blade to block in front of him. An Emperor-level spiritual weapon armor appeared on his body, and together with his territory, he blocked in front of him. Boom! The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal struck down heavily. Mo-He's body trembled violently, and he retreated frantically. His face was pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His hands that were holding the blade were trembling nonstop. The bone armor on his wrist was broken. Only by paying such a heavy price could it block the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. However, a loud rumbling sound came from above, and another Chaos Sky-Turning stamp came crashing down. Mo-He roared and exerted all his strength to defend with all his might. Bang! This time, Mo-He knelt on the ground and spurted blood. His arms exploded, and his demonic blade flew far away. Even with the protection of the Emperor's spiritual weapon, his body couldn't withstand all the power. The terrifying power shattered many of Mo-He's bones. However, to Mo-He's despair, the third Chaos Sky-Turning Seal pressed down on him with a loud rumble in the sky. No! This time, Mo-He let out a desperate roar. This time, he definitely couldn't resist it. If he couldn't resist it, he would die. Come out, die! Mo-He roared. A small black pagoda flew out from his brow, and a vast aura spread out. A holy weapon. This small pagoda was a holy weapon. Buzz! The saint weapon expanded rapidly and collided with the chaotic sky-turning stamp. The small black tower was sent flying. Mo-He spat out blood again and rolled on the fighting ring, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. He's breaking the rules. He's breaking the rules. He's using a holy weapon. Use your saint weapon and kill without mercy. The disciples of Dragon God Valley roared in anger. Buzz! In the pavilion behind Dragon God Valley, the elder of Dragon God Valley stepped out in the air. His eyes were cold as he said, "Those who use saint weapons without permission on the stage will be killed without mercy." The Saint Realm Elder struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print pressed toward him. Mo-He, what are you doing? An elder rushed out of the pavilion behind the Tianyu demon sect. He struck out with his palm, and a blade light slashed out, shattering the palm print of the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked coldly at the Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demon sect and said, "Before the battle began, I already announced that anyone who uses a saint weapon on the stage will be killed without mercy. You want to stop me? Elder, save me." Mo-He shouted in fear. The Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demon sect frowned and said, "How about we let him off this time? Spare him? You can ask the fellow Taoists from the other sects if they agree." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley sneered. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. Figures stepped out of the buildings. They were the Saint Realm Elders of the 13 sections. The rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years must not be broken. Since you have violated them, kill. The Elder of the Life and Death Sword Sect was the first to speak, his killing intent cold. That's right. If everyone uses their saint weapons, what's the point? How could one tell the strength of the younger generation? Wouldn't it just be a matter of how many saint weapons one had? Therefore, he must be killed. The Elder of the Demon Castle continued. I agree. We must kill him. If he didn't use his saint weapon, he would have already been killed. I agree. The elders of the other sects chimed in one after another, causing He to be filled with despair. Only the elders of the Heavenly God sect and the Udu sect did not speak. Their expressions were rather unsightly. No, I don't want to die. He roared and turned into a ray of demonic light, rushing into the distance. Die! The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, and a terrible sound wave rushed toward He's body exploded in the air, and even the small Saint Weapon Tower had no effect. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Was this the combat strength of a Sage Realm Elder? He didn't even make a move. He only shouted and killed He. After killing He, the Elder of the Dragon God Valley reached out and grabbed He's holy weapon pagoda. Then he waved his hand, and the holy weapon pagoda flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1541. 1541 Chapter 1541. No one dares to fight with one person. Lu Ming. This holy weapon is your spoils of war. Take it. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Many thanks, Elder. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He put away the holy weapon, the small tower, and of course, He's storage ring. These were all his spoils of war. He took them without any hesitation. The Elder of the Tian demonic sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then turned around and returned to the pavilion. The elders of the other sects also returned to their pavilions one by one. Lu Ming, you've done well. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect will definitely reward you according to your contributions. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said with a smile. This made you and the others from the Silver City jealous. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the 10th platform. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. A large pile of raw gemstones appeared. Lu Ming devoured the raw gemstones and began to recover. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had also consumed a lot of his essential core, and he did not have much of it left. On the stands, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming with deep fear. 3 top-notch geniuses had already died at Lu Ming's hands in this small meeting. If he did not use his holy weapon, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, it was the same as being killed by Lu Ming. There were 3 top-notch heaven's favorites. The Tianxian sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect each had won. This was truly a heavy loss. In the past, such a situation rarely occurred. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level martial emperor realm. It was simply a miracle that he had such a battle record. In the treasure auction, it was extremely difficult and rare to kill a 6th level martial royal realm heaven's pride expert. However, Lu Ming had killed 3 of them this time. It should be known that the Divine Son had only killed 2 heaven's favorites of this level when he participated in the treasure auction. And now, the Divine Child was the head of the 10 great monsters. Lu Ming had already broken the record of the Divine Son. The 13 sects and forces all had different thoughts in their minds. The challenge continued. After Lu Ming's challenge, it was the Demon Castle's turn on platform number 13. This was because Pun family on platform 11 and Blood Demon Tower on platform 12 had already been eliminated. After the Demon Castle challenge ended, this round also ended. Next, it was a new round, and it was the turn of the Tianxian sect. The people of the Heavenly God sect looked at Lu Ming with deep fear. Then, They sent one person to challenge the other sections. Next, it was the Tianyu demon sect's turn. Although they wanted to avenge Mo He, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. They could only challenge the other sections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the platform alone, but no one dared to fight. Soon, it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. The Desire Poison sect still had a top genius who had defeated Tian Shui earlier. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not dare to challenge Lu Ming, so he sent another person to challenge the other sections. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn again, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, everyone's eyes fell on him. They did not know who Lu Ming was going to challenge this time. Everyone was nervous. This was especially so for the three major sects, the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect. Anyone who was challenged by Lu Ming would be courting death. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. After the cultivation, just now, his essential core had been fully recovered. The devouring power and the speed of devouring raw gemstones to recover his essential core was shocking. No one could compare to it. Lu Ming's gaze fell directly on the Desire Poison sect side, challenging the only remaining top-notch expert of the Desire Poison sect. Just now, this person had challenged Tian Shui, so he would not let him off easily. The Yudu sect's expert stepped onto the fighting stage with an ugly expression. However, the moment he stepped onto the fighting stage, he immediately rushed to the back. He wanted to rush off the fighting ring. Many people were speechless. This person had a superior grade, Earth spiritual body, an existence on par with Mo He, Wuxia, and the others. However, he didn't even dare to fight and wanted to rush down the fighting stage. It could be seen that this person was very afraid of Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming charged toward the person. However, this person's spirit body was highly toxic and his life force was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he was determined to escape and did not want to fight at all. It was very difficult for Lu Ming to kill him on this small fighting ring. In the end, the other party successfully rushed out of the fighting ring, even though he was injured. Lu Ming sighed in pity. As a result, the 7 top experts of the 3 great sects, the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect, were all defeated. Some died, and some were defeated. The competition ended early. There was not much suspense in the following matches. Lu Ming was in charge alone, and no one dared to fight. Every time it was Lu Ming's turn, he would choose a Heaven's God sect's paragon to kill. This made the Heaven's Pride experts on the platform of the Tianshan sect scared to death. In the end, in order to survive, when they challenged others, they deliberately admitted defeat and rushed down the fighting stage. They even challenged the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect in order to preserve more people's lives. The 3 great sects had actually been forced to such a state by Lu Ming alone. This was a rare sight in history. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Azure continent. The challenges continued. Because the Tianshan sect's method was equivalent to admitting defeat, they were the first to be completely annihilated among the remaining 10 sections. This move of the Heaven God sect is really beautiful. Where did you learn it? Someone from the Dragon God Valley mocked. The disciples of the Heaven God sect on the grandstand all blushed, but no one refuted, because he really had no face to refute. Before the treasure-settling small meeting, the Heavenly God sect had announced that they would win 3 consecutive championships. But now, it had completely become a joke. If not for the fact that they had used the right tactics and eliminated the 3 weakest sects in advance, they might not even have made it into the top 10. After the Divine Heaven sect was eliminated, Lu Ming set his sights on the Desire Poison sect. Considering that Xianxia was the Holy Virgin of the Tianyu demonic sect, Lu Ming did not continue to challenge the other disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect after killing Mo He. This made the disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect heave a sigh of relief. As for the Yudu sect, they were in a miserable state. Each and every one of them was trembling with fear. In the end, they simply adopted the method of the Xianxia sect and became the second sect to be eliminated. As the competition went on, the number of people left from the major sects decreased. Even the Life and Death Sword sect only had a few people left. This battle was the same as the previous ones. Although the Life and Death Sword sect had fewer people, they were all elites with terrifying combat strength. As for Wuxia, he had also risen in this battle. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Martial Royal Realm, he had killed several 6th-level Martial Royal Realm geniuses in a row. His combat strength was extremely shocking. Gradually, one sect after another was completely annihilated. However, there was still one person sitting cross-legged on the 10th platform. Lu Ming. Long ago, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. However, he was as steady as a rock and did not move. In the end, Lu Ming won't be the last one to let Dragon God Valley take first place, will he? Someone muttered, causing many people to look at each other. If that was the case, it would be a legend that would be passed down for hundreds of generations. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Wuxia stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, why don't you and I have a spar? Wuxia looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 1542 Chapter 1542 One Sword Strikes. Life and Death. Wuxia wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Many people's hearts trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the biggest dark horse this time. He was only at the LV-4 Martial Royal Realm and had killed several top powerhouses with superior Earth spiritual bodies. He had forced the deity sect and the Yudu sect to challenge the other sects on purpose and lose the battle on purpose, causing them to be eliminated early. And Wuxia wasn't weak either. Some people who knew Wuxia knew that he was a terrifying figure. He had stayed at the peak of the Supreme Being realm for 15 years in order to nurture his sword soul. Now, as a 5th-level Martial Royal Realm, he had killed a 6th-level Martial Royal Realm genius. His combat strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the life-death sword art was extremely terrifying. What kind of sparks would be created when Wuxia challenged Lu Ming? Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He descended from the fighting ring and stood opposite Wuxia. Lu Ming, how about we decide the winner with one move? Wuxia said. Sure, Lu Ming said. To be honest, he had a good impression of Wuxia. This was a true sword cultivator, sharp, decisive, but upright. He had his own bottom line. Previously, when the Xianxia sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect were hunting Dragon God Valley, Wuxia couldn't stand it anymore and killed the experts of the Xianxia sect. This was a man who was born for the sword. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. My life-death sword art can determine life and death with one strike. It has the meaning of I live, you die. If you can withstand one strike of mine, you win. Wuxia reminded. Go all out. If I die under your sword, I can only blame my lack of skill. Lu Ming said. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He also wanted to see the famous life and death sword art in Xianxia. Buzz. As he unsheathed his sword, a terrifying sharp light shot up into the sky from Wuxia's body. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. He was no longer a human, but a sword. However, it also seemed as if the sword in his hand was no longer a sword, but a human. At this moment, Wuxia's sword seemed to have come alive and had a soul. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel a strong pressure from Wuxia. It was extremely rare for a 5th-level martial monarch to give him such a strong pressure. Lu Ming's vital essence began to circulate rapidly. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand, and the chaos domain spread out. At the same time, Lu Ming's muscles, bones were wriggling slightly, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, Wuxia moved. A ray of sword light cut through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Under this sword light, the void seemed to be pierced. Everything in the world seemed to lose its color. It was as if this sword light was the only thing left in the world. It was terrifying, sharp, and accurate. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if there was a terrifying sword aura pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to move. In the face of this sword, it was as if he could only be killed. Roar! At this moment, a shocking dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. The dragon's roar was mighty, and it was as if a real dragon had soared to the 9 heavens. His essential core boiled, and Lu Ming broke through the terrifying sword force in one move. He became one with the spear and stabbed out. The spear was used with the power-storing 13 strikes, and the body of the spear was covered with the chaos domain. A sword light and a spear light seemed to be the only things in the world at this moment. Clang! The spear radiance and the sword radiance were like 2 meteors in the deep sky, colliding with each other. A dazzling light spread out from the point of impact. It was like a sun that had suddenly exploded, and the world was covered in white. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Those with weaker cultivation could not help but close their eyes. How terrifying! Who won? Some of the stronger cultivators poured their vital essence into their eyes and stared ahead. The dazzling light flashed and disappeared. When the light disappeared, everyone saw a figure flying backward. When he landed on the fighting ring, he retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped. Luo Xiang. The one who retreated was Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang's face was extremely pale, and the hand that was holding the sword was trembling. Lu Ming stood still, and dense dragon scales appeared on his body. What a terrifying sword! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. The moment they clashed, the chaos realm that Lu Ming covered the long spear was pierced through by Luo Xiang's sword gleam. The terrifying sword chi followed the long spear and broke into Lu Ming's body. Dragon scales appeared on his body to block the attack. Even so, his skin still felt like it was being torn apart. From this, one could see how terrifying Luo Xiang's sword attack was. Life-Death Sword Art 1 Sword Strike could determine life and death. Every sword was a sword that could kill. Luo Xiang was much stronger than when he was in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm. This kind of strength did not refer to the increase in cultivation, but the ability to fight at the same level. At that time, Lu Ming's spirit body was only a low-grade earth spirit body, but he was able to defeat Luo Xiang. At that time, Luo Xiang was on the same level as Wang Jian and Shi Tian. But now Luo Xiang could easily kill Wang Jian, Shi Tian, who was at the same level as him, with one sword. Spiritual body, he's still a medium-grade earth spiritual body, but he can make such a sword attack. It's incredible. Lu Ming thought in his heart. I've lost. Luo Xiang kept his sword and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. The sword attack just now could be said to be Luo Xiang's most powerful attack. If he could not defeat Lu Ming with one attack, he would lose. With that, Luo Xiang turned around and jumped off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not pursue him. He and Luo Xiang were originally more of sparring. After Luo Xiang descended from the fighting ring, Lu Ming turned around and returned to the platform. The challenge continued. The following battles calmed down again, but undercurrents were surging, because more than 30 rounds had already passed, and there were very few people on the various platforms. The battles were about to end. The rest were all powerhouses. After a few more rounds, there were less than 10 people left on the 13 platforms. However, the rest of them were all top experts. Most of them were heaven's favorites at the level of by Mo, Han Sun, and Mo He. At this moment, the people of the Xianxia sect and the Tianyu demonic sect had all been eliminated. A new round had begun, and it was the Heaven Seat King's turn to challenge them. The Heaven Seat King was extremely powerful, not any weaker than the Tianyu demonic sect or the Yudu sect. Right now, there were only 2 people left in the Heaven Seat King, and both of them were top experts. There was only one person left from the Evil Moon sect. The leader of the Evil Moon sect was also a top expert. The Jiuxiao Sword sect also had one person left, who was also a top-tier expert. The Linglong Palace also had one person, a top-notch expert. There was also the Life and Death Sword sect and the Good Demon Castle. Each of them had one person, and they were all top-notch experts. Including Lu Ming, there were 8 people in total. There were only 8 people left. On the surface, the Heaven Seat King was the strongest with 2 people left. However, at this moment, all the major platforms fell silent. The 2 powerhouses from the Heaven Seat King swept their gazes across the rest of the people, but the one they looked at the most was Lu Ming. As for the powerhouses from the other sects, most of them were looking at Lu Ming with grave expressions. The treasure auction had reached the final moment, and the first place would be decided very soon. However, the first place would be rewarded with 7 Emperor Jade Pills, which everyone wanted. Chapter 1543 1543 Chapter 1543 Taking turns according to the rules. The first place and the last person stay would receive 7 Emperor Jade Pills as a reward. Who would not want it? However, if he wanted to get the Royal Domain Pill, he would have to defeat the others. Among the 8 people present, Lu Ming was undoubtedly a huge mountain that everyone had to cross if they wanted to get first place. Previously, Lu Ming had already displayed his terrifying combat strength and could kill a top-tier powerhouse. The other 7 people were all afraid of him. No one had the confidence to fight Lu Ming alone. There was a high possibility that they would lose. Therefore, they were extremely cautious when they challenged him now. Heaven's Seat King, it's your turn. Hurry up and challenge them. The remaining paragons of the demon castle spoke. What's the hurry? One of the Heaven's Seat King's people coldly said. Everyone, you all want to get first place, right? A young man in purple gold armor from the Heaven's Seat King spoke. That's nonsense. The genius from the demon castle said. That's only natural. Who here doesn't want to get first place? That's 7 Royal Domain Pills. Not only that, but ITLL also make your name known throughout the Azure Continent. The Jiuxiao Sword Sect leader said. The others nodded in agreement. That's right. We all want to be number 1. But to be honest, with Lu Ming around, none of us can even dream of being number 1. The violet gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King spoke. The others were silent. It was clear that they had tacitly agreed. Then what do you want to do? The paragon of the demon castle asked. Let's join forces and take turns to defeat Lu Ming first. Then, we'll decide the winner. The purple gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King said. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 people from the Heaven Seat King indifferently. He was not too surprised. With the battle prowess he had displayed earlier, he had long expected that he would definitely suffer a tag-team battle from the other sects in the end. Just like what the purple golden-armored youth had said, if they didn't defeat him, no one else would be able to get first place. However, would it be that easy to defeat him? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. I don't agree. There are 2 people in the Heaven Seat King. It's advantageous to you if you take turns to fight. On the 4th platform, the Evil Moon Sect's Heaven's Pride expert sneered. Xianxia, this is the only way. If we don't do this, they'll challenge you now. Are you sure you can win? Even if you defeat me, how much combat power will you have left? Even if I don't challenge you now, you'll still challenge someone else later. Who do you think you can challenge? The purple gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King asked a few questions, causing the others to fall silent once more. That was indeed the case. Every battle that followed would be a battle of the pinnacle. No one had the confidence that they would not be injured after defeating their opponent. If that happened, wouldn't it be advantageous for those who came after them? In the end, no one was Lu Ming's match. They had no other choice. I agree. The paragons of the Demon Fort were the first to agree. He was in the best position. He would take turns to fight Lu Ming. After all, he was the last one to fight. After so many rounds, Lu Ming would most likely be defeated. He could still conserve his strength at the back. I also agree. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace also spoke. The Linglong Palace's seat was also relatively at the back. In the end, Jiuxiao Sword Sect nodded in agreement. In the end, only Xianxia of the Evil Moon Sect was left with an unsightly expression. His position was merely behind the Heaven Seat King. After the Heaven Seat King's challenge, it would be his turn. I will be the first one to challenge. The purple gold armored youth from the Heaven Seat King said. All right, I agree. In the end, Xianxia also nodded in agreement. At this point, he had no other choice. Fortunately, the youth in purple gold armor was the first to challenge Lu Ming. He should be able to deplete some of Lu Ming's combat strength. He might have a chance if he went up. After Xianxia agreed, the young man in purple gold armor from the Heaven Seat King stepped onto the fighting ring. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, how about you fight me? As you wish. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. The youth in purple gold armor looked serious and said, Lu Ming, let's spar and not kill each other. What do you think? He asked. Sure, Lu Ming said. He had already offended the Xianxian sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect. He did not want to offend any more sections. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the young man in purple gold armor heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not afraid of Lu Ming. After all, he was the one who suggested a tag team battle with Lu Ming. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. He was not fully confident that he would be able to charge off the fighting ring successfully. Be careful. The young man in purple gold armor glowed with purple gold light, and even his skin turned purple gold, like a heavenly king. Boom! The young man in purple gold armor stepped onto the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. He charged at Lu Ming like a giant beast and threw a punch. The air rumbled as his purple gold fist landed on Lu Ming. It was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, this was a Heaven's Pride expert on the same level as Han Sun and Mo He. If it was a normal battle, even Lu Ming would have to put in some effort. However, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting a normal battle with the other party. Lu Ming's hands moved rapidly, like a phantom. A huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This chaos sky-turning seal was not at its full power. Just like the battle with Mo He, it was only at 50% of its power. 50% of the power was enough. Lu Ming held the chaos sky-turning seal and threw it at the youth in purple gold armor. The young man in purple gold armor had a drastic change of expression. Lu Ming had used this move in his previous battle with Mo He. He had witnessed the terrifying power. Heavenly kings supporting the pagoda. The young man in purple gold armor roared, and his purple gold body swelled up. He became a lot taller and bigger. The purple gold light on his body brightened, and he struck out his palms toward the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom! The palms of the youth in purple gold armor struck the chaos sky-turning seal. His burly figure shook violently, and the purple gold light around his body swayed and exploded continuously. Bang! The young man in purple gold armor couldn't even stand straight. His bones creaked as he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming began to condense the chaos sky-turning seal again. Wait, I'm not fighting anymore. The young man in purple gold armor shouted. Then he rushed to one side of the fighting stage and rushed down the fighting stage. He then flew to the grandstand behind the Heaven Seat and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming did not chase after him. This would save his essential core. The half-condensed chaos sky-turning seal dissipated. The other people of the scene also looked at each other. The young man in purple gold armor was defeated by Lu Ming in one move, and he rushed down the fighting ring. Was the difference in combat strength that great? The difference is not that big. Lu Ming's move should be his strongest move with shocking power. However, such a move usually consumes a terrifying amount of essential core. That's right. I believe that Lu Ming can only use a few of such unique moves. In the stands, some people were discussing and guessing that Lu Ming should be using his strongest move. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.